Alright, so today we're going to be checking out RoadCraft. We played the demo of RoadCraft for Steam Next Fest, it was what, like 5 months ago or whatever? It was in spring. That's all we need to care about. Or was it fall? It doesn't matter. Whenever it was. But we're going to be checking out RoadCraft. This is the next entry into the Mud Runner series, so Mud Runner, Snow Runner, Expeditions, RoadCraft is the new one. And the one thing I will preface this is, yes, we are being sponsored today by Daredrop to play this, so if that matters to you, you know, hashtag sponsored, all that kind of stuff. Do yes, I do have the ad thing there. Cool. This is going to be a very long video, very long stream. I am planning going for somewhere in the ballpark of 13 hours. For you watching on YouTube, it'd be minus about half an hour because the intro time, where I do all my Twitch stuff. But we're going to be playing SnowRunner for the first 8 and something hours. We're going to be playing solo. And then when we get to like the last 4-ish something hours, we'll be joining FG Squared for her birthday stream, where we'll still be playing RoadCraft, but we will be doing that collaboratively. I don't yet know if we will be joining her run wherever she's at progression-wise, or if she'll be joining us, or we'll just start a brand new save. A detail I forgot to iron out, but that's fine, we can figure it out when we get there. Now, one thing I do tend to try and do whenever we play a game for the first time is I will pop into save, like, the settings and just see what accessibility stuff happens. Now, as a reminder, the absence of accessibility settings in itself is not necessarily a problem. You can design games where they don't need accessibility settings, but I do like to try and celebrate any accessibility stuff we get. So we've got multiple language support, that's a cool one. You can hide hints and all, it's not really accessibility, but that's kind of a nice thing. You can have your camera aligned. North is a weird thing to go. So my camera alignment, I could have the direction the player is facing, makes sense, north. So my camera always points one direction on the map. That is weird. Third person is fine, vehicle is fine. North is the only one I'm like, okay. Oh, and transitioning to the map. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I was right, so it's only when it's transitioning to the map. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. So it starts in the same orientation. Okay, that's fine. Just when it was like camera alignment, and that is just throwing me off. You can hide the driver in that if you so wish. One of the complaints the game had in its demo was the crane control scheme, because it was designed for you to be able to do it while driving, was very different from their past titles and threw a lot of people for a loop. They do have it where you can switch to something along the lines of what it was in SnowRunner, but when you do, you cannot drive and use the crane at the same time. And then they also added an alternate, which is supposed to be somewhere in between. I'm going to leave it on default for right now, but those options, not really an accessibility thing, but a convenience thing. You've got all your graphic stuff. They've got motion blur intensity with the ability to turn it off, so thank you, devs. 1, for having it off by default, and 2, for having the ability to turn it off. Because motion blur is one of those things that gets a lot of people in trouble. It causes, for a lot of people, motion sickness. And none of the rest of these are particular accessibility when it comes to the purposes of our normal term, but for hardware you can turn down your presets to make it more like whatever. That's fine. Audio settings, you can just change audio settings, not really a whole lot of accessibility there, but volume controls are nice. You can turn off camera shake, so that's a big one for accessibility. Being able to turn off camera shake will help with motion sickness. Field of view tends to be a big one for people with motion sickness concerns, so that's all good stuff. And then the controls are controls. It doesn't show us it detecting my keyboard layout. We'll see when we get in the game if it does or not. But I vaguely recall that I had to use it in QWERTY. For those who don't know, I don't use QWERTY by default, so that does bite me in the butt every once in a while. So it's good. Now, as an added thing we've got going on is I am doing dare drops. So I've got this really long list of objectives I'm supposed to achieve because I decided to take all of them. Because they let me take all of them. And then as we complete these objectives, it'll take a couple of days, but what will ultimately happen is the devs are going to give me a bunch of keys for, there's like 5 or something keys for RoadCraft for me to give out later. The Surge 2, SnowRunner, Expeditions, some OSTs. You get the idea. As we complete these objectives over here, I will get keys to give out to the community. And again, it'll be a couple days delayed. Because basically I do the thing, someone clips it, I submit it, they go, yep, you did it, I get a key back, and then I can give it out. We will actually be giving out a couple of keys during the stream for Timberborn. If you're watching on the YouTube side, I can't really do it on that side. My bot doesn't wire into both of those. It's really a pain in the butt to get a bot that does do both YouTube and Twitch. So the giveaways are on the Twitch side. That's not me trying to bully you over. It's just Twitch is my main platform. If I have to choose between the two, I'm choosing Twitch. With that said, let me go ahead and we're going to start ourselves a brand new game. We might end up having to mess with some graphics and all because I deliberately didn't want to spoil the game. We're going in here. So make a new save. So we're going to have... Why no type? Mostly ethical operations. Incorporated, LLC, Corp. Need to capitalize that. Good enough for me. The company name cannot be more than 16 characters. Mostly ethical ops. There we go. Oh. I see. That is a really strict name limitation. Ethical-ish ops. Excellent. Alright, so we need to choose our vehicle. So we've got the army. I did notice we did not get a ability to choose a difficulty. So that's one thing to note. We have not gotten to select a difficulty as of yet. We might get to select that on the map itself. I don't know. So we've got a Jeep. Does you feel like a ton of real companies are longer than 16? It's an interesting design choice. So that's usually a character limit for UI reasons. So like we have the ethical-ish ops. Like this spot, it could certainly be longer. But more than likely there is a UI element somewhere that, because of other stuff they're showing, if you make the name longer, either has to smash the text really small so it's not readable, or it would bleed into the other area. There is a lot of reasons that people do limit characters. And also, because people like me will test it by trying to put in a name that's over 256 characters, and then watch the game crash when it tries to save and it tries to make a file name that's over 256 characters long. And then the file system says no. So we've got the Armiger, however you say that, Armiger Thunder 4, which has a 2 stability rating, 3 mobility rating, 2 capability rating, and 1 weight rating. And then we have a low gear. I'm going to assume that's it's probably all-wheel drive and diff lock. So it's got all those capabilities. Now, stability, like this gives me a hydroplane kind of thing. Like that's how much we slide around. I'm assuming mobility would be stuff like turning radius. I don't know what capability at all means in this context. You reported that bug for Factorio. You put in a Reddit homepage source code as a spaceship name. Yeah, we did that with it wasn't the Tenants. There was a game that we got in the early access, like an early preview early access, that we were still able to play it, but it broke the autosave. Like when I manually saved, I could have a shorter save file so it worked. But every time it autosaved, it would cover like, it was I Am Future, I think it was, where it covered like half the screen with this error prompt with a ridiculously long file name. I think, no, was it I Am Future? It doesn't matter. Yes, I'm not sure what capability means in this one. Like, that could be how strong we are, that could be what weight we can lift, that could be just a generic thing for what we can equip. So I'm a little, I wish I had more information here. Weight is fair enough, that's how heavy we are. We also have the pickup truck. So pickup truck has higher stability, lower mobility, but otherwise the same. I'm going to go with the pickup truck this time, because I'm just going to, in my head, say that this is the equivalent of the Chevy and the Scout from SnowRunner. That is not a safe assumption. But we're going to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to get the Minuteman K350. Ooh, we actually get to decorate it up. Oh, and it's also changing other vehicles. It's our sanity, agility, strength, and vitality. Ah, and they've got a couple one of these locked behind. This isn't, I don't believe, a paid thing, but they've got like their cloud thing. That you have a couple more skins. It's interesting. So a lot of the games to promote you like to purchase DLC, and this is not even a comment towards this game. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. But to get you enticed into buying it, they'll make it when you click on those, it'll still give you the preview. I actually kind of appreciate that. No, actually, I think in this case, I wish it did show in game so that you could at least see before you buy, kind of thing. I'm sure there's some aspect of doing that. So it's also interesting. They've got a lot of stuff that do fit our color profile of like the orange and gray that we use. So like that's kind of an orange and gray. This is kind of an orange and gray. That's an orange and gray. I'm not used to actually seeing orange and gray represented in games without me having to customize it. So having options is weird to me. I'm leaning towards this one down here, like the Techna style there. Maybe this one. I don't know what I'm grabbing. Can I move? Okay, we can move the camera angle. So interestingly, I can't click on those. I think I'd like to be able to do that. So we've got 34 different characters we can use. So far, I'm leaning towards that mountainscape. Actually, oh, and I've come to the realization, even though this is saying Q and E and all that, I'm in Dvorak and it is working. So the highlights are wrong for me, but it is working with my keyboard layout, which I appreciate. Can I make you bigger? I would like to make your logo bigger, please. No, I guess we just live with that. That's fine. Oh, we can add a background. I see why they didn't let us make it bigger. Because we're going to add a background, which makes it bigger on its own. Okay. Yeah, I do think I like the hexagon. And then it would appear that that is what we could do for our customizations on the vehicle. And then I guess we are good. So let's go ahead and start the game. Warning, Arshuri, would you like to apply the customization to your company? Would I not want to for some reason? Okay, so we have DLC. Alright. So the lessons we've got is we've got a garage before we go into the map selection. So we've got scouts, we've got rusty as a category, which that graphic over up there looks like a melted car, so that's curious. We've got special equipment, roadworks, cargo, logging, and cranes. Rusty. What's your YouTube channel name? It'll be like, if you do exclamation mark YouTube, it'll give you a link. I had a plan to split the channel up, and I regret doing it because now I have, it's like Rual Storge Live is my my YouTube for like the live content. Maybe recovered vehicles? Yeah, and that's what I'm curious. I'm wondering if we like in SnowRunner we could tow wrecked vehicles back and then make them our own. I'm wondering if this will be like you bring back the wrecked vehicle and then, you know, you use your money or resources to make it not wrecked. We've got the shop. Alright, so we got a bunch of vehicles here. One thing I'm not loving with the UI right now is I'm not loving the mouse interaction. Oh, it's going between there. Because I'm trying to go, and I don't want to have to click on these. Okay, so I could use the arrow keys. That's a bit weird, but yeah, so could use a little bit of adjustment on our key choices. Alright. So yeah, so we could get the scout. Yeah, and that's the mule. Right, so we've got some of these we have to pay in-game. Yeah, no, it's definitely designed for consoles. But yeah, like, and this stuff, I think it's just a matter of changing the shortcut keys and make it a lot nicer. For not consoles. You can keep your other stuff for consoles, but that. So, it looks like we've got a couple we could buy. So, like, I took this truck, and I got for free. And then this one I could buy, so I could have both of the starting vehicles. And then there's, like, DLC ones over there and all that. But then it's like, we unlock that in-game, all that gets unlocked in-game, all that's unlocked in-game. So it looks like we actually have a pretty good list of things we unlock just by playing the game. Honestly, it looks like they might only have a couple DLC. Yeah, it looks like literally there's just 2 DLC vehicles. So that's not bad. We just have the heavy dump truck and the, like a Hummer-style scout. Needless to say, we don't know what we're doing, so we're not messing with that. We do have our company. We can customize it whenever. So apparently the game has 285 main objectives, 84 side objectives, 99 infrastructure requests, 35 bases we'll get, and 78 vehicles. Alright. That's pretty cool. We do have a map selection. I'm going to click on this. I'm pretty sure it's going to open our screen. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Do you cost more? Don't play audio, don't play audio, don't play audio. Okay, it's free. For the record, that is completely free. So if you're like, my game does not eat enough of my video card memory, I would like to see the slightest improvement on the textures by just making my textures huge, that is an option. And then there is their first DLC, which is not available yet. So this was marketing their DLC. That it just has a coming soon that's going to add new vehicles, objectives, and maps. That's fine. I know some people. Usually, the texture DLC is free for games if it's an option. Yeah. So with that, it looks like the number of maps we have, assuming this is the full chart, which is not a safe assumption. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, this could work like SnowRunner, that maybe we get into one of these maps and there's like phases to it, where, you know, you have like your like, for the Michigan map, you've got like the river, the dam, the Drummond Island, the other island, Island Lake or whatever. It could be something like that. It could be one map. We don't know. Let's go ahead and get into that. So we got the Precipice, which I'm assuming is just an introduction tutorial type quest. We have not started any goals whatsoever, and so all of our things just say unexplored or 0. Yeah, so again, this fuel, I had seen this during the demo presented in the UI, and I was like, there will be fuel in the game. I am incorrect when I stated that. That was incorrect. The fuel mechanic in this is a recovery mechanic from what I understand. So instead of you grab your vehicle and you teleport it back and do all that kind of stuff, you use sources like that. So you can do that only so many times before it becomes a headache. Industrial town somewhere on the seashore is about to be hit with a massive storm. You've been tasked with making sure key infrastructure objects are well protected from both the incoming storm and the flood it will surely cause. Okay, so we're preemptively dealing with that. I only have one vehicle, so I will be bringing it. So, fair enough. So we do have the object scanner, which will scan nearby stuff. We can harvest trees and use them in the harvester vehicle. And we can scan for trees that are suitable for harvesting. So we're North Africa Spring. We have been subcontracted to assist reinforcing the shoreline of a phosphate plant. Your task is part of a large-scale SNR preparation in an effort for an upcoming storm. Welcome to RoadCraft. You will be guided through tutorial panels. If you miss information, all tutorials can be found in the codex using the escape of the pause menu.
Hey there. The name's Kelly, and I'll be your friendly neighborhood dispatcher for today. And every day unless we screw something up. Then the company replaces us, like dead batteries. But until then, I'll be here to help as much as I can. Not that you need much help with your first task. You need to head to the lookout point and take in the general layout of that town on the coast. You're bracing for one hell of a storm. I suggest you get on with the agenda before the storm hits.
Kelly is definitely just like, yep, company's gonna just use us up and throw us out. Cool, Kelly. Thanks, man. This is your tracked objective. Note that it was updated when you completed your previous step. Take a look and head to the next waypoint. Okay. So I had the icons for diff lock and all-wheel drive backwards. The interesting thing to me is, with not having gas as a mechanic, is there a reason I would ever not want all-wheel drive turned on? I'm not thinking of one. And that's the object scanner, and that's the terrain scanner. For those who don't know what these are, object scanner is so if you're trying to figure out if you can interact with things, it'll do stuff like, if I'm driving a truck that can cut down trees, it'll show like what trees are in play, that kind of thing. And then the terrain scanner is just a way to see like terrain, like how deep it is. The terrain scanner is really important when you are when you're dealing with situations where, like, you're going up to a water side and you can't really see how deep the water is. You'd pulse that, and if it immediately drops these deep red marks, you're like, oh, don't go in there, I'm gonna go right down into the water. But if it turns just a little bit yellow, you're like, alright, I can take a dip. It's one of the things that became a pain in some of the other games, because you couldn't tell how bad water was till you poked your nose in it. Check the surroundings.
Enjoying the sights? I often hear they're the best part of your job. At least your job has a best part. I have to make do with cheap coffee and a broken AC. Ready for your next mission? Well, aren't you lucky? Investigate the phosphate plant. Not too exciting, but who am I to argue, right? Go take a look.
You can quit your job, Kelly, if you're really that unhappy. You can quit. It's like, well, we're expendable, and my AC's broken, and my coffee's cheap, and I'm really not happy here. And this is our first interaction we've ever had working together, but I'm definitely going to complain about my working conditions and how expendable I am. It's like, don't get me wrong, I feel that in my bones. No, she can't quit. She's homeless. The job is her free travel. That'd be weird if it went that way. Use your vehicle's functions if you encounter difficulty. We've got low gear to avoid unnecessary wheel spin, all-wheel drive to send torque to all wheels, and diff lock prevents individual wheels from slipping but reduces maneuverability. Gotcha. Yeah, and this is why I can say, hey, you can pulse? Right. So when I'm pulsing, it's like, hey, it's weird that there's red X's. I also appreciate it gives a bit better gauge for when you are putting the engine too low. Because, like, when you're playing SnowRunner, they just have this, like, line on your car that's, like,
Thank you,
deep.
Stang_MTV, for subscribing for 3 months.
Thank you, Stang MTV, for the, that's not the buddy one. For the Prime Gaming sub, you only get one of those a month and you used it here, and I really do appreciate that. I do hope you are enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Ah, the road's over there. I was like, this is weird. Okay, for the record, I actually expected that bush to give way. I expect to be like SnowRunner with the small plants where you just smash the bush and it's just gone. So the bush putting up with it and just letting me beach the truck on it caught me a little off guard. Scout vehicles are equipped with a winch that you can hook onto various elements. Hold the right mouse button and aim to attach the winch. Okay. And as I recall from the demo, only the scout trucks have winches in this game. So it's not like the other one where every vehicle has a winch and some are just better and worse than others. Okay. Let's see, there's something very silly about using a winch to open a gate. Yep. Let's see, where do you think this game is taking place at? Right now, we are in a African town called Spring. The game will bounce you around as we go to the maps. Oh, okay, so it's showing us we have our map. This is the area we've seen so far. And at least from what I can get into in the dark, there's a good amount of space down here. So the map is relatively large. We can clear the way to an area. This phosphate plant's old gate is a very convenient way in. Now it's blocked. So let's clear out the rubble around it and pry it open. We're not letting that little obstacle stop us from getting ready for the storm. So we could choose F to track it. And we could visit the forward base. The forward base is our sanctuary in this challenging environment. This is where you'll oversee storage and allocation of resources. Utilize them wisely, and remember, each task demands a unique approach. Alright. Didn't leave the handbrake on when we did that. Oh, shift is low gear, okay. I do appreciate that more. One of the things I complained about in the SnowRunner is the whole thing where you feel like you hold shift and you kind of act like you're moving a stick shift around with your mouse. You end up just going to the edge of the mouse pad and having lots of nonsense to deal with. Oh, I have to use the map to switch vehicles. I see. That's not what I wanted to do, but it's what I did. This vehicle is equipped with a grader, which is used to move obstacles and level terrain. Graders have several modes that can be toggled by pressing 1 and 2. Marching retracts the grader to the upper position. Manual gives you full control of the grader's axes. Asphalt destruction removes asphalt you've laid. Sand flattening allows you to flatten sand you've poured. Okay.
Hey, you're not a bad navigator. To be fair, a child could handle it if they could reach the gas pedal. Still, you did fine too, so kudos to you. Now it's time to get you to your forward base. It's not much to look at, but should keep you warm. Oh, and on your way there, be a darling and clear the plant's old entrance for the cavalry. They're coming later. If the higher-ups don't cut the funding.
Kelly is pretty pessimistic. Maybe with good reason. Maybe the company sucks. I don't know. It's just a weird thing to start your first day on the job, and the person training you the whole time is like, yeah, they'll just cut our funding if they don't replace us. You know, all of our equipment is busted. And I have also worked with people who've been like that. And some of them with very good reason. She doesn't know she's trading her. On the contrary, maybe she knows she is trading her replacement. And so that's why she's so zero filter. It's like I have a contractual obligation to deal with this, but it doesn't mean I'm going to be nice about it. Alright, so it doesn't automatically switch what tasks are on vehicles. Oh, it's just letting me know. The vehicle tabs displays all deployed vehicles with new ones marked on the map with, you know, all that. You could hit H to focus on a vehicle, enter to enter it, or left click on direct on the map. Well, we already figured that part out, so that's fine. So objectives, enter. See, that enter doesn't seem to do anything, whereas tracking does. The one says to visit our port base, so let's do that. I still don't... Like, I get in reality, the vehicle in real life, you could turn on all-wheel drive and not. And my primary reasons I believe you don't turn on all-wheel drive all the time in real life is gas mileage and maintenance. But in a video game where there's neither of those things, I don't understand why they give us the ability to turn it off when there is literally no reason to ever turn it off. Unless I'm missing some detail that you can't turn as sharply or something like that. Then in dark soon you... The drill piece, you need to sleep. Okay. Yeah, so there's a road back there. I'm just going to keep exploring. I'm sure we will need to figure it out soon enough. We're just going to cruise around here until we get a right turn. Let's see, 4x4 low does impact turning radius. Right. That's 4x4 low you said, but just 4x4 in general. Because they did mention diff lock does impact it. Okay. I will say, having literally been playing SnowRunner all week, this does aesthetically, so far as graphically, it's definitely a step up. It looks like it's using the same graphics that we had in Expeditions. Can you put markers down on the map? I know we could in the demo. They may not have given us that functionality yet. But remember in the demo, I could put, not only could you put down markers, I could put a marker and be like, this marker has a smiley face, this marker has a checkbox, I can make him green and red, and why are you struggling to move at all right now? It says right there, press T. Let me get to the top of the hill since it seems losing momentum makes this a little bit more annoying. Have you replaced the world with a concrete slab yet? Not yet, we'll get there. They haven't given us the power of concrete and sand yet. We're still in tutorial land. Did you move the chat monitor? I did.
Welcome. The good news is, you're in charge now. Bad news is, the storage and allocation of resources are all on you. So, use them wisely. And remember, a penny saved is a penny earned. For the company. Well, on to your next job. Storm's rolling in, and we need to build a flood wall before it does. Before it rolls in, I mean. Storm seldom builds walls. First, we need to plot a route from the base to the phosphate plant. Once we do that, we can deliver the crane parts to make the wall.
Okay. But yeah, not to mention, you said it said T. Oh, way down there on the right. Yeah, so you can go in here and be like, I would like to put a green star right there. I can go over here and be like, you know, this road down here, I can put a red hazard sign or whatever, be like, yeah, that spot down there, it looks fine, but it sucks. So I do appreciate that they give us a lot more control over that stuff. Let's see. We need to safeguard the coast against the impending storm. Your mission is to plan a route from the forward base to the phosphate plant to facilitate the delivery of crane parts. As grim as it may sound, in our line of work, time frequently equates to livelihoods saved or lost. So let's not waste time. Okay, so that time I hit entered and it actually did something. The infrastructure tab displays a list of activities that you can complete in any order. New activities become available as you explore the map. Some activities, such as this one, are required to complete objectives. Open one of the requests. See how platting around works. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. Your task is to plot a route for vehicles to follow. Use the waypoints to trace the path between two locations, and press left or right to cycle through your various camera options. Keep an eye out a train. Heavy vehicles aren't built for off-road level travel. Start plotting. Okay, well before we do that, I need to explore there. So just go down the road. We're trying to find a way here. I'll just put a mark here that says this is where we're going. It's our goal is to just vaguely go in the direction of that.
Looks like we're gonna need a generator for the phosphate plant. There should be one somewhere close to the abandoned facility. Check your map. If you can find it, bring it back to the garage inside the abandoned facility.
Okay. Hey, Kildrix, how's it going? We keep an eye on it? Well, we're still in tutorial land, but I've been enjoying what I've been playing so far. And I did enjoy... What is the big blue aura there? What is all of that? We'll figure that out later. I'm pretty sure it has to do with the pathing. But we did play the demo during Steam Next Fest, and we had a really good time. It is by the same developers as SnowRunner, but it's also a very different game from SnowRunner. Now, all that said, for those who don't know Kildrix, another fantastic content creator that I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a variety game, been playing some vintage story lately, also has done a lot of Valheim, RimWorld, among a bunch of other things. So if any of that sounds good, you can find that all over there. But definitely good times over there with Kildrix. But yeah, so far we've been enjoying it, but like we are really early. But it definitely is looking like it's not trying to be as brutal and unforgiving as SnowRunner could be at times, where you roll your vehicles and you get stuck in the mud and you're just vehicle after vehicle struggling with gas just to get things moving. And if you play hard mode like soft locking, it doesn't seem like anything like that. But they are leaning a lot more into... You've just entered a search area. All scout vehicles are equipped with an object scanner. This scanner will help you locate quest objectives within the search area. For the moment, I'm not super worried about the search part. Driving along the roads to figure out what routes we've got. We're planning our vehicles going through here. Okay. Do you think this is more fun with a giant hand pushing the vehicle around? With a giant hand pushing? Oh, like playing Tonka Truck or whatever? No, it's just different kind of game or whatever. I get you're making the joke around, like, people playing in the sandbox of their Tonka trucks or whatever. I don't really know why those pellets exploded in the sky, but I'm okay with it. Alright, so it looks like we're going in the water. I'm assuming with context of the vehicles not having damage in this game, that what that ultimately does mean is driving into the water. We would just stall and I would need to get in our vehicle to go recover it. Interactive environment. Some environmental elements can be pushed, pulled, knocked over, hooked with a winch. Look for yellow markings to spot them. And I know there'll be some people who are upset, like, no, yellow sticker, meh. But I appreciate it because me driving around looking at that, if it didn't have the yellow tape, I would have just assumed it was not an interactable thing. So letting me know I can just drive up and go, bonk. What? This does not seem reasonable. Okay. Yeah, I was looking, there's like distinctly rebar poking up there. I'm like, that doesn't seem like you should drive over that. It's awfully convenient that this construction site put all those things up perfectly for me to push them to make ramps around here. Also, driving our truck over all this loose rebar, or not loose, it's like all girded in, but just driving over the top of that rebar would definitely not be good for the truck or the construction project here. Not gonna lie, I was not expecting to drive around. What are you? I guess that's the generator we're looking for. Was the green flag a passed? That was just a mark I put on the map. It's just to kind of show me the relative area I need to be. Yep, so this is how you properly take care of your generator, by the way. This is proper generator care happening right here. I was already working on getting to low gear when it popped. So do you go here? Is that what you want? Okay, we have recovered the generator. It's definitely still going to be in working order. No question about it. Alright, so we have the abandoned facility. And we've kind of explored that. It wants us to plot a route. And where are we plotting this route to and from? Oh, to the phosphate plant. Never mind, that'll be easy. And they have warned us that these vehicles do not go well off into the brush. The vehicles we're sending are just like trucks for carrying things. Angle too sharp. Alright, before it gets too far, because I've got the other vehicle in the way. Hey, Chunky and Funky, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming today? How did it go? All the good stuff. Let's see, redeem your game code, it worked. They also provide the pre-order bonus, which you weren't expecting. 10 out of 10. Awesome. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, in the area, so also, if you're looking for Dark Tide, that's what Chunky and Funky was playing. So you can spectate our trucks we sent on their way. But I do have an affiliate thing, so for Games Planet, it's in the About section. It'll get you 10% off for RoadCraft. I didn't realize it was coming. I mean, I guess it makes sense of the pre-order. You were pre-ordering it. It's a legit website. They don't do gray market keys or anything like that. So like, I can't get a bunch of keys and toss it at them. They only work directly with the publishers and all that. So literally, Focus gives them a bunch of keys to then sell. So they give you a 10% discount. If you're wondering, like, wait, how does that make sense from a business aspect? Steam takes a 30% cut. If you go through a third party like Games Planet, Steam doesn't get that 30% cut. So as a result, that looks tenuous. It's fine. And so them offering 10% off, the game still makes 20% more than it would if they sold it on Steam. But yeah, and I do get a cut of that 10% that Games Planet gets when you use my affiliate link. But yeah, part of the reason I was asking people to let me know how it goes, because it's a fairly new affiliate program for the channel. So I wanted to make sure, like, hey, like, let me know it worked for you and everything, because I checked everything out, but obviously me checking it out versus actually having the experience is not really the same animal. Okay, you have a new vehicle to play with. It worked better than expected? Nice.
You wrapped up all the prep work nicely. I knew I could rely on you. Which is especially great since I had nobody else to rely on. You're the only contractor in the sector. The fate of everything rests upon you. No pressure. Besides, the only thing left to do is to build the flood wall before the storm hits. First, you'll need to scoop up some concrete slabs. There should be plenty around your base. Naturally, you'll want to use the crane to move them. Then you need to drop them off in the loading area. Easy as pie, right? I could go for some pie. Anywho, the generator's in working order, so now you just need to make sure it's delivered. Shouldn't be too hard. Just plot a course from the workshop to the phosphate plant.
Okay. So we've got a new vehicle, a mobile crane. We need to store resources of concrete slab. Let's see, hold the left mouse button to activate the crane mode. They're an up or down? Let's see. Fold crane. Toggle attach mode. Cycle target. So weirdly, that's fine. So attach load. Toggle the anchors before we make a horrible mistake. Toggle the anchors. We'll just drag it. Okay, that's all we need to do. Alright, cool. We just need to do that, but for all of them. Okay, so it's taking a little adjusting to these controls. Let's see, you are now loading concrete slabs into your base storage. Base storage allow you to store and retrieve resources by interacting with the storage. Gotcha, so this is just a place I can put stuff as I need to. Right, and I've got the storage stuff pulsing on the top of my screen. Crane jacks get paid a lot in Australia. People who know how to work specialty equipment like cranes do tend to make decent money. You know, long as they're working with a reputable company and all that. Oh, that's not the right place. Yeah, so that's out, and then this is in over here. Cycle target, there we go. Okay. Real concrete slabs would love being dragged like that, yep. Resources are stored in your base storage, which is accessible from any of your bases. On each map, you can unlock multiple interconnected bases. Your current objectives requires resources to be stored in your base storage in order to be completed. Yeah, but there's still more. I was told it was up to me to take care of the company and make sure it had the resources it needs. And if that means anything to me, let's just not do that. That means greed. Oh, never mind. There's stuff everywhere. I'm gonna just take this lasso and chuck it over here. I didn't realize I was surrounded by like 30 of those. We can worry about that later. Alright, so let's get out of the way. Quantum storage in my transportation game? Yep. Okay, so objectives. We're swamped with tasks and short manpower. Your expertise is crucial. There are concrete slabs scattered across the forward base that need moving to the storage. Please gather and prepare the loading area for transportation to the phosphate plant. Transfer resources. Okay. Create a route to deliver the generator. Fantastic work. You really know how to pull through. The generator seems to be in prime shape. Now we just need to relocate it where it's most needed. Your task is to plot a course from the abandoned facility to the phosphate plant. Okay. Start plotting. Alright. I already see where this is going. So I'm going to need to send you over here. We will need to clear that road. It's blocked off. That's a gate that needs to be opened. Do not dispatch the vehicles yet. They will have 0 luck. Alright, so what I'm going to need to do is grab our pickup truck and just get it out of the way. It doesn't need to be anywhere specific, just not literally where it's sitting right now. Okay. And I'm going to need to go over here. Well, actually, I take that back. So I got 2 things I need to do. We'll start with the pickup truck, because then we can get a eye on where things are at here. So let's grab our pickup truck. And what I'm going to need to do is turn around and check to see what is the thing in the middle. Does he work spare parts at a cranes company? Your pins of pay was 3 times less than the crane operators, but you would sell boom bars for $500,000 to gold mines to send via ASAP airplane at $200,000. The thing is they were losing $300,000 a day without that part, so $700,000 was really nothing really. Oh yeah, no, I've dealt with that kind of stuff in manufacturing before, where apparently the ground just doesn't exist there. Yeah, so you see I'm gonna need the bulldozer thing to clear this road. Which I kinda figured. I'll need to drive this over to the other end, use the winch to pull open that gate. You guys surprised at $40 price tag in this one? I mean, 40 seems reasonable. But I mean, everyone has different views on the money and whatnot. You can get it 10% off using my affiliate link in the About section. But, you know, waiting for it to be on sale, that's certainly an option. Which, for the record, I actually pre-ordered this. I requested the key and then I pre-ordered it. Which it's fine, because I never heard back on my key request. I would have gotten a key through Dare Drops had I waited, but it's whatever. You know this looks like Far Cry? It does. You get 40-hour plays. Well, their estimate is that the game will be 80 hours of play. That's what they've estimated for it. Now, how accurate that is, I don't know, because I just started playing. But that is the estimate for the game is 80 hours of the current content, not counting DLC. Okay. So you finished your job. So scooch on over. Grab her bulldozer. Then I gotta clear that stuff off the road on the other side. And that'll clear a route for the other trucks. But yeah, as you can see, they're slowly adding more and more mechanics. Okay, so I can hit I to hide it. There you go. Well, pre-ordering is what the devs wanted. Yeah, well, I mean, so to be clear, like, I pre-ordered it before, like, game key requests or all that were really available. And I know I shouldn't have. But I also knew I was going to probably grab it. Like, I haven't pre-ordered something in a long time till that. But it's one of those things that, like, the devs behind SnowRunner I've been nothing but impressed with. And while, you know, people will, like, really badmouth Expeditions, I do think it was a game that they were experimenting, and the experiment landed flat on a lot of people, but it was never meant to be SnowRunner 2 or anything like that. It was designed to do, like, the 4x4, or sorry, the four-wheel drive kind of gameplay that SnowRunner had. Like, just that subcategory of it, and kind of go with that as the main part of the game. Just like this one is kind of a twist on SnowRunner as well, in the sense that, you know, instead of just schlepping through the terrible roads again and again and again forever, what if we can actually fix the roads and make them not terrible? And so, like I said at the very beginning of stream, to me it seems like what the devs are doing is they're kind of experimenting with a couple of different, like, okay, you know, SnowRunner will keep doing SnowRunner things. Like, and it seems like they're just going to keep expanding on SnowRunner and just not make a sequel, but just keep making more. Which I think is not a bad plan. Because very genuinely, I do think if they came out with SnowRunner 2 and we had to, like, re-buy the same vehicles, people would understandably be very upset by that. At the same time, you know, if they go and they upgrade the engine, have to, like, rework all the models. Oh. I was not expecting that to be immovable. Alright, so we just need to do a different route. Okay, so let's go to your route here. That's not gonna work. Let's clear the route and start over. Okay. So in that case, if you can't go that way, I'll have to clear this debris down here. Yeah, so I think the idea is they're just going to keep upgrading SnowRunner, or not upgrade, updating SnowRunner until they reach that point where it starts to become obvious, like, technology's advanced and all that, you know, they would need to do a massive, like, engine overhaul to bring it up to modern times that, you know, then would increase the system requirements, and until that kind of thing happens, maybe just keep adding to the existing SnowRunner. But then working on giving us, well, what if it was kind of like SnowRunner, but instead of having a focus on just delivering stuff in the mud, what if instead we focused a bit more on, you know, this thing or this other thing or whatever? Like, what if we focused on rebuilding the roads? What if we focused on the four-wheel drive exploration thing? I'm expecting that to immediately slam into that and get stuck. Why are you swinging all over the stuff? Because I'm assuming I gotta shove all that out of the way. I'm also curious when they get stuck on stuff. Pretty much how I figured it's gonna go. Every single time it turns on that parking brake, and it always takes me a moment to realize. But yeah, no, it's just a thing of me being impatient. No, they're following the route I told them to take. I also wanted to see what happens when it failed, and I'm assuming they just sit there and then it cancels the route and the trucks disappear. Okay. Are you having fun with the game? So far, yeah. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a bad feeling that those trucks are not going to be able to get through this. I love how it's telling me that go marching mode. Yes. Because this does not feel like something that those vehicles are going to be able to do. I'm also getting this feeling I'm not going to be able to shove this. Yeah, we just bounce off that. Alright, so we need to figure out the route. So let's see if we can go the other way around. Because I was under the impression it's going to go a little bit of a different route. Yeah, so that way it goes back into the depth. Okay. So let's see what it does here. I'm worried it's just gonna smack into that, which is the reason I didn't go that way. Alright. So what I want to do is I want to add another waypoint there. So I could have them loop around and go like that or something. Like, oh, there's just literally a northern entrance. Just ignore everything. I'm sitting here, like, fussing around to this back area, thinking that I gotta go through this wreck, and there's just a northern entrance this whole time. Definitely overcomplicating that. The AI is looking a bit odd. Well, the AI is supposed to just follow the route you're getting. They're not doing any special type of pathfinding. It's literally you say, this is the route you drive, and they follow the lines. It's not supposed to be a thing where, you know, you're like, go from A to B and it maps its way around. And the reason they're doing that is that way you have to like build roads or clear paths or anything like that. You have to kind of plan it out. Alright, not the best. Snagging on that one bush. I put a little bit too close to that edge. Snagging on that pole. It's fine. It just has to get from A to B. We don't care if it does it elegantly. And make sure you actually make a real route rather than just being able to winch your way through the route. Yeah, because that's what was we ran into the demo. There was one that we were supposed to like clear a path from point A to B to run a power cable from the buildings, and they gave you this, you know, one vehicle for cutting down the trees and our vehicle for grinding up the stumps and all that stuff. And I ignored that and I just drove through and I run the cable between the trees and just like wiggled around. You know, wiggled around all of it and just didn't do any of the actual like tree cutting and prepping thing. I just forced my way between all the trees. Because it kind of made that comment as like, oh, it really feels like the way this is meant to be is that I was supposed to like clear a path to run the cable like you would do in real life, since you have tree roots and everything else to deal with running an actual cable. Versus, like, what I had done is just taken advantage of the physics and just bullied my way through. Yeah, tree roots, rocks, and a whole bunch of stuff. Okay.
Looks like you'll need to do some hauling. Take the cargo truck and load it up with the concrete slabs and steel beams. Then deliver it to the phosphate plant. And if you're in the mood for extra supplies, you can plot a route between the warehouse and the forward base. It's not essential, but it'll make things easier for you in the long run.
Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, so we got new objectives here. How am I doing on time? I'll have to check that later. Let's see here. We got the phosphate plant. So we need to bring steel beams and concrete slabs to the phosphate plant. And it mentions a side mission of connect the warehouse and the forward base. Gotcha, and I don't have that yet. So I won't worry about that. So we need to switch over to our, give me 2 seconds, switch over to our dump truck here. And one thing I need to do is I have already forgotten, so let me go ahead and get it going here in just a second, is we are going to get a giveaway going. It is for Timberborn. I have a key for Timberborn, which is a post-apocalyptic city build with sentient beavers. So it is not for RoadCraft, it is for Timberborn. So if you would like to get Timberborn, I do have some keys to give away. You're just gonna do !join. You don't have to be following the channel, you don't have to be subbed, nothing like that. The only thing, the one and only thing you do need to do is you will need to respond if you win. Like, if I draw your name, you will need to respond being like, yes, I would like the game. And I only do that way, you know, people have a tendency not to read what what the giveaway's for and all that. And then it becomes a whole thing. Press F to retrieve resource. We need steel beams. Okay. And then my assumption for this is now I'm going to need the crane to do it. Okay. So it looks like I will need to switch to the crane. Pick up the beams and put on there. You're watching Sal play and she blew up 4 beavers. Yeah, no, we played about, like, I've played Timberborn on the channel a number of times. We didn't do a particularly long stream this past week for the game. But it is a game I have played on the channel many a time. Really, really fun city builder. There we go. Man, it's a really fun game because, like, when you look at the when you look at city builders, for example, and all that, quite often the survival city builders will always be like, can I load this in vertical? Gotcha, okay. Getting a little bit better feel for how this all works. Because the controls on this one are a little weird. Okay, strap in the storage. Alright, 1 second. I feel confident we can get all this stuff in here in one go. So let's find where we got 3 slabs. Yeah, so we got 3 slabs right over here. So let's go ahead and bring you right along this spot here. And we're gonna grab you, we're gonna load it all up and do it in one go. Yeah, no, it's just... So the reason why the crane controls are so weird is they do make it so you can operate the crane while driving, which is something you can't do in a bunch of their past titles. But as such, they completely change the crane controls. It just makes it a little trickier to kind of get a feel for. Just gonna take him in, I guess. Okay. All right. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? Then go here. Perfect. Who needs 2 trips when you can do it in 1? Those poor truck tires. It's fine. You bet we're loading it all, everything we need for the mission in one go? Absolutely. Where am I going? How do I get there? What? Hang on. I need to remember the way I'm going. Oh, it's like literally straight ahead of me. Is it? Yeah, it's literally straight ahead of me. Okay. For some reason, our truck has really weird inertia going on. And takes a lot more to get going. I can't quite put my finger on why. Wait, I was being sarcastic, for the record. Too much pie? Yeah, no, it happens. But as a reminder, we are giving away a key for Timberborn to get yourself eligible for potentially having your name drawn for that key. You need just to !join. The keys are given to us by Dare Drop for a Timberborn Dare Drop we did about a week or so ago. But what I'll do here is, in probably about 4 or so minutes, I will do that drawing, give the key away. You do not need to follow, you do not need to be subscribed. There's no hoops or anything you got to go through. The only thing you have to do is, if your name is drawn, I'll be like, hey, such and such, you have won the key. Do you want it? And you just have to let me know you do in fact want it. Okay, we had one of the tires was slipping. Yeah, no, we're fine. I just had to go diff lock. I also... Actually, I don't have a winch on this vehicle. I mean, that's also one as close as it was. If we had gotten stuck, there was a pretty good chance we could have backed up. And then just, like, rushed it again and used momentum to get over the hill as opposed to, like, slow boating it up. But this is doing it all in one run as opposed to multiple. I don't think those handful of slabs and steel beams is enough to build those cranes.
The storm's coming in fast, so we need to get that flood wall up. Actually, you need that more than I do. I'm safe back at HQ, but the folks in that town aren't. So, good luck.
Okay. Build a flood wall and to strengthen the shoreline. Okay, so we finally, we're in the final stretch before the storm hits. Let's make this place unshakable. Finish constructing the flood wall along the coast. These tower cranes, use the tower cranes to position the strengthening plates. Together we can make this place invincible. Don't worry, the ship is unsinkable, chat. It's a-okay. Let's go to our side quest, though, because there was a side quest here. So it wants to connect the warehouse to the forward base within the route, which is over there. I'm going to track that. Let's grab our vehicles and get our scout vehicle. You did not have your parking brake on. Why does sometimes it turn on the parking brake and sometimes it doesn't? Right now, you mean concrete slabs would be the weight for the mainframe, but 2 steel beams is not enough. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like the concrete is just dead weight, so it's like, okay. Don't honk at me. You literally only have a job because of me. It was like headache. That's not fun. Did your worker honk at you? Yes, they did. I was blocking the route, but I was clearly working on maneuvering, and they were just blasting their horn. They're like, "We're on a schedule, sir. One that you set for us. Get out of the way." Hey, random gen. How's it going? Get honked, boss. Yep. Yeah, so we're gonna go over here because there is a location to connect the warehouse to, so we're gonna have to drive over here and check out the situation. It's not a primary objective, but a secondary objective. And they are giving us money that we use to buy vehicles and possibly more. So I like money. I do like money. And then there's also XP in the game to unlock stuff, and it also gives me that. And I like XP. So I see no reason to not zip on over here and figure this one out too real quick. I'm doing pretty good. Let's see. Sure, let's build a flood wall along the whole shoreline on a map in part, let's see, in part on a thin stretch of land through water. Yep. I also like the idea that we're supposedly, you know, oh, there's a storm coming. We're going to do all this massive infrastructure project as the storm is bearing down us in the immediate future. Like, hey, you're almost out of time. Get that wall up. It's like, I feel like the problem here is we need to have that wall worked on months ago before this was an urgent crisis. Okay. So it seems like it's just a plain clear route. So objectives, connect, create a route, start plotting. Okay, we're moving it to the forward base. Alright. Hey, boss. We're gonna shut down the power plant tomorrow. Can you build a new one? By then? Okay, thanks, bye. Alright, so meanwhile, while that's going through, we're gonna go ahead and do our giveaway for Timberborn. So last call, Timberborn, exclamation mark join, in a couple more seconds. Then we're gonna go to the drawing, and like I said, all you need to do is if you get your name drawn, you just gotta let me know that you want the game. That's all you gotta do, is just gotta let me know you want the game. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. And Zelyard for the win. If you would like the game, just say something in chat. I assume you want it. And if so, give me 2 seconds and I will send you a quick DM on Twitch with the key for you. I just need to navigate to my own stuff, cuz. Alright. You really want it? Nice. Cool. Then what I'm going to go ahead and do is I will shoot you a whisper here. And I just want to go ahead and pull up my thing that's got the key real fast. Been trying to do this all before the ad break. Alright, let's double check. Got the right person, got the right key. And... Alright, should be in your DMs on Twitch. And it's just a Steam key. You just go into Steam, they'll have a thing that's like, activate Steam game. And then you just drop it in, like you just drop that key in there, and you should be good to go. And in the meantime, we are going to, for the time being, we're going to stop the queue. We will be giving out 2 more copies as the stream goes on. And I'm going to wait to give the next copy out. I'll wait to give the next copy out till about the middle of stream, so about 2.5-ish hours from now. I mean, the middle of the normal time for stream. And then the last key I have, I'm going to give out towards the end of what might be my normal time of stream, so my not collab time. We'll do all that. So one thing that's going to happen real fast, chat, is I do need to pause real quick. Because what needs to happen from here is it is about the time that I have to take my my quote-unquote long break that's about 5 minutes long, run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven, that kind of stuff, and I'll be right back up for more RoadCraft. So in the meantime, I'll go ahead and put up an away screen and all that stuff so you can watch some clips from the channel and all that. If you have been enjoying the content so far tonight, don't forget to drop your follow. We've got a lot more RoadCraft to go. We're only about, what was it, like 3 hours in? 2 hours in? And I've got a stream that's going to be about 13 hours, give or take, long tonight. So buckle up, we got a lot of RoadCraft to do. But I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you for tuning in. As well as 556, the big downer is we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. Oh, you absolute jerk! That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. Like I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was gonna put up a review that said Well, great. The bot's busted. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh, I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post, consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt content to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course, regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker, not the. Hang on, I thought this was just some like inappropriate, you know, like just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to like talk up the science because she knows like we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. No, 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 no. Oh, jeez. He didn't make any noise. And I just turned and there were lights. There were eyeballs. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Ooh, fog! That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog! Excellent! This feels great! This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's gonna get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area, because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? And it might be I have to put it down. Hey! Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. That tells us about your personality, a random psychology test would say. Do corpses go away after a while? Yes, 9 days. All these bodies you see here, I have killed in the last 9 in-game days. All the bodies from before that are long gone. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Beep beep. Cables are everywhere.
I am so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... And since there's 2 sides that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Alright, and we are back. Sorry for the extra minutes, we got like planning going on and all that stuff behind the scenes. But yeah, oh yeah, so we had the clip from me playing RimWorld where 2 raids showed up at the same time to fight. I think it was the one where you rescue the kid, and then like the 2 factions chase the kid and they fought each other. And it's like, okay, like I'm staring down here at these 2 armies, like I have my big heavily fortified position and everything. I'm like, I'm in a really good spot, and these 2 armies are just duking it out in like in front of my front gates. I'm like, I don't know who's winning, but I feel pretty confident we can mop the floor with whoever, you know, limps into the base after it's done. And miss that they completely drop potted like a full-size raid behind my lines. We actually survived that. Like, that's the thing. Oh, that's still running on the pause screen? Okay, that's fine. But we actually survived that. That, like, there was no cover, and they had cover, and, like, number and weapon superiority. I ended up, like, kiting them in a big circle around the base to, like, get to a choke point. I think only 1 person got downed, but it was definitely, like, this is not great. Okay. So, all that we missed was we had set up that path, and they did succeed on the path. So we didn't miss anything important. We do have the strengthening of the wall, which we will track now, and that we take the giant crane. Where am I delivering? Oh, I see. This is pretty disorienting, I'm going to be honest. So did I just let go? Okay. I was a little scared it's gonna let go. It's just gonna dump into the river, ocean, lake, whatever this body of water is, and now it's just gonna be it. So we do have a bunch of dare drop objectives. And one of those objectives is to throw a vehicle and land it on its wheels using a crane. I don't think it specifies what kind of crane. So we're just gonna go ahead and swing it around as hard as we can. I guess that'll count. Let me actually see what the label says. So there's the dare drops. So there was one, it's in there somewhere. Yeah, throw a vehicle using the crane grab so that it lands on its wheels. I don't know if this is the crane grab. I don't know what the crane grab is. I mean, that's about as throwing as this thing does. We'll see when I get out of this thing if it calls this thing a crane grab or just a crane. That is one downside with some dare drops is when they type in the text for like what your objective is, some of them are very clear. Like, you know, using whatever tool, build a ramp. And you're like, cool, I just need to build a ramp. Fair enough. Or complete, you know, mission 1. Fair enough. But then there's also definitely ones where it's like some very ambiguous language. They're like, okay, this could mean a couple different things. All right. I keep getting myself disoriented with these crane controls. Okay. What does it consider those vehicles? I mean, all of these are just calling them cranes. So I'm assuming... Did I not switch? I'm assuming it means crane grab as in you are using the crane and you grabbed it. At which point then I guess that would think, because it didn't say I had to like flip it end over end or anything like that. It just said I had to quote unquote throw it. It's not like the cranes move particularly fast to like get a really beefy throw going. I probably should have mentioned it if someone could have gotten the clip of me just chucking that truck. So Google says crane grab is one of the clamshell type things picking up a bunch of dirt, trash, whatever. Ah, okay. So don't worry about that clip. That is not what I need for it. Right. Yeah. So that'll be a different map. We will get a thing for like picking up trash. Gotcha. So I need to use that to throw stuff. Because I was about to say, it's like, it's a very unsatisfying throw here. I guess part of me wishes the text would say something like the vehicle call a crane grab or the name of the type of crane or something, so it's like very, very clear what it wants it. Because had you not looked that up, I would have submitted the other one as a clip thinking I had done what I was supposed to do. Yay, we have reinforced the endangered shoreline.
Jeez Louise, that was a close one. I was worried you weren't gonna pull it off. If you keep this up, I might start getting optimistic. At least for the company's stocks. They've been crashing lately, but you might have just turned the tide. Now, doesn't that make you feel good? Well, savor it for all it's worth. Talk to you later.
Oh. Okay, I guess the map's done. In that silence, there's a strange kind of calm, as if the world's holding its breath, pretending everything is going to be alright. But the tempest must be true to its nature. You completed the main objectives on this map. New maps are now available in the map section. So I want to check... Oh, all objectives complete. Well then what is with all these roads that go here? Let's just run down one of these side roads and just... I'm just curious. Like, is it just an alternate route? There's some of these other roads that just went over this way. And we never went that way. I guess literally is just a road that goes up top here. Could be connections to other maps or DLC. Well, this one, it seems the maps are far more segmented. So, like, in SnowRunner... So, like, Expeditions were the maps. Well, actually, no, Expeditions you did bridge between a bunch of maps. We might still do this. To be fair, this is, like, a tutorial-esque map.
Here you go, Christine.
Oh, thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy. Love. So I'm just curious. We're just gonna peek on this one road, and if it just loops around, like it's just an alternate route, that is what it is. I'm just a little surprised that it was like, beats again? Yeah. It's just something easy to throw in the oven. We usually do that like once a week or so, but in this particular case, the options were like pizza or taquitos. Or, Toom would have to sit here and spend like a while cooking stuff after she spent all day at work. It's kind of weird that there's all this road back here that doesn't really serve a purpose. I wonder if there'll be a thing that we go on to a later map and then it'll turn around and be like, okay, the storm hit this map, and then, you know, some of the stuff will be damaged, so we have to go fix it. Yeah, exactly. It's an easy meal. Yeah, so I am curious if there'll be a back that puts up the slow cooker. Yeah, we do that sometimes. Like I make stuff like chili and all that. Huh. Yeah, no, it's literally just an extra road back here. That's fine. Nothing wrong with it, just is a little surprising. Alright, so let's return to the hub. Because we apparently finished the stuff for like the tutorial mission. Where they basically introduced us to the first handful of pieces of equipment. It had that all go. Alright, so the aftermath. The region is mostly flooded after the storm. With notable destruction around the main routes and facilities, the core objective is mitigation of immediate damage caused by the flooding, both in the industrial area and the civilian sector. Alright. Let's see if I click back on this one. Oh, it does literally say 100% that I found everything. Good to know. Right, we don't keep resources between maps. That's fine. You can only start this map on a scout vehicle, so we'll go ahead and take that. But yeah, no, we definitely do slow cooker meals from time to time because yeah, those are a nice low effort one of just, you know, making a stew or whatever. You just chuck it all in the slow cooker, turn the slow cooker on. They're really hard to burn, but it doesn't have anything like that set up. Let's see. So we're returning to North Africa Spring region after the storm has passed, to help mitigate the consequences of what happened. You don't have a slow cooker? Yeah, and they're relatively inexpensive. Really a nice thing for fairly low effort meals. Really good low effort meals. Why would you give me something that looks like clearly a ramp going directly into the water?
Looks like our hard work paid off. The storm's passed and the town's still standing. Still, we better check for damage. I've marked your destination at the harbor.
Yeah, no, this looks kind of like after a hurricane rolled through. Just tree branches and stuff everywhere. Usually you can get one really cheap at yard sales and thrift stores. Yeah. Alright, so it seems like the shoreline road is not too good. Shoreline road took a pretty bad hit. Down trees and flooding. Where did the music go? So yes, this is interesting. That's two different maps, which makes sense. They've done a massive change on the map here. Flooded part of it and all that. I feel like, to me, I would probably appreciate if, as well as things that they did, like the cinematic or whatever. It's like, well, we've done what we can. You know, let's hunker down and we'll have to see how things are after the storm. And then after you did that, turn around and like you would just, you know, reload to the new map after that. Like you can still revisit the old one, but like weirdly going back to the hub and back out kind of took away from this a little bit. Yeah, like you would need to show like the area getting trash or anything, just you'd see the rain picking up kind of thing. So the pumping station we drove up to last time, that's like, I was like, it's weird that all this is up here, and I noticed there's that bridge there, but it was up the last time. I wasn't able to go through it. So it's effectively the same map, just a different stage of said map. And so they've expanded it. So it's kind of weird in that it is a separate map, but it's also kind of not. Also, how much dare my truck be nearly this clean? Alright, we'll have to fix that. We'll have to roll over the truck a couple times, properly coat it in dirt. Okay. So, the bridge across is just south of the abandoned facility, which is going to open up a whole extra section of the map. Well, the entire city is, or the entire facility is fully underwater. Like, that doesn't look drivable anymore over there. Okay. Do you wonder they're going to add immovable stumps on this map? Immovable stumps. I mean, right now we don't have the trees or anything, or like we don't have a way of getting rid of trees or anything. I do know there are maps that they do give you stuff for cutting down trees and grinding up the stumps and all that. If I remember correctly, not all of the stuff on those maps are, can you do that with? Okay, this all will be fine over here. But yeah, some of those fallen trees, I could see it being a thing that, we get the bulldozer and we can just shove the tree off the side of the road. Probably have a mission objective for clearing the roads.
At least this bridge is still in one piece. We had to move our operations before the storm. We needed to get to that harbor, so it had to be lowered. I was a bit worried about it, storm and all.
Alright. So let's see, we got a road to the left and right. And I have every reason to choose one or the other. I'm gonna take right. I feel like it's gonna loop around either way. Yeah, so we got some rock slides to deal with. We got a bunch of road that's flooded. Okay. You know, I figured it was deep. It looked like it's deep when I did the thing there. And by goodness, it was deep. One nice difference in this one is I can actually diff lock forward and back and all that now. So I don't have to do that weird thing in Snow Runner where you have to be like, okay, low gear, diff lock. Oh, you want to go in reverse? Hang on, let me switch my gear modes and all that. Okay, now switch back the other way. And just like all the, like switching all the different things back and forth just to go like diff lock on, diff lock off. I kind of like the simplified of, hey, there's your diff lock. You know, maybe it hurts your turn radius or something. And that's kind of the end of it. Well, this seems like a dead end. Unless that's supposed to be the road where all these trees are. Probably go around the outside here. Hey, Jakala, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Catch the last stream without missing one. Yeah, like the dev said, it's not Stoner. Oh yeah. No, I made the comment earlier on stream, like, we don't have gas and maintenance. The maintenance side, like, when I say maintenance, damage. The main side could go either here or there. But, I do think with the style of game this is, the gas would actually end up being a detractor, not a benefit. Whereas, like, SnowRunner, I think the gas limitation really benefits the game. Harbor, the cavalry has finally arrived, but your work is just getting started.
You might have noticed we've deployed some additional support. Supplies, vehicles, that kind of thing. But you'll need to jump in the crane and move all those containers out of the way first. And then you'll need to check the road from the harbor base to the transit point and clear out any hazards. Once that's done, you can plot a route for our vehicles.
Alright, so let's get the crane. Not sure that's how it's supposed to work, but alright. So I'm supposed to clear this yellow area. Of containers. The WASD in this is like so difficult to get your brain to just settle with. It's fine. You know, I was gonna stack them to be all nice and neat. This is proving to be a little bit of a pain. So here's the new plan. There. It's sorted. Wonder if it might play better with the controller? I can't answer that question, but what I can answer is it definitely feels like the UI definitely feels like it has console systems in mind. No, there's not a huge... Yeah, the Ghost Shackle. Yeah, no, very clearly with the hook, they let you go a little bit harder than you should be able to. So I can just kind of put that hook way up in the sky. I guess there's no upper limit. It's just full send. All right. A comical bug, not one that really would impact much of anything. How on earth are you stacking those way over here if the crane doesn't reach it? My only assumption is they would, you know, move them out there and need a separate crane to move it. Alright, and once we're through here. Send additional support to transit point. Objectives. Go here. Is tracked. We've sent additional support units for repairs. They've just arrived at the harbor and are champing at the bit. Champing at the bit? Chomping at the bit? Put the local crane into action to clear the harbor surrounding territory. By moving the scattered containers out of the way, when you then go ahead and check the road for potential hazards, your task is prepare the route from the harbor base to the transit point to guide our convoy. On their way. Let's get moving. Okay, so I guess we have that vehicle over there. We've got this. There's a sand quarry here. Alright, so my assumption here is it's like, hey, go check this out. My assumption here is we're going to drive over there and be like, oh yeah, the road's gone. Need new road. But we got to drive over there to see that the road is gone. Okay. Champing at the bit is a slightly old version? Gotcha. I was actually saying, like, is this a typo? Gotcha. Because the only one I've ever heard is chomping at the bit. This road is damaged by the storm and is impassable for convoys. The nearby dump truck will do the trick. Switch to it and repair the damaged sections. Alright, so let's get out of the way real fast. And they've given us a dump truck. The dump truck can pour sand to fix roads. Left mouse button controls tipping. 1 opens the tipper, 2 closes the tipper. Now, they did keep the magic sand that falls from the sky. And I know a lot of people were like, I don't know how to feel about this. It is one of those things that, thinking about it more and more, like when you have to like build the full roads and all that, it would definitely get to the point of just taking your sand, dropping it off, driving back, dropping it off. You know, if you have to do like 20 loads of sand to do an area, that would become incredibly obnoxious. I'm assuming this will be a no-go for the convoy. We have a truck that's actually well suited for going through it. Really is bogging down. All right. Yeah, so you got the magic sky sand. Like I said, I think that was the correct decision for dealing with this, as opposed to if they did make us go for each and every load of sand. Like, this one wouldn't be too bad, it's right there. But I could certainly see as the maps get longer and more involved, it could very quickly become an obnoxious thing. We've contracted God for resupply. Hey, man. Everyone's gonna make their dollar. It's a hard economy. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, so a thing like that, if we had to do the back and forth, would be no big issue. Where is the dump truck? The rusty cargo truck. There's the crane. Use your dozer plan. The dozer is stored in your garage. Ah, so I have to go to my garage. This is where your fleet of vehicles are stored. Rusty vehicles can, let's see, rusty vehicles and your chosen starter vehicles cannot be sold. Gotcha. To deploy a vehicle from the map, select F. Vehicles have already been deployed, marked with a tire symbol. Gotcha. And then there is a shop thing here. You can buy new vehicles from the shop. Some of them are locked. A vehicle may be locked because you have not attained a high enough rank, or you need the rusty version by completing objectives. Gotcha. So the rusties are the freebies, and then we can get better versions of vehicles over time. So like ones like this one, I will be able to get better versions or different versions of this vehicle. So we have like the rusty dozer, and I'll get better versions later. Gotcha. We don't have hardly any levels, so there's not a reason to worry about that. I do actually need you though. Yep, so rusty, yeah, exactly. So rusties are the crappy version, so you can't soft lock yourself by accidentally selling something you need and then not being able to proceed. And then the idea would be once you hit like rank 3, 5, 7, whatever it is, you can get the, I'm assuming the better version, like upgraded version, better horsepower, whatever. Or like an alternate vehicle that serves the same function, as it were. Yeah, and I think that's reasonable. Because that helps protect you from the whole, I misclicked and sold the wrong thing and now I can't afford it. So even though I've been making progress in my game, you know, I'm screwed. I can physically not proceed. It is one of those ones that makes me wonder, will money be difficult enough that you would want to sell vehicles? Let's see, you're surprised a game of this profile couldn't work out licensing with manufacturers versus game things. The question is it worth it? Because when you do that licensing, there's costs, and it can explode the price of a game to have all those licenses. Yep, so it's basically like we can pour sand over the compromised sections and then use this to flatten it. I actually don't even, because I didn't even look. Yeah, because I've mentioned a couple times with Farm Sim. So Farm Sim does have like a lot of major brands like John Deere and Kenworth, and a whole bunch of others going on there. New Holland, like all that. And for me, it's like that's cool. I also don't really care one way or the other. But in that regard, I know a lot of people into farming do care. But like, for me with a lot of it, if it was kind of one of those things that like, they took like the GTA approach, because GTA, for example, is another one who doesn't license anything. So, instead of having a Dodge Viper, you've got a Banshee. Instead of like, what would be like a Charger, you got a Buccaneer or whatever. I don't know which ones are which ones. It's just kind of one of those things that for me, that doesn't bother me at all. Yeah, the Jugular instead of the Jaguar. And that kind of thing doesn't bother me. But I do know within the sim genre, like the sim genre, there are people that really do want the real world equipment. The reason I'm going back and forth on this is I'm a little bit worried that once we get the convoy, I can't quite precisely control them, so they will have a little bit of wiggle back and forth. So I'm a little worried if I don't make this reasonably wide, I'll run into problems where the convoy goes off the side and rolls their vehicle over, that kind of thing. Okay, so got that part. Turn off diff lock. If I don't just cruise right on over this, no effort, then we drop sand. Alright, yeah, so we drop sand. And for the record, I do have to be close enough to the quarry to get the magic sand. So if you look where I'm at right now, it wasn't until I got back here I can get the sand and just auto-refill. Not auto-refill, I have to still hit the button. Let's see, you wish they had this option in SnowRunner. Which option? Sorry, I'm missing context in that one. Conversation flows, and sometimes I lose what something was in the response of. Oh, you mean the fixing the roads? Yeah. Well, I think that's genuinely where the idea for this came from, is that the ability to fix the roads in SnowRunner, like actually fix them, is one of probably the most repeated things that people ask for. It's like, why do I have to keep going across this one same mud pit for the 1000th time? Can I just like get some gravel and dump it in here? Yeah, I realize gravel won't fix the road, but it'll make it way less awful to deal with. And I think literally the idea for this game probably came from the fact that that was such a requested thing in SnowRunner that they were like, you know what, let's make a game that's that, see if people like it. Which, to be fair, I think that's kind of the same path that they took to make Expeditions. I think with Expeditions it's kind of the same exact animal of, okay, people really like taking their, taking the all-wheel drive, like little trucks and, scouts and all that, and exploring up in the mountains and all that kind of stuff. So way more of a focus on exploration and way less of a focus on like the actual infrastructure rebuilding side of things. Let's make that a game and see what people think. And that one didn't land as well. But very genuinely, I do think, like, I like the idea that they made it. I think it was good that they made it. I think it was just a more niche audience. But yeah, it is one of those things that, like, a lot of these games is stopping being like, this is not SnowRunner. Like, same devs, mostly the same engines, but like an updated iteration on their engine. But it's not SnowRunner. That SnowRunner has the thing it does, and this game has the thing it does, and Expedition has the thing it does. That very genuinely, and I'm going to probably have to repeat this a million times during the stream because, you know, it's just going to come up topically. Very genuinely, I think the idea is for right now, SnowRunner is going to be what SnowRunner is. And that, you know, they will keep updating that, adding more maps and all that. But we probably won't see like a sequel, like a proper, this is designed to be SnowRunner sequel to SnowRunner until SnowRunner itself, like the engine starts holding back the game as, like, you know, tech advances and all that. That they get into that weird spot where being like, okay, you know, the game is starting to look dated, but also to make it not look dated, we gotta overhaul the engine, which means people who already own it wouldn't be able to play it anymore unless they got new hardware. So, time for a sequel. Because if they were just make a sequel now, because they do license a bunch of vehicles for the game and everything, very genuinely, it would be a thing where you would end up rebuying the same vehicle as DLC again, and people would understandably be very upset about that. But if they're doing a new engine, they have to redo all those models, all the physics, all that kind of stuff on the new engine version and all that, make sure it's all working. And having that many vehicles just means that much more work and testing. So I do think it's a good idea that the devs are doing that. It seems like they're just going to keep adding more content to SnowRunner in its current version, but then have new releases that experiment kind of taking their engine, being like, alright, what else can we do with this engine? Like, what niches can we get into? So instead of haul crap in the mud, we have genuinely rebuild the infrastructure. Alright, so let's take a quick peek here. Okay, the rest of the road seems fine. So let's go over here again. What is this communicating to me right now? Oh, that's showing the area that we have range of sand. They've got sand in this circle. Apparently a really big circle there, which is curious. So clearly the map's going to expand that way farther at some point. Oh yeah, because they're going to build a bridge across there. I see. And then you have it where it shows a bunch of resources laying around that we can collect for various things. I'm assuming all of this will be collected to build the bridge. Okay, that's fine. So let's go ahead and get your route built. So start plotting. And now we can see real fast if where I built up those roads works well. And I'll need to get my pickup truck out of the way. And you're off the side, you're off the side. Okay. It's got a nice little... our little camper car things. But I could also see, like, if this game does really well, I could see the devs experimenting with taking concepts from games like this or SnowRunner and bringing them back and forth kind of thing. So, like, maybe having a bit more shipment type contracts in this one, just as kind of a test to see if people want it. Because that's what I think stuff like this is. Like, we have that big cargo truck in front of us. I genuinely think that's the idea, is they've gotten rid of us driving through where we fixed our roads, because if you fix the road, the drive's going to be way less fun. Like, that's the whole thing of SnowRunners having to fight through the terrain and everything and figure that out. But, if it's just a smooth ride, needing to do that 8-9 times isn't going to be really enjoyable. So we patch that up, and they focus less on us physically doing the drive and more on us getting the infrastructure. They made a comment that, like, the company you're in is not doing well financially and all that. And then you look at every vehicle, and they're all, like, super dolled up with custom paint jobs and logos and everything, all of it looking mint condition, brand new. And you're like, no wonder we have no money in this company. Like, we're getting a custom paint job on every vehicle we have and doing all of this over the top, that everything is, like, you know, perfectly clean and crisp. You know, do one job and then drop another $1,000, $2,000, like getting yourself like a, you know, complete work over paint job and everything. All right. I didn't check for the rocks. Hopefully they're not too bad. Okay, you're almost at the forward base. All right. So we've got that route plotted.
Good job there. We need a base of operations on the other side of the river. And that means we need a bridge. I don't suppose you've built a bridge before, right? Well, there's a first for everything. Oh, and if you want a steady supply of concrete slabs, I have just the thing. You can send a concrete slab convoy from the warehouse to the harbor base. Not essential, but it should keep our reserves up.
Okay. So we've got the warehouse up here. Wait, is this the same map from the demo? No. For a moment I thought this was the same map. No, it's not. I thought it was the same map for the demo where we replaced the pieces of pipe when I saw the pipe icons here. I was like, wait a second. Granted, it's getting really hard to see the road with that glowing blue pipe there. Oh, I see the problem up there. I need to get over there anyways. Gotcha. Okay, so I can't actually make the path right now because it's all destroyed. Well, we don't want to go around that way if we can help it. Let's delete that spot, delete this spot. And I'm gonna have to clear the blockage over there. Yeah, we have to do a couple things here where we gotta fill in that mud hole back there. And then over here, I might be able to deal with it, the bulldozer. I might have to make a workaround here. I'm gonna go with the assumption. The assumption I'll have to make a workaround. Can you need to be way up there? They will not make it, by the way. Sorry. So with that, let's go ahead and get our plan started. That I did see there was definitely one mud pit we'll need to get filled in. Let's mark it on the map, by the way. Okay. So, the places I think will be a concern for this route is one of them is here. We'll put that as yellow. I don't know if it's a problem, but it looks like a problem. Now go here, and you're red, because that's definitely a problem. You know, go here, yellow, maybe a problem. Well, that's interesting. When I marked it in yellow, it shoved the path around, I think. I think the rest of that's fine. Regardless, I gotta get over there. Let's actually check. How are you doing for crossing? Let's see where it actually gets stuck. Because I might run over there and realize I could actually just muscle through it. So we've got our the first place we've marked as a concern. Took some time waiting for you to kick in. Migraine's slowly going away. Well, I hope it eases up. Migraines are no fun. Okay, so the first yellow, no issue. Getting through there, no problem. Oh, the boulders. Okay. Back. I'm moving. Back off. Go around. Who the hell does the AI think it is? I know, right? Look, man, we're in the middle of a disaster place. A lot of people have probably gone missing with no real account of what happened to them. Maybe not be an awful person. You know, people using the porta-johns strewn around the map? Okay. I mean, those porta-johns would be trashed now, but... They're porta-johns? I actually don't think I've noticed that many porta-johns. I believe you that they're here. They do have a tendency to show up at construction areas. So we need to go over here and shove the rocks off the road. Which is going to take me a minute. So, track down thing. Is saying, wouldn't want to be those when the monsoon or whatever hit. Well, I mean, if you're in the porta-john when the monsoon or whatever hit, you've ignored a lot of evacuation orders and all that. Can you clean your vehicles in this? Why would I want to ruin my vehicles by cleaning them? I have no idea. Genuinely speaking, for me in these kinds of games, I much prefer the vehicles to be dirty and trashed and all that kind of stuff. I'm assuming I won't be able to budge these rocks at all. Nope. Nope. Okay. So there is a dare drop objective. The first one, pull an overturned vehicle using another vehicle. I have very little faith that my little truck with this winch is going to do anything to a vehicle this size. But considering it is a dare drop, I will give it an attempt anyways. That's not the right vehicle. Because it says to pull the vehicle. Like, that's the verbiage. Which means it's going to need to be a crane or the truck. My expectation is we'll need a crane to do it. Yeah, so you should be able to get this over there relatively quickly. You'll see how amazing or not amazing the winch is. In all realisticness, this should not be able to pull up that big bulldozer. There's just not much weight behind this truck. The winch just wouldn't have enough strength in reality. But we're gonna find out. Oh, we're losing trees. Are you up on your wheels? I can't really see. I'd say we did it. That is pulled up right. We did pull it. It's tenuous, but it is upright. I would say that's that objective completed. We did, in fact, pull an upturned vehicle. But if we could get a clip of having that pulled back on its wheels, I gotta do dare drop stuff, and I'll need those clips. So if someone can do that for me, that would be fantastic. I just need the clip of, like, the truck just pulling it onto its wheels just for, like, 30 seconds. All right, ENXRE on it? Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. That does mean when next time we have, like, a convoy that's actually got the vehicles going, I'm going to take 2 seconds to take it off my list. Also, please stop telling me about that. All right, cool. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do here is we had the truck get stuck on these rocks up here, where I marked it in red. It'll take him out to shove the rocks off the road. I also need to shove those ones I just went over too. Okay. Doesn't need to be perfect, I just need them mostly off the center of the road. Flip the flip? Well, thank you. I mean, the flip clips also make good stuff too. Well, the unflip, it's appreciated. Like, and I don't mind if we end up with extra clips. I can just clean up stuff afterwards if that happens. If we get like 4 or 5 clips of the same thing, I'd rather get more clips I have to clean up than not get clips at all. All right, so we got those last 2 little rocks right there. The one I just went right over. That's the last one I can see causing these vehicles any grief. Cool. So that's cleared of those rocks. We got another group of rocks over here. Let's go shove those off the side of the road. And I do see that path on the right. I don't think our other vehicles will be able to go over that too well. Maybe. Maybe. Honestly, it's worth doing versus grabbing the dump truck and dragging it all the way back here. I remember that was a very deep spot, which is why I'm shoving the rocks into the very deep spot. Okay. Now let's probably finally get over that. Okay, so let's get this going over here. Let's grab the path. So, they were able to get here. That's where they got stuck the last time. So the question is, can... I want to move this path. Oh, I see. So it removes... I see how this works. So I can go down here, not that far. Go down here, over there, over here. You'll see how that goes. Oh, it literally picks up where you left off. Well, that's convenient, so you don't have to sit here and watch the whole thing go the whole time. Alright, in the meantime, I'm going to take just a second to pull up my thing here. And remove the pulled and overturned vehicle using another vehicle. Off the list. Alright. Ooh, that was pretty far over. Okay. Now I get to see, can it make it around that outside corner we saw? Or even more so, do I actually have it going around that outside corner? I don't remember. Okay, we do have it going around the outside corner. That's good. Oh, I took that way tighter than I probably should have. Are you gonna roll? Yes, you are. So we can go over here. So problem was there is this line here. Can you like, there you go. Go a bit wider there. And we'll try that again. Because I needed to not go up on that rock face. Okay, so honestly, a lot of the areas like this is a problem area. I need to work on that. We only had the one where it was like where the rocks were. I may have been able to just maneuver around it without the bulldozer. I still feel like happy that we did clean up just for the sake of it. Okay, so yeah, I think that's gonna be smooth sailing the rest of the way. So rather than fussing with it at all, let's hit escape. I need to get this back over to the other area because I'm sure we're going to need it. Actually, I don't know if we need it. Oh, you're in the way now, aren't you? So you sit there. We can delete these markers. Yep, and it's doing fine. So we need to build that. We need to reset that one because we accidentally broke that path. So we've got the side mission we were already working on. We've got you. It's already being tracked. And we need to build the bridge, which means getting those slabs over there. We're gonna need to go to vehicles. Sorry, not vehicles, go to the garage. And I need the crane. That's a dump truck. That is a cargo truck. That is a dump truck. There we go. So deploy vehicle. Is the incentive completely new? You're digging this more in Sonar so far? Yeah, they're just a very, like, the same general engine, but very different focus. The big thing to check is you need the concrete. We saw there's a bunch of resources here. Okay, so there's concrete right there. Because you thought this game was like Farm Sim, where you just do all the work and stuff, but the logistics is everywhere is pretty cool. Yeah, so this one is taking like a lot of the ideas that SnowRunner had, and was like, okay, let's focus less on you just getting stuck in the mud. There's some of that still in the game, but focus less on that, and instead focus more on you start with a map, and over time you make the map better, that you do improve the roadways, all that kind of stuff. which I think is a pretty solid way of differentiating it. So in some ways, the game, from what we've seen, is much easier than SnowRunner. You don't have gas, your vehicles don't take damage. Like, you don't spend hours fighting with the winch to, like, wiggle your car or truck out of a hole or whatever. But instead you focus more on all those, you know, products of build bridge, fix road, do all that stuff that SnowRunner, you know, it has some of, but not much. Like, mostly SnowRunner slapping some 2x4s and going and thumbs up being like it's a bridge. I don't mean that in a bad way, it's just your improvements on the map in SnowRunner are very relative. Alright, Bazette, you sleep well. Thank you again for hanging out. So you want me to... You need to build a bridge across the river. Open the map to go to the Bridges tab. Oh. This is not how I was expecting this to work. Okay. Throughout the game, you'll use different types of bridges. Resources the bridges requires. 15 maximum angle of the bridge. 20 maximum length of the bridge. Select the available bridge type. And then we will need to align it with this. I see. To build a bridge, you must deliver the required materials. Any designated zones on either end. You can cancel the plan by hovering over and hitting the middle mouse button. It'll refund all resources. So yeah, so you've got a bridge popping in here. Yeah, that looks like it won't be a horrific bridge. And in this particular case, they literally got the resources piled right here for me, because the focus of this one is learning how to do the bridges, not other stuff. Just a little bit to make it work better. Okay, so let's drop it on our hood. Okay. Yeah, it's a thing. It's pretty forgiving in a lot of this, and I do think that's the right choice for so many of these things. I think the idea of the game is not to be this like brutal difficult setup. It's just build some heckin' bridges. Just imagine you're sitting in there, you're operating the crane, and just again and again you're just dropping these giant concrete things. I mean, the reality is it'd probably crunch in your roof, but just this, you know, ear-shattering thunk, dropping the concrete slab on your hood again and again. Well, on your roof, not even the hood. It does take a little getting used to these controls in the crane. And as I mentioned before, they do actually have where you can do quote-unquote legacy controls. And those are supposed to be a lot more like SnowRunner. But the catch is if you do those controls, you cannot move while while craning. Whereas this you can. They do also have what they call alternative controls or hybrid controls, whatever they were called. I think it's alternative. That the idea is kind of splitting the difference. All right. Do you also like you can get the camera to focus on the end of the boom versus the vehicle? Yeah, you actually have like a bunch of different camera types and all that stuff, so you can go in here and be like, all right. I imagine that'll be really nice for some of the more involved crane situations. All right. Now I drive across this. Thanks, you hate it. But I can definitely see.
Your first bridge. That should weather any storm. Remember, our job isn't just to fix what's broken. It's to make life better for folks around here.
Yep, especially the shareholders. Bo's powerful road planning recall module delivers unmatched mobility to your fleet at a cost. Yeah, so they gave us 7 of that fuel icon. The field service vehicles allows you to recall other vehicles to it at the cost of some fuel. You can earn fuel through side objectives or purchase it at supply depots. Gotcha. Yeah, now is the thing where I had been like, oh yeah, there's definitely going to be fuel in the game. It's because I saw that fuel icon in the demo, which didn't do anything. But yeah, no, it is a thing that has to do with this, that you've got this vehicle here that you can use as a staging thing. And then, you know, the fuel is then used to recover your vehicle so you don't have to drive them back and forth, or if you get them stuck or whatever. Yeah, so resetting vehicles cost fuel and all that. Alright, select a bridge type. Objectives, so we don't have side objective. Let's see, mountain base will be restored. Alright, we've laid out the foundation, but we should still have more ground to cover. Help us find a way across the water. It's literally the same description we had earlier. Basically, I need to get to the objective. That's what we're doing. So let's grab our truck here. And get over there. Route failed. Which route is not working? Oh, I see what's happening. What I need to do is I need to just shift this route like slightly over. It's getting stuck in that one rock. It's not gonna let me shift it until it gets stuck again. That's fine. We'll let it get stuck again, and then we'll take that one rock that's kind of in the way and move it. In the meantime, let's get you on to the next position. One of the other cool things that this game does, and we haven't run into it yet, but we ran into it in the demo, is they will let us take a lot of the debris laying around and we can salvage it for materials. So you'll look up above me that you see like we have, you know, wood, metal, pipe, and then concrete. And now we just have a little bit of concrete and storage and that's it. You'll be able to take stuff like, I could take a boat and chuck it in there and I get wood. Or you could take like a rubber tire like that and it might give me, actually I think that third one might be like rubber or whatever, it doesn't matter. But the point is you can actually grab like random junk laying around, huck it into the recycling center to give yourself those materials. So it could be really good stuff in that regard. So like if you wanted to take the time, you could grab all these concrete slabs that are laying around here, drag them all back home, and you know, that looks like it's like 5 concrete slabs, so I'd get 5 concrete slabs back. The materials just for building stuff like bridges? Yeah, bridges and other things. That's my understanding. Just trying to shove that out of the way. You turned a broken tractor into the pipes in the demo? Yeah, I did the same. We got a whole bunch of stuff you grab. You grab a bunch of little stuff, like here's this busted up tractor. Yeah, let's go drag that out here. You said we saved the town? I don't know about you, but saved here feels very relative. Like, I'm seeing a bunch of busted out windows. I've been through hurricanes. Also, the electrical box's latch apparently failed. Like, the trees being laying everywhere, that's normal. Like, even having, like, concrete walls having collapsed. Alright, so it looks like we've got our steamroller and our asphalt layer. You've unlocked your new base on this map. Bases are interconnected and quickly move things around. Deliver resources to one base and then retrieve them from another. Store a vehicle in one garage and deploy it from another. Each base serves as a free recovery point. Ah, so you can recover the vehicles for free.
That town you just passed through is on Bala. It's the industrial heart of the region, so it's vital we get it pumping again. And that means delivering lots of supplies. You'll need to build a road and then plan a route between Anbala and the transit point. Ah, and there's a nearby village on the harbor that could use your help, if you have the time. Strictly, we're not required, but I think you like to help folks out. Panamar is in sore need of supplies, so you could plot a route to it from the transit point. I'm sure the folks there would appreciate it.
Okay. So we got a couple things they want us to do. We got a power substation that's offline. I don't know what those symbols are about. Oh, it wants me to rebuild the road here. So, one of the objectives we have for the dare drop that I got going on here is I have to rebuild a road entirely in the cabin view. Let's rebuild that road first. For the road rebuild, I will need all, like, imagine I can put the vehicles down there and not have to make a big fuss out of it. It's not driving them all over the map in that view. So we will need our vehicle here. You're telling me route failed. Which route failed? Okay. So we get all the vehicles in place, and we will build the road from the cabin view, because it's probably the shortest road. Maybe just clip the beginning and end and have timestamps. I don't think you need to go that far. I imagine it's one of those things that if we finish it, and we have the clip where we're in the cabin view, that's good enough. With a lot of that stuff, they genuinely don't make you, a lot of it's fairly honor system. Like, they do have a whole thing where people review the clips, but, like, there's a lot of clips out that'll be like, hey, finish this entire, like, 2-3 hour mission or whatever, without touching the ground or whatever. Well, you're not going to make a person watch 2-3 hours worth of your stream to verify that information. So usually what you do is just kind of clip the end of it being like, hey, that's close enough. So yeah, so for the clip, I'd probably just have us, clip us doing the last part. And, does that mean you could cheat it? Sure. But obviously if you start doing that, it's not going to be something they really do appreciate much. Expect this rain is changing where the mud has populated on your route. I would be genuinely surprised if the rain is more than cosmetic. Like, I could see it changing, like, a calculation, like, wet dirt versus not wet dirt. But actually having it have all the systems you would need to be like, okay, here's where the water settles, here's where all this. I would be surprised if they included that. That's a pretty massive thing. Just link 14-hour stream for every single one of things. Job done. Exactly. So a route failed. Oh, right, yeah. I can just take it here and teleport over, that's right. So I just pull it into this base, and then pop it over to the other. Yeah, no, there's definitely mud there. It's a matter of whether or not, like, it was successfully doing that route for a good while, and now isn't. And so it's like, okay. It can be a thing that as you drive through an area, you churn up the mud. It could just be a thing that we've churned up the soil enough that they're getting stuck in it. Because I know that happens in SnowRunner, that you take a route and you do it again and again and again, and eventually it gets so hard to drive through, it's just bad. But I have noticed with stuff like where we put down the sand bridges and I came by, that it did clean them up later. That's storage. Is that where I take it? Ah, the base part is down there. This is material storage. But yeah, so get all our tools in place. And then, like I said, the goal is to stay in the cabin view while doing stuff. Now, I'm sure it's a thing, like, if I switch vehicles and it kicks me out of the cabin view, I just, before I drive around and do anything, put myself back in the cabin view so that while I am working, I am always in the cabin view. So my guess is if I put the vehicle here, I can retain my current vehicle. Oh, gotcha. So I could literally just take all of these and retain them. Because the other one we have is... I don't even know what vehicle you are. There is the truck for the sand. You. No, you. We'll wait to do that one because I might have to drive from across the bridge. Alright, so in the meantime... we got the redeploy thing. Oh, there's a sand quarry right here. Yeah, so we'll grab you. And we're just gonna drive it into the area. We're not gonna do any work yet. Because again, I'm supposed to do the whole thing in first person. Just want to get everything in the area. Then we'll officially start. And then once we've got that all sorted, we can go ahead and get it all done. Alright, vehicle got stuck again. That way they can get around that rock. You don't know if there's a look out of the mirror? Can you fill those muddy places with sand too, or is it just meant for roads? Yeah, no, you can fill it. Like, literally, if I want, I could probably, instead of building the bridge, I could back this up and start dumping sand until this is a bridge. Like, that is a thing that in theory I could do. We did some pretty unreasonable and wild things when we were doing the whole demo. Okay, we're not beginning yet. I'm taking this to the other side. We're gonna get all our tools to the other side here. Like, so we can get everything staged and in position. So that's jump in one vehicle, do the job, get it out of the way, jump in the next vehicle, do the job, get it out of the way, until the road is done. So there's the dump truck. We will need to go up here to the mountain base. We've got the asphalt paver. This is the asphalt paver. It'll lay down hot asphalt activated by the vehicle. Activate the vehicle's function to drive down the poured asphalt. Asphalt will only stick to freshly poured sand. And then we'll go ahead and pop over to you to get you to do your dialogue. The asphalt roller is a vehicle for an asphalt roller. For asphalt to become solid, it needs to be compressed by a roller. Drive the vehicle over the poured hot asphalt to solidify it. But first, the next job we need to have is I need you to be deployed. Because the order of operations here is that we're going to put the sand down, we're going to smooth the sand flat, then we're going to put down the hot asphalt, and then we're going to roll the asphalt. And once we've rolled the asphalt, you know, the road is officially done. See, how far did the demo go? Is this new for you? Yeah, so this is a different mission than we did in the demo. The same basic processes, other than I don't remember building a bridge in the demo. Not like we're doing here. But yeah. We definitely just rolled over a gas generator. Okay, so next in the list is the asphalt layer. Oh, I also just realized we've got the vehicle transport thing. One second. Is there not a dare drop I have to do with the vehicle transport? So the vehicle transport, stack 2 vehicles on a light equipment transport and drive them a few meters. Okay. Well, that's the light vehicle transport. Get another one of these off the list. I'm sure this does not qualify as a light vehicle. Cannot secure cargo. It's fine. It's fine. I noticed it was too long to fit lengthwise, so I just turned it sideways. Just slap it in and say it ain't going nowhere. Exactly. He does put some of those nylon straps that really don't have any strength behind them to speak of. Parking brake on. Cannot secure cargo. Okay, so it only says I gotta drive it a couple of meters. Meters is not long. I'm gonna need a little bit more force. All right. I would say that qualifies as a couple of meters. It does not have much strength for this. So yeah, I would say we have loaded up 2 vehicles, which I'm sure these were not the vehicles they expected us to do this with, let alone having the ramp down. It actually worked okay. It's trying so hard. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, the intention was to put 2 small vehicles on here. It is a light vehicle transport. Neither of the things on the back here is remotely qualified as a light vehicle. This is you destroying the suspension of this poor truck. Yep, I would say that qualifies. Dude, where's the guy with the hard hat and high vis from for all those YouTube shorts? I have no idea. Yeah, so this thing right here, this in front of me, the slightly yellow thing in a metal cage, that's a generator. That's like a gasoline generator. That right there, that there's a generator. Okay. So after we smooth it, then we put down the hot asphalt. And then we get the asphalt roller. So getting a bunch of dare drops done. Okay. What are the dares for? So, a lot of the dares give keys for games. Once we finish all the dares, I believe I will have 5 keys for RoadCraft to give away. I might have that number wrong. There'll also be, like, there's a key for SnowRunner, there's a key for Expedition, there's a key for the Surge 2, because that's also made by the same publisher. There's some keys for, like, OSTs, which are less exciting. But, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff. Looks like we're building roads in a ghost town. To be fair, the town's not doing so good. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Alright, so I need to figure out... I want... Is that the cab view? This can't be the... Which one's the cab view? Alright, let's pull up the settings real fast and check our controls, because another one of the dare drops is from the cab view only. Cockpit camera. There we go. Alright, so we must do this from the cockpit view only. So we are officially starting. I must pave a road. Open road request thing. This vehicle's near. Why? Like, you keep blinking this thing, and I keep. Oh, I guess I can tell it to autonomously build it? To heck with that. I want to build this myself. Yeah, got a cat picture. It's not a squirrel, maybe a beaver or chipmunk? Okay. I do appreciate the over-the-shoulder looking out the window. You can stick your head out the window? Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise it'd just be obnoxious to try and sort this out. Oh, wait, we are not on track. Don't worry about the route failing here in a minute. Okay, so I'm gonna assume we're done with this task. Just get you off the road. Alright, so from here we need to go back to the next vehicle. Alright, so switch it to flattening. Oh, you chunk around a lot. Stop trying to tell me this. Okay. How hard is driving in first person? Honestly not that bad. Oh, yeah, honestly not that bad. It's the appropriate amount of like bouncy chunkiness you get. I could definitely see people who deal with motion sick not doing so hot first person. It's a little hard to see what I'm doing. That's not exactly unexpected. Okay. That's fine. A little violent reaction never hurt anybody. Yeah, and you can change the field of view if that is a problem, by the way. I may have put down way more sand than I needed, but I figured it'd been better to put down too much and then spread it really widely than not enough and not have what I need for that. All right. And I'm deliberately trying to take this a little wider each time to just make the road wider in general. Now, if I remember correctly, this is from the demo. We want to get it to have those yellow lines like you see there for the whole length of it. That's just basically saying, hey, this is even and ready for asphalt. And then we go from there. So see if maybe I needed more sand on the two ends. Okay. The next pass I'll go right down the middle. It looks like I might need to hop back over the sand one and drop a little sand on both ends, and I might have not put enough sand. Okay. Let's get you out of the way. switch vehicles back over to you. It'll drop one on either end, and we'll just level it out a little bit. Let's drop it right in the center of that spot. Okay, it drops a little bit farther forward than I anticipated, but that's okay. Alright, get you out of the way again. And I'll need to go back to our bulldozer. So your brother was watching on the computer where he said that he won Timberboard? Thanks, you'd like to try it out sometime. No problem. I hope you enjoy it. Timberboard's an excellent game. So I'm going to skip pushing this flat from this side. I'm going to go right on past it. Because they push it from the inside, will push it back out over that area that I think is not low enough. Yeah, so we're just trying to push this to be level, and I think that'll satisfy this end. Yeah, and there's quite a few people on the channel. Myself, FG, Alana Rama, Salford Sal, I think Wojess as well, that a whole bunch of us have played Timberborn. I'm sure I've missed like maybe Drongo or someone else has played as well. I don't know. I think Everdream has also played. I could be wrong. So there's a lot of people we share communities with that have all played it. It's a good game. If you're into like Settlement City builders, it's definitely not one to sleep on. Ever has? Yeah, I think no, right? Because I remember having a conversation with Ever that he was like, you know, I love my, you know, love the sentient beavers or whatever. So we'll have a little bit of a bump in there, but I'm worried if I keep just flattening it more and more, I'll have to go back and get another load of sand to satisfy it. Okay, the good news is, like, laying the asphalt, that'll literally be one way there and one way back.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright. I'm doing pretty good. We are finally getting to play some heckin' RoadCraft. But we're working on some dare drops. That's why we're in first person right now. Is one of the dare drops was using all 4 of the vehicles required to build a road. Build a road entirely from cap view. Alright, so it does satisfy that it's flat now. Sorry, it's high enough now. I just want to make it slightly less cursed with this ridge here. But I think if we don't level that out, any vehicles that try and take it are going to have a bad time. That said, I do look forward to going back to not in cab view. Cab view is fine in some games, both games, like how bouncy and rough it is, which is reasonable for what we're doing. It is a bit rough to watch. And it's a bit rough to do. Like, it's well simulated. Okay, so next vehicle on the list, we've got our asphalt paver. Well, a lot of it's I'm looking down. So a lot of that is on me. So I'm gonna try centering the vehicle on the stripe. See how well I did. Because that is one thing, is I'm not getting a real good look on this. We are fighting a little bit on this. It is a little chunky around here. I don't know if I didn't plan it out well, or I picked up a shopping cart and it's stuck underneath me or something. I'm sure it'll be fine to have no negative ramifications on our situation with paving this. Alright, so the edge isn't clean, but the rest looks fine. It does seem like centering it roughly there turned out relatively okay. Okay. Yeah, this without third person, I really feel like it's just like, yep, I hope this is going well. Is it going well? Can't actually answer. Ah, I see. My lanes are not leveled. So we are making a excellent quality road here. Where it's going to be, we're going to have that no passing uneven pavement. Where your car practically turns sideways when it catches that middle groove. Judging by some of the roads you've driven on, this is how it's done. Okay, so it looks like you're done. Let's get you out of here as well. And only one vehicle left, and then we officially have a road. The little useless fan there. Formula 1 worthy road? Yeah, it'll be fine. The cat view in the rain must be something? Potentially. Don't worry about it, chat. There's, the road's fine. Yep. Perfectly well-made road. Definitely didn't miss any of it. You can drive that road? I've certainly seen worse. Not often, but I certainly have seen worse. Hey, my road doesn't have any potholes. It has entire chunks missing out of it, and it's a real lumpy road. But you don't see a single pothole on here. I'm gonna try driving up the middle. I can't tell if it considers this road done or not. It's got a green stripe down the whole middle. That looks kind of done to me. Now granted, the whole seam of unpressed asphalt down the middle of the road and a big chunk missing out of the one side, maybe that's a concern. But user interface wise, it's looking pretty done. Oh, I see, it's this tiny little bit on the end here. It's like, see, I have built my first asphalt road. It is perfection. Perfection. And with that, we just need the clip because that qualifies. I got the achievement that the road is done, and that is good enough for me. If the game recognizes the road is done, it is done. Alright, so what the heck's going on with these two? There's patch vehicles in that one to see if we can get that one sorted. You've got this one. Oh, that spot's been fine this whole time. Slightly change the angle and see if it makes it happy. Alright, so meanwhile, I've got a new route to plot from this transit center over to the mountain base, I believe. Which will be interesting, because... Oh, 1 second. Because it means I got vehicles going opposite directions. And there is no way I'm repaving this entire area to make it better able to accommodate more vehicles. See, absolutely perfect road. Nothing at all to worry about. Wait, where is this going? Oh, wait. Minor error. So you're going this way. Before they get too far, I do have vehicles literally in the way. You out of the way. Pretty sure I put the handbrake on, but I'll try again. The handbrake is definitely on. Okay. And handbrake is on. Cool. So that should be going around that route. Let's go back to our objectives. So we need to get the supply line to Annabelle, and we need to provide a route to Panamar. Panamar is over here. So that is another town that's got a thing. So you got a big area that's destroyed of the road up there and there. So that's one option. And then if we go the other way around, the road looks... Maybe that spot's a problem, but seems relatively okay. I'm not entirely sure where I'm supposed to be moving that route from. That's the one to you. Ah, here we go. Plot route. And this is the one for Panamar? Yeah. So start plotting that. And you'll just see how it does with no changes. Because I'm kind of thinking... I see. So there's a spot there. That clearly I can't go either way around, so we'll have to fix that spot. There's also a bridge spot we could build up here.
Oh, jeez. Not bad at all. I might need to raise my standards so I don't get impressed so easily every time. Next on our agenda is the gas power plant and the steel pipes facility.
Okay, so objectives. We got the main... Didn't you literally just succeed on the Anabar route? That's fine. So what we're going to need to do is for the other route to succeed, I need to fill in that hole. Because there's a hole on the other side there, and I think that might be the only trouble spot for the Panamar route. I also appreciate that we keep literally every single vehicle we own just running 24/7, even when we're not using it. Well, that's interesting. So it actually does have a spot that says, hey, you're not allowed to pour here. You can pour most places, but like the bridge, it said no. Yeah, so let's go over here. Now, downside is we're nowhere near where we can refill sand. But my hope is I can just dump some sand in there real fast. And that'll be good enough. They don't have to go through a whole process. Oh, interesting. We actually have what looks like in our supply place up here. That might end up being like a side benefit. It could also be a thing that we did see there's a place to build in our bridge up ahead. It might genuinely be a whole, yeah, so it's this spot. It might be a whole thing that, like, the trick is that to get sand here, you rebuild the bridge, and then the quarry is just on the other side of the bridge kind of thing. Randall Thor, it's going pretty good. All right. I didn't necessarily think that one the whole way through. That's fine. I'm sure we could sort out with the thing. Okay. So if we look at it for the refill spots, literally every one of them is flagged as having maintenance problem. Dispatch vehicle. Dispatch vehicle. Dispatch vehicle. Dispatch vehicle. You're fine. Vehicles, let's grab the rusty dozer. The thing, the amount of sand I dropped is enough for us to fix it. I don't need to asphalt it. I just need to flatten the sand out enough they can cross. It's also an interesting thing, because with those routes, they talk about having only so much material, like, oh, there's 10 concrete from this building to that building or whatever. So you'd think with, like, the vehicles getting by, even if they got bugged out once in a while, that would still be good enough. Alright. But yeah, another thing is probably figuring out what with the other bridge. Like, will I get a bonus for building the other bridge, or is it literally just a waste of materials? So get that over there. Shorter routes, maybe? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, there's a couple things it could be. It could be that later on we get a quest to ship stuff to the other direction. And then if that bridge becomes very useful and important. It could be those things that the nearest place to get sand is on the other side of the bridge. So the idea is you build the bridge, then you bring the sand across, as opposed to going around, so there's not sand right here where we're going. It could also be an alternate route we could use to get the supplies to Panamar, whatever this place is. Panamar. Alright, so give me a moment to switch vehicles to get you out of the way. Okay. You're having trouble? Oh yeah, no, the crane controls are entirely different. You can put it on a setting called Legacy, which makes it work like SnowRunner. The catch is the controls they give you allow you to drive while operating the crane, which is useful sometimes. Whereas the controls for the that match the SnowRunner one, you can't do both at the same time. But they do give you the option of, they've got also one that's kind of their quote-unquote alternative control scheme that tries to split the difference. But yeah, so controls are different, and it does take a bit of fussing to kind of get them down. But if you're like, I don't like these, you can put it back in the legacy control scheme, and it's pretty close to SnowRunner from what I've heard. Right now, we've been using the default. Alright, so let's go to our routes again. That's the Panama route. We'll test that. So what actually is happening that you're getting stuck here? Because you were doing that a bunch before and had no problems, and now suddenly you're having problems. And while that's going, let me go ahead and update our drops again. So let's see. We stacked 2 vehicles on the light transport, and we built an asphalt road entirely in cab view. So that's 2 more done. It's also interesting to me that some of the routes, when we went through it, it would show me like the vehicle would appear like right before the spot it got stuck. Whereas now it's like always going back to the very beginning. Now we've successfully accomplished the route once. And it might be a way to avoid letting you cheese it where you can just kind of keep having it try the same spot again and again until it gets passed. Alright. Okay, I heard the alert that the Panama route did not go through. So we'll see if it got past where I'm at and got stuck later on, or if it got stuck where we were at. This path through creation kind of reminds you of the OG game Lemmings. Yeah, Lemmings is a fun game. That's fine. So we should be coming up just around this left is where they keep getting stuck. As I figure out where they get stuck, I could probably tweak it left or right, or whichever way I've got to tweak it to help it get through. Because we cleared out all the rocks here that it kept getting stuck on. And then there was more rocks ahead that it was getting stuck on that we cleared out as well. And it takes a right up here. I see. So it's just getting muddy there. It's interesting I didn't have that problem before, so it's going over this path now, it's really struggling. But on the plus side, once it fails and gets out of the way, I think we can weasel around this edge. Do something like that. We'll try that. I'll get out of the way. If we have to fix that road properly, we have to fix it. So side quests, we have to help Panama. You got stuck there? Like, we were getting all the way to here before we ran into problems with the Panama route. Oh, no, okay. Okay. So it looks like it was probably just getting stuck in the mud here. Let's try having it going a little bit wide. And see if it succeeds that way. Because I'm assuming it's just that's a muddy spot. If we have to go get sand, we have to go get sand. The bridge spot is over here. I don't know if there's a sand quarry there or not. You're right there, man. Well, now you're getting stuck into each other, and that's genuinely the problem between the both of you. I think they would have actually been fine if they didn't get caught up on each other. Once it fails, I'm going to try wiggling this route just a little bit more like that. Please just stop. Yeah, now they're not going to get anywhere for it because they're rubbing up against each other, just hurting both their chances. Okay, so we built a bridge here. That'd be 15 slabs. I'm going to set it, but I'm not sure if we're actually going to build it. We've got our rusty dump truck. But where can I get sand from? We had an interface here. Oh, it's over here. Okay, so we actually can't get sand anywhere from over there. So I'd have to backtrack over here to get sand. Because then it could be a sand spot there, a sand spot there, and there's no sand over here. So this is one I'm just going to have to go back and forth to get one more thing of sand or whatever. So we can get that sorted out. And then from there we can get the next thing. You're gonna ask if there's boats? I mean, we had some boats pull up, but as far as boats we use, I doubt it. Okay, so just going over here far enough to... Why are you honking at me? Why has everyone got a honk? Calm down. Just zip on over here. You grab a load of sand. And we will fix up the, fix up that first mud pit area that they're getting stuck on. And go from there. And the worst thing is, like, these are just side objectives, but they give us money, and honestly we're getting a pretty good chunk of money. Based on the cost of the vehicles, we would probably be able to buy some of the next step up vehicles, which I imagine are, like, more carrying capacity, more horsepower. Do the trailer tracks disappear, or are they permanent? They seem to disappear. Like, you'll have certain areas that get torn up that seem to really stick. but just the tire tread on the sand does seem to disappear after a bit. Like that there's a limited amount of tire tread it'll show or something like that. So no negative effect. Well, it does seem like in SnowRunner where you churn up the dirt real bad, if something else follows in right afterwards, they can get caught up into it. Which I think affects those convoys where you have the first vehicle kind of gets through, and then after it's, you know, churned up, they come by fast enough to keep it churned up. Oh, could I have also taken him around the other side there? That's fine. I'm happy enough with this. Okay. Yeah, so we got 2 spots along this road that get really, really gummy. That these vehicles are getting caught in. I'm honestly surprised we weren't having more problems here. With, like, the crap left in the road. Yeah, I think it's right here in front of me that's the issue. Yep. Just gonna drive right on into this water. Let's get out of the way over here on the side. And switch over to you. Get you into position to level that out. Do you smush it? It does seem to, like, kind of implode, like, vanish out of existence. There's definitely some stuff you could shove it around and it will stay as, like, one unit, like the rocks. That you can just shove around and they don't go away ever. And then there are things that, when you drive over them, they get smushed and destroyed and, like, vanish out of the world. There's also some things that you can collect to turn in for salvage when you have a recycling center yet. We haven't unlocked that yet, we just only know about that because it was in the demo. Because we are doing different missions than we ran into the demo. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if the demo missions are in the full game. Because I did feel like we got to play part of what would be one of these missions. A couple different missions where we played part of. There's like 1 or 2 major objectives, and that was the demo. All right. Oh, no, you can't. You can only smooth your sand. Like me running the stuff here, it won't smooth out the mud. Just the sand. This game is very different from SnowRunner. Oh no, the devs are very transparent that they were like, this is not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. It's going to be very different from SnowRunner. That this is about doing construction and building roads and that kind of stuff. Just like Expeditions, they were very clear. It's like, this is not SnowRunner. It's meant to be, you know, this whole exploration kind of game where you go on these expeditions, you do discovery and help scientists. Like, if you're looking for SnowRunner, I think the reality is SnowRunner, and that they're going to keep adding content to SnowRunner. for the foreseeable future, and that their other games are going to be experimenting with different stuff. Because it makes sense. Like, they could make a new SnowRunner, but it's not like the engine is really suffering. Like, sure, the newer version of the engine that, you know, works with expeditions and all that has a bit more capability. Do you think they'll do a 5-year SnowRunner or SnowRunner 2? I would suspect we probably won't see another SnowRunner until the point that the engine starts genuinely having problems. Like, they want to do new things, and the engine just won't allow it. I imagine once we hit that point, we're getting the engine to do the new stuff they want, where they have to, like, upgrade to the point it would change system requirements. That's when we'll probably see a new SnowRunner. And that's not to mean SnowRunner dead game or anything. I think the plan is that they're going to keep just keep adding more DLC, adding more maps, adding more vehicles to SnowRunner, and just keep SnowRunner as SnowRunner for the time being. And I think that's good, because as I mentioned earlier on the stream, the alternative is we get SnowRunner 2, and it would not carry nearly as many vehicles as are in SnowRunner 1 right now, because your install would be huge. And so you get into that weird spot where you'd start with like less capabilities, content, whatever, than SnowRunner 1 has. And then later on they'd add DLC that adds more vehicles. And so it'd kind of feel like you're rebuying the same thing. Kind of like when you go from like The Sims 3 to The Sims 4 and you feel like you're getting taken for a ride to buy the same thing more than once. Oh, well, I need to change that. But see, this engine isn't really that much better graphically than SnowRunner. I was hoping for a bigger improvement. I can very noticeably, to me at least, I very noticeably notice a graphical improvement for this. Like, the Expedition engine also is much nicer appearing than SnowRunner, in my opinion. So I'm very happy with what we've got so far with RoadCraft. I have no complaints really. Let's see, you found that it was really decent quality from watching? Yeah, no, if you're going by watching, keep in mind you're dealing with stream compression at 1080p and all that. You are not seeing what it looks like to me. And that's just the reality of streaming, is you gotta deal with like video compression and all that kind of stuff. Now, none of this is me trying to convince you being like, hey, you should like this game. It's nothing like that. It's more... I do honestly feel like this has not left me like that they've missed their promises or anything like that. This is pretty much what I was expecting, and I've been pretty happy with what I got. Now granted, we're still pretty early on, but generally I've had a very positive experience with this. It's pretty much right in line with the demo. I'm really hoping I don't have to go for another load of sand. I'm hoping you can figure it out. You're right there, buddy. Just keep going. Yeah, I need a little bit more sand there. But so yeah, like your first impression when you said $40, not a chance in hell, but after watching it a bit here, you can accept the price. Yeah, no, I pushed the other one out, but now it's stuck. So we're going to wait for it to fail, and I think if I scooch that over a little bit, we might be okay. And if not, then I'll have to get more... more sand. Because they're getting stuck in this mud on this other end. Yeah, there you go. Getting through there smoothly without issue. Alright. Man, for the record, if it's not the game you want, it's not the game you want. Like, don't let me kind of pressure with that kind of thing. It's just the same thing as, like I said, for me, Expedition was really solid. And it's just one of those things that, like, I feel like they targeted a niche and people expected SnowRunner and got upset about it. I have zero interest in playing. Oh, that's totally fine. Like, that happens a lot. We've had that conversation many times on the channel, that there'll be some games that, like, I like watching Dwarf Fortress, I don't like playing Dwarf Fortress. And then there's also games that go the other way, like, I enjoy playing games like Stellaris, I do not enjoy watching games like Stellaris. Okay, so it looks like we've got that upper path is sorted. It's a little dicey, but it's sorted. You're getting... Like, we'll have like 8 or 9 of these go through, and then one will have a problem. And I imagine the solution is just go through and, like, fix that properly. Alright, but regardless, we got that objective done. It's off the list. So, get to the gas power plant, so we'll track that. Let's go to our vehicles, grab our scout. Now, with that said, I totally forgot about it again. So I'm going to go ahead and start the queue again. And this is for a key for Timberborn. It is not for RoadCraft. It is for Timberborn. But we got it from a past airdrop, and I was going to give them out yesterday, and I forgot about it. But if you do !join, you can get your name in for a drawing for a key for Timberborn. It is a post-apocalyptic city builder featuring sentient beavers. The way to think about it is it's a city builder that instead of spring, summer, fall, you get all your resources to then try and survive winter. Instead, you've got wet season, drought, and bad water. And so it's very heavily around, you know, building like reservoirs, dams, aquifers, all these to do water management. But it is a very good game. I played it many times on the channel. But we'll let that drawing go for, you know, 5-10 minutes or so. We have an ad break coming up in just under 10 minutes. I'll probably run it right after the ad break, after everyone gets back from that. You don't need to be following. You don't need to be, like, subbed or anything like that. None of those are requirements. The only requirement, the one and only requirement, is that if your name is drawn, you just gotta basically be like, yes, I would like the game. And the only reason I do that is people will, like, right now I'm just using my join command. I should use the giveaway. Usually have people join not paying attention to what the key is actually for. And admittedly, again, the message on the top doesn't really answer or whatever. And then you go to give them the key and they're like, oh, I already own that game. You know, that kind of thing. And so it's just to avoid that kind of situation that we make sure the game goes to someone who actually wants it. All right.
That mill has seen better days, hasn't it? You could say that about most things around here.
Okay. So needless to say, our other routes stopped working. Ooh, why is there a circle here? Oh! Is this from the demo? No, this isn't the same place as the demo. It's a similar thing. I thought this was the place that we cleared out during the demo. I mean, this could be the demo. I made the comment earlier when it was showing the pipes. I'm like, wait, is this the demo map? It might be one of the demo maps. Ah, gotcha. So we actually need to go up there. So I might be able to go through this way over here to get up to the road. Because the demo maps for the game were definitely actual maps from the game. But there were ones that they kind of jumped you to a specific spot in that map. Just give you a quick taste of a bunch of things. This would not surprise me at all. It's like, as we're running through the game, we just kind of hit like that 1 or 2 objectives. They're like, oh wait, that was the demo. Okay, so we got to the gas plant.
If we can get the gas power plant running again, we can get juice to the whole region. Plot a route from Mbala to the plant, and our maintenance crew will do the rest.
Alright. So, find a way to the steel pipes facility. Checking the condition. Be advised the storm might have left a few roadblocks in your way. It'd be in your best interest to clear the path when you're trying to reach the facility. So, with that... yeah, so it just wants me to clear this. I could probably clear this with the truck and not have to go all the way back for the, bulldozer. Between the winch and just shoving stuff, I think we'll be okay. So that box we were in, I should have realized that meant is like, hey, this is an area that needs to be cleared. I know you can't make that jump, but the moment I saw that roof there, like, brain went GTA, being like, I could probably jump that. We don't get that kind of speed. Yeah. Now there's a bunch of different quests we did in the main story. Because we had one map that we cleared a bunch of area with the bulldozer. We had another one where we had to replace some pipes and all that. And I do recall that, yeah, the pipe map was far more deep green. Alright. Yeah, this is a dead end, so I can shove everything there and be fine.
Thank you Buadives for subscribing for 3 months. Take my Bezos dollary dudes.
And thank you, Muddy, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 3 Munch Bits up the channel, and that is a sub that you can only use, that you consider that clear. You can only use once per month on all of Twitch, and you chose to use it here. That means a heck of a lot. I'm still getting this one out of the way. I don't know why it didn't include that one, but... just gonna go ahead and get you out of here. You're looking at these stacks of like all of these horrifically ruptured pipes, and you're kind of just like, really? This is a sequel to SnowRunner? Yes, but it is not like don't think SnowRunner. It is another game in that like universe series, whatever, but it is very distinctly different from SnowRunner.
Looks like the steel pipes facility needs major repairs. And by major, I mean more than you and I can handle in a few minutes. Set up a route from Mbala to the steel pipes facility. Our people will take care of the rest.
Alright, there's Mbala. Yeah, it should be relatively fine. We cleared the path, they should be able to just go cruise through there. Alright, so let's go ahead and get here, track, infrastructure, new route, start plotting. That's not where I was expecting to come from, but that's fine. And that's probably to force you to actually clean that up. Oh, you're just even there. That's even easier. Alright. Meanwhile... bend around that way, try dispatching again. Bend around that way, try dispatching again. I'm just gonna tell it to redispatch.
Thank you, Cody Husky, for subscribing for 5 months. Build them roads.
Hype
Rual
train is
steel.
go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Cody Husky, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. Means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. 5 months you've been subbed to channel, and I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for the continued support. Plot course. You want me to plot a course from where to where now? Oh, just over there? That should be easy. Also, music. Where'd you go, buddy?
Yay. B.
Let's see, do you still get stuck in the mud and recovery? Yes. But it's not as focused on like just you getting over horrific terrain. It's more about like if you think about this would be you in the game, that we are improving the roads, and then instead of going and driving around like nice, clean, organized roads, instead we are focusing a bit more on a bit more on like let's get everything fixed up and ready to rock and roll. And then they just send a convoy on your clean made roads.
Thank you, Zidian _ for subscribing for 40 months.
And thank you for the
Rual
5...
Steer, Rual, steer, Rual, steer, Rual, steer, Rual, steer.
And thank you, Grizzly Bear for the 5 biddies. And then we'll deal with that in a moment. And thank you, Zidian, for the tier 1 sub. Getting yourself up to 40 months you've been subbed to channel, which is a ridiculously long time of over 3 years. That's almost 3.5 years. Ridiculous long time. So thanks so much for that. Let's see. Recycling facilities are primary means of producing
Thank you,
resources.
Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Grizzly Bear 6.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Grizzly Bear 6. So Grizzly Bear 6, whether you want them or not, you have yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that, Randall Thor. I do appreciate that. But yeah, so we've got all this going. I'll have to figure out what's the routes going on. But yeah, so it's basically saying you can take random crap from all over the map and chuck it into the place, and it'll give you raw materials for doing our things. So which infrastructure path failed?
Looks like we have a problem at the gas power plant. The pipeline seems to have sprung a leak. Or 5. The crew have narrowed it down to the gas distribution substation. It got beaten up pretty good by the storm. How about you take a drive and check it out?
Alright. So we'll check this out. So there's the gas power plant there. The distribution center's back there. Honestly, it doesn't matter which way we leave. Either we gotta loop back anyways. Alright, but thank you so much for that. As a reminder, we are giving out a key for Timberborn. You just need to do !join to get yourself in the running, and if you get your name drawn in that raffle, the only thing you gotta do is respond saying that you actually do want the game. No, like, you don't need to follow, you don't need to sub, you don't need to do anything else. It's strictly, you just gotta let me know you actually do want the game. And that's because a lot of times people just don't pay attention to what we're doing with that, and then you give them a game they don't even want or already own or whatever. But yeah, we'll do that. So let's go over here and get to this substation. I do wonder when we get the things unlocked to, because we already saw that we can buy a lot more vehicles and all that. and that some of the vehicles were along the same list of stuff we've got now. Alright, let's see which way I'd want to go to get up there. Yeah, so go ahead, take a right, then take a right, and then follow, just like move in the direction. But yeah, so you can see how like some of those things are blinking blue and white and all sorts of different colors. That's basically letting me know, saying like, hey, this one's considered metal, you can recycle this. This one's considered plastic, you can recycle this. And I can use those materials for building different things. I think there's wood is another material. I've got like the 4 materials above me, basically. So they will have us recycle stuff to use the resources to make things. Yeah, we could cross here, I think. Okay. It's the fact that you get their, Is this a new vehicle? No, it's actually the vehicle I started with. It's just been sitting around for a minute just because, you know, we've been doing stuff like hauling things, doing sand, all these other side tasks. This is... Alright. I missed the checkpoint there. Let's see, Twitch has just informed you that your clip has reached number 3 on your leaderboard. No idea what clip, or where the list is, what their criteria is. Let's see, this section of pipe was damaged during the storm and needs to be replaced. Follow the pipes and find all the broken segments. And thank you so much for that, hype train. We got ourselves to... Where is the actual thing telling me the percentage? I see it was 4 subs and like 5 biddies or whatever. Why I changed my layout, now I can't figure out where to get like the total, like what level and all that. But thank you so much for that hype train. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. I genuinely can't see where that information is because I must have hid that. But still, thank you so much for the hype train. I really do appreciate it. It's very generous of all of you, and so thank you. I'll need to get that sorted out. So we need to check along the pipe for all the breaks. So it wants me to start examining the pipes. Okay. I don't get these random, the random occasional pieces of concrete across the road down there. I don't get what that was about. Like up here as well. Okay. So we got another ruptured pipe. Alright, so it's...
That storm really did a number on the gas power plant. Let's find the breaches and patch them with the new pipe segments. Yep. You get to be a plumber now, too.
Okay. Yeah, so with that, we need to make steel pipe. And then do all that. So we can go hop on down to... Where's our nearest garage? I guess this... I guess the mountain base is our nearest garage? Okay, so for the mound base, let's grab you. We will retain this vehicle. Yes. Deploy this vehicle. Okay. I will need to go down to the steel plant here. Can I tag you or anything? Alright, so it's just... Honestly, basically we follow the road that goes right through the center of town. That'll take us right by it. Let's see, off topic, but do you know if they're planning to add snow biome to Satisfactory, or are they done updating it? I believe they said they were still going to be updating it, but I have not heard anything about like a snow biome or anything. I do think 1.0 was their major milestone. It wouldn't surprise me if we see the depth of updates in Satisfactory toned down a bit. Because again, that's basically what they had planned for the game. Oh wait, we got a new vehicle over there? What's a new vehicle? Oh right, we never hopped into the cargo truck because I haven't needed it. That's fine. We'll go back to the other vehicle. I just wanted to grab it in case that mattered. Okay. Yeah, so the plan is to bring this thing over by where we make our steel pipes. We just start feeding that stuff in there. Because to be honest, you miss auto load from SnowRunner. You're not sure what all this manual loading adds. I mean, people enjoy it. But yeah, no, if you don't enjoy that, it wouldn't surprise me if we get a mod to just teleport the stuff on there. I think genuinely if they get rid of it, because we consider what's in the game loop, it's usually load up the thing, move the thing to your place. And yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure that is a mechanic that after a while, you'll probably be like, look man, if you've done it already. But, we'll see. It's also those ones I feel like you'd get used to it, that you'd be able to fly through it pretty quick. But yeah, no, adjusting to the crane controls is a thing. But the concern I would say is if they're to keep like taking away stuff like that, eventually you'd be like, well, what's left of the game? Alright. So let's see if I can't, where am I putting stuff in? So I think I drop stuff off here and then this comes back out. So what we're going to want to do okay, so I recycle it in this spot. I don't know if this has a color to it. Yep. I'm not even paying attention to like what we're grabbing. It's like you get close enough that it registers. Good enough for me. You're coming along. Okay, so I've got 3 pipe. So what we're gonna do real fast is there's another objective I have. For Dare Drop, which is on, what is the name of the vehicle? It's not that cargo vehicle. Let's double check. Let's see. So we've got our Dare Drops here. It is on the Mule T1 to carry 3 pipes. Oh, we do have it. So we will retain that, and it will deploy that. That is not the Mule T1? Okay, we'll try that again. I think I just hit the wrong thing. So go to our mountain base. Retain you. And deploy you. There we go. So it is to perfectly load 3 pipes. Whatever perfectly load means. I assume it's like load so they're laying flat, not just hucked all over the place. But then that's another dare drop we can get off the list. He gets a triangle stack. I would assume three pipes would be like, I'd have to. It depends. Like if they're the width of the back of here, lengthwise, then I put like 3 in a row. I would say if they're like the length of the back long-wise, then yeah, probably 3. We'll definitely be able to get a better idea once we get over here. The one game gives you a little extra happy ding noise if you line up stuff nicely. I don't think so. I do know things like snap in really good when you finish a bunch of stuff. Is there any kind of time limits to the mission? No, not that I've seen. I honestly wouldn't like it if they did. A lot of times when you have games that have like those type of time limits, it can be very constraining of you doing a bunch of interesting stuff. I wouldn't mind if there's achievements that have time limits to it. That could be fine. But like they vaguely hand wave that like, hey, a bad storm's coming, you know, fix things up, and then this is the mission afterwards after the storm has caused grief. So park you here. Okay, some tasks seem daunting, but expanding and customizing your fleet can enhance your operations and efficiency. I appreciate this prompt exists. That's one of my complaints I had of SnowRunner, is taking the time to buy and upgrade your vehicles is very important in the game. But the game really doesn't, at any point, really kind of be like, hey, don't forget to do this kind of thing. They just kind of like leave you to figure out that it's important. But there's just a lot of stuff that isn't super, super obvious. Alright, so try this. So the assumption is perfectly load 3. I'm assuming you are right about the triangle pattern, because those are definitely long enough that right. So that's fine for right now. The whole mouse for the crane controls is one thing I'm not a huge fan of. Like, I think I honestly need to set smaller dead zones is what I need. There we go. Oh, right. Yes. So let's go ahead and get that that Timberborn key out, because the ad is over real fast. So as a reminder, you do not need to be following, you do not need to be subbed, nothing like that. All you have to do is, if your name gets drawn, you just have to respond being like, hey, I would like the key. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that in like 10 seconds. So you got like 10 seconds to get your name in that hat. Then we're gonna do the drawing. We'll have one more to give away before we start our collab section. So go ahead and get that, and that's for Timberborn. Just to be clear, Timberborn. So we're doing that. And we have Vado033. If you would like Timberborn, let me know, and I will DM you a key. So let me go ahead and get to where I've got those keys, so I can make sure to grab you one. And get everything set up to whisper you on that. So I just need to see, all you gotta do is say something in chat, Vado. If I missed you, just say something else. I don't see you. But Vado, or Vato, I don't know how to pronounce it. 033, just gotta say something in chat. See if he's AFK. Well, that's the whole thing. And this isn't to be like, no, you've got to be actively viewing. I mean, obviously there's that side. But just a lot of people join without checking what I'm doing. And I have had before where I've given a key to someone, and then they're like, oh, I didn't realize what this is for. I actually already own this game. And it makes a whole thing. But yeah, so, Vado, you just gotta say anything in chat. That's all you gotta do. It could just be like, thank you, I want the game, like literally anything, like just hello. You think Cocarnage is playing Timberborn? It wouldn't surprise me. Timberborn's an excellent game. Alright, what I am going to do for 2 seconds, again, Vado, I'll give you like 1 more minute to try and get that in. If not, we will draw it again. Now, to be clear, if I draw the next person, and then the person responds after I draw the next person, once I've done the drawing, it's too little too late. Like, and I just do that because I don't have, like, limitless keys to give out. Time for work. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Well, thank you again, Randall Thor, and you have your good day at work. We're gonna give you, like, 30 more seconds, Vado. So, Vado033. Vado033. You got, like, 30 more seconds to be like, yes, I want the game, or something like that, for Timberborn. And also, like, if you get pulled and you're like, hey, actually, I don't want the game, that's fine too. Just let me know so I don't do that. We got like 30 seconds before we're just going to go on and draw the next person. Because again, I just want to make sure you actually want the game and all that. And I do have it where, you know, I want you to be here for that. So we're going to say 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're drawing a new name. And that is going to go to, Gwertheim. And if I mispronounced, I apologize, correct me. Wertheim, do you want Timberborn? Your name has been drawn. All you gotta do is say, like, yes, or thank you, or awesome, or literally anything to indicate that you're excited about that. And then we'll get you a Timberborn key. I'll just DM it to you on Twitch, and you'll have yourself a key. But I believe that's Wertheim. Just gotta respond in chat in any capacity. And I'm pretty sure I saw you talking in chat a little bit earlier. I mean, beyond the join. Yeah, because I don't think it was too long ago, and this is also the reason I tried to have it not be super long. But we'll go ahead and have that go for a minute. Rawbud over here kicking people off as it picks them. Yeah, no, it's a lot of people lurk. And all that. So what I'll do is I'll give you the time until we've got this all loaded up and sorted. To say something. That's Wertheim for Timberborn. You just gotta say something in chat. I don't do a lot of giveaways, but every once in a while when we do these dare drops that we do get keys and whatnot, it is a thing I try and do. Well, unfortunately, for people getting keys, that went really fast. I'll give you 30 more seconds, Wertheim. All you gotta do is say something in chat. Just say something in chat. That's good enough. So it'd be Wertheim. So we'll go like, and if we draw another one, I'm gonna quickly run and grab a drink while we wait. So Wertheim, 30 seconds. I was gonna say something in chat. Do you want the Timberborn key? We'll give it just a couple more seconds and all that. But yeah, because you've got a Timberborn key. All you got to do is respond. We'll give you 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are redrawing. And now we got White Jaguar. White Jaguar, do you want a Timberborn key? And I know you've been talking in chat a little bit earlier, but do you want a Timberborn key? You just gotta say something in chat. It's always good to see like a name that's been around here for a long time. Is this the third poll? Yeah, let's see. But would you like that key? All you gotta do is say something in chat. You know the drill, you've been here a long time. We don't do this super often. In the meantime, let's go ahead and we need to get you to where the pipe breaks are up here and here. I will need the crane up here as well. So, the brakes are up here. Where was the second brake? Well, I mean, if the mods were banning people, we would see, because their names would disappear. Like, we'd be like, such and such has been banned. People lurking a little too hard today, it seems. So we've got that spot. I thought the other one was... Oh, there's the other one. Okay. So just for my own ability to get around, we'll go here, objective there, and here, objective there. Yeah, no, it can, like, there's a whole bunch of reasons. There's actually, I think we've only ever had to draw 2 times before. Yeah, so trying to see the best route. I don't want to drive all the way back to town, I guess. I guess we do drive back to town. Yeah, so I guess we're driving back to the town to then go around. Alright, let's go ahead and get that going. Alright, well, I'm gonna say again, White Jaguar. White Jaguar, we are giving out a key for Timberborn. Your name has been drawn. You just gotta say something in chat. I'll give you just a little bit longer, and then we're gonna go ahead and do another. We're gonna just draw it again. Oh, no need to apologize about just getting here. That's normal. Oh, did someone get a clip of us loading the thing? I totally forgot. I'm sure, knowing Eunuch's probably on top of it. But if I missed it and everything else going on, that's on me. Rip 3 in a row. Yeah, no, this is a record. All right, White Jaguar. 10 more seconds, and then we're drawing the next name. We'll give you 10 more seconds. I actually give you slightly more than that because it could be 30 seconds by the time you hear it. But the point being, we're getting ready to draw the next name for Timberborn. It is what it is. Nah, don't enter if you already own it. Like, it's one thing if you give it to someone else who you know wants the game right. That's totally fine. I don't have a problem with that. But like, if you get an extra copy and then, you know, if you end up like putting a gray market, that's a good way that I stop getting keys, which would suck. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're drawing a new name. All right, Grizzly Bear, considering you just spoke like 2 seconds ago, I'm gonna go on assumption that you would like that key. All right, so let me go ahead and get you a message. Okay, there we go. Whispering Grizzly Bear, so Timberborn. Make sure I've got you the right key and not giving the key that we already had used tonight. And there you go. Double checking, Grizzly Bear 6, cool. And you should have a key there for. So let me mark that key as used. And I will stop the queue now. Alright, so where were we at? Because I was cutting through the town. Right, so I need to go forward to the right. Yep. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, no, Timberborn's excellent. Yeah, we got all those keys. The ones I'm giving away, we got those all from Dare Drops. That's part of the reason why we're doing these random objectives today, where I'm like, oh, let's stack the pipes, oh, let's do this. That's Dare Drops, which, for the record, they are sponsoring this stream. For full transparency, they are sponsoring the stream. Oh, I have a thing I need to do. I have a thing I need to do. I almost done goofed. So let's do Dare. That's not the right one. Dare drop. That's the one. Pin. Manually. Okay. Luckily, the sponsorship isn't thing like 1 or 2 hours. It's just link it there. But yeah, and all that link is on the top is that will take you to. I should probably add more to it than that. All right, 1 second. Let me do this professionally. So we'll do Dare drop. Do this. It's on cooldown because I did do things professionally in that one. Let me just grab that link. Are you enjoying the game? You can get it on Steam here. Which puts me in a weird spot, actually, because technically I have an affiliate thing, an affiliate link with Games Planet, which is a place where you can get the game 10% off right now. But because it's a sponsored stream with Dare Drop, for the record, that link that we just put at the top will literally just take you to the Steam page for the game. It's just a tracking link so that, you know, the devs can see that you did find the game through this channel. So it makes their numbers happy and makes the channel look good. Okay, so that's the first one. Let's check the roads. So there's not a road back there to go to. Okay, yeah, so we wanna go down to this road, yeah. So go down the road, fix the thing ahead of us, and then circle back. But yeah, it's just a tracking link. Anyone who's done sponsorship stuff, you get how it works. The idea is the people who are paying to show your game, like show their game off, they just want to like actually be like, hey, when I spent this money to get this sponsored, did I actually get, like, was my money well spent? Like, did this equate to people actually checking out my game? Yeah, so it does just take you to Steam page. But yeah, and if you are looking at saving 10%, you can do like below in the about section, it'll be like, you know, buy games legally here, Games Planet. That actually literally will take you to the RoadCraft page. You just click to make number go up. Yeah, I mean, if you're interested in the game, click on it. Like, obviously, don't set a bot up or anything that pokes it, because then, again, if it seems like I'm doing naughty things, then the devs get upset about it, and then they stop doing anything with me. Interested in the game? I know. You bought it. At least I'm pretty sure you bought it. I think the other day you said you bought it. With the affiliate link. Okay. So you're in position. Now I need to go back down here and grab you. So bring in the anchors. Do this. But yeah, for the record, people are saying, like, are you enjoying it, all that? Like, I'm very much enjoying it. I'm having a good time with it. I will keep saying with the advisement, it's not SnowRunner. If you are looking for SnowRunner, and specifically SnowRunner, it is not SnowRunner. But it does use the... Like, I don't know how much of advancement is on the engine from, like, Expeditions and all that, but it is using their later engine and all that. And it does have some similarities with SnowRunner, but it's just, you aren't trying to transport A from B to fight through, like, crappy roads and all that. They might have that a little bit later. It is focused entirely more upon the infrastructure sucks. Let's make it suck less. So, if we were to compare this in SnowRunner, it's like instead of the main focus of contract being bring material A to point B, it's a lot more of, hey, there's this big hole in the ground, we want to build a bridge on it, make bridge, and then the means of which you make bridge might involve bring material A to B, but it's a lot more focused on, like, fixing the roads, patching things up, that kind of thing. One of the nice things is this actually does have, like, terrain manipulation, something that's almost entirely missing from SnowRunner. And I don't mean... Alright, that's not fair. So in SnowRunner you have terrain manipulation in the sense that your tires will rip up the ground and all that. But as far as intentional terrain manipulation of, okay, this hill has this really ugly ridge to it that I keep bottoming out my giant trailer on here. Let me go get the bulldozer and try and make this not as bad. You just don't have that kind of mechanic in SnowRunner. But so you also don't get stuck and have to winch a gagillion times driving this farm road. Yeah, like there's no... For the record, like the only vehicle I've seen that has a winch on it is our Scout. Is like our little truck. I physically do not have a winch functionality on this vehicle. I sort of kind of do have an equivalent on this specific vehicle because of the crane. But, like, if you get your big sand truck stuck, there's no winch there. And gotcha, just because people hit the Fractal command, the stream, well, not the stream, the channel is sponsored by Fractal, who is a hardware company. They make computer cases, computer chairs, headsets, cooling solutions like fans and water cooling and all that kind of stuff. I have been a customer of Fractal for over 12 years. My last, inclusive of the computer I am currently using, my last 3 computers have used Fractal cases, and they've only been sponsoring me about 5-6 months now. So that just kind of goes that I absolutely do absolutely do stand by that, like, yeah, their products are solid. Alright, so unlock that cargo. Yeah, this is how I should lift this, by the way. We should absolutely lift the truck into position to do this. As much as I want to do it for the memes, I think the reality is I would not be able to actually handle, like, lifting the truck over and swinging it over. We're just going to tip over, unfortunately. Oh, right, I have to, like, actually yank you out, don't I? Pop. Okay. So we're gonna need to do something real fast. And what that thing is, I'm gonna need to put this down. And the reason I need to put this down is so I can hopefully get those cables closer. Cool. Alright, so with that, reset you, put your parking brake on. We will... Actually, we can go ahead and drive you right now. So we will need to back this up. That was cheating? It's fine. For people who didn't see the clip from the demo, I did way, way harder. It's not this map, because I couldn't do it on this map because it's a single pipe. But there was a demo map where you replace some pipes, but they had the pipes side by side, close-ish enough to where the width of your tires, that I actually took the vehicle that I believe it had the crane on, like, the trailer with it, that actually built a pile of sand to drive on top of the pipes to then deliver it to, like, the far end to put the thing in place. The catch we ran into with that was the pipes are like ice. They have zero traction to them. You just slip and slide everywhere. So if you were anything but, like, perfectly on top of them, you slide to one side and the whole thing flips over. And I put way over the top. Let's see, Fractal AIUs? I don't know the abbreviation. Do they have better thermals than other brands? So Fractal is a premium brand that they do try to have themselves be like when they enter a market, they do try to be best in market as far as, like, the quality of the product they're offering. Now, have I sat down and pulled up the statistics on all the different ones and be like, yes, in fact, it is the best? I honestly don't know. I have not sat down and done to mass. But generally speaking, they do try and go to having, like, the best quality is, like, one of their big things. So I would imagine if they're not the best, they're up there. Yeah, case-wise, I have been extremely happy with Fractal. And I've used a bunch of brands in the past. Granted, it's been a long time since I've used any other brands. But, like, I remember using Thermaltake back in the day, and it was fine. But Thermaltake, the cases where it's like, okay, most of the case is this nice metal and everything, and it have, like, this plastic front with these plastic pins that would break off, so the gate on the front of your Thermaltake case broke really easily. Now, granted, that's going way back, because as I said, my last 3 or so computers have all been Fractal cases. And so, that's, like I said, 12-ish years or something like that I've been a Fractal customer. I don't know the exact amount. I could look it up, because I know I bought their case through Newegg, and I still have the order information there. Yeah, they're known for their cases more than anything else. To be fair, cases are what they've done for the longest time. If we're talking in the relative, it's only in the relative they branched out more and more. Like, genuinely, their headsets and chairs are very new products. I want to say they announced them last year at TwitchCon. I could be totally wrong with that, but they're fairly new products. Their heat sinks and water cooling, I think they've been doing that for a decent bit longer than the chair and all that, but nowhere near as long as they've been doing their cases. Like low key when they did the sponsorship, I almost was like, hey, any way I could talk you into setting me up with the water cooling? I didn't end up asking because, like, you know, they had just started sponsoring everything, and it's just like, let's not get greedy. They may have gone for it, I don't know. It just didn't feel right to just go for that when they're already, you know, doing so much. Can I turn around without banging into it? Should have. Should off. Oh yeah, that's the thing. It's like, realistically, would it have been, like, unethical or anything like that? No. It very genuinely could have been a good call. But I mean, I'm not unhappy. They set me up with a brand new case. Like, it was funny. I already had a fractal case that I was using. I was using the... Ooh, what was the design? No, which one was it? They got a couple of similar names that I confused them between them. Is a very... Oh, all-in-one. Yeah. But yeah, like, as far as, like, being the best and all that, it's like, I don't know. I don't have water cooling. That was actually kind of the thing, is I've always been very leery of water cooling. I just have a background that involves, like, electrical engineering, and putting electricity and water together does not make my brain happy. I understand that tech's come a long way, and it's not that bad, but also, my brain is not a fan of it. Alright, so we got a little problem here, in that because of the angle I parked this, I can't actually reach what I need to reach. Perfect. Yeah, 3090, that's a beefy setup. Yeah, I actually wanted a 3080. But it was at the time that the video cards were in short supply, that, you know, everyone was trying to grab them as soon as they went, and my video card at the time was going.
Now, all we need to do is reconnect the town to the power grid. And while you're at it, here's a couple of things you can do to make life easier. This isn't essential, but if you want smooth sailing for the steel pipes to Umbala, a new road will help. If you can build the road, then you can send the convoy from the steel mill to Umbala. And another thing, the pipes south of the pumping station are damaged. If you can find the breach, patch it up. Then your sailing will be even smoother.
Alright, so, we got a handful of objectives. We got 2 new side objectives, and we've got 1 main objective. So, the interesting thing here is I've got another dare drop with this. Oh, I'm literally just going to redispatch the pipes and change literally nothing. All awards received, all rewards received. I can get a little bit more rewards if that goes. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So these ones that say all rewards received, I don't gain anything for fixing it. So I've got just the one at Panamar, that if we fix it, I get more XP and everything if we get that to keep going. So they've got pour sand to build a road, connect the electricity, and all that. So with the connect electrical grid, this one, there is a dare drop if I can connect it without stopping. Okay, and this is just we start doing it. So we need to do this without stopping once I start the cable run. So we're going to take the slow and meticulous one. I'm going to put myself in low gear for the whole run. Alright, so we'll get to the other side here. Track vehicle easy mode. Well, that's the thing. This one, it looks like we got a clear sailing right along here. Just literally follow the road. It goes straight over. Whereas when we did this in the demo, we had to go through a forested area. And I was worried we're going to have to do that, and I was going to have to figure a whole bunch of stuff out. Okay. So let's get this down here. Are you doing? Okay. Alright, I think we're good. So no stopping from here. The good news, this one looks like it's easy. Just follow the road. I put us in low gear, even though it's probably not necessary. And I just wanted to make sure that we had absolutely as much torque as we possibly could, so that even if it's slow, steady, that we can just get right on across here. We just got to avoid snagging these two giant metal plates on anything that's going to stop us. It's like the little pebbles. Oh, don't you do that to me. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do some a little cursed. Alright, we didn't stop. We did a little sideways wiggle. But we didn't stop. The good news is I'm going just to that building right there. I need to be farther on the right so I don't snag on these rocks. Oh, there we go. We just bounce down the side. That'll be perfect. Okay. You think the Jeep gives way? Nope, I have told them follow this route and do not deviate. And they have listened to orders. You see we need to flatten the road afterwards? Oh no. No, this is basically we're running a cable under the ground. I really am hoping I'm remembering this correctly, that this is... How do I get to the power plant from here? I've got that road, but I don't think we can cut across this middle spot. There's a red circle here. Is that where I'm doing it? Don't you stop. Come on. I'm pretty sure going in here anywhere is considered satisfactory. Alright, it's a weird twist, but it's slowing down too much. I'm assuming once I go into the circle, that'll be good enough. And we didn't stop. Do you use the power of the power plant with coal or anything material? I don't believe so. Hey, the lights are on. Yes, that'd be another one of our dare drops done. We did connect the power between the two buildings. So let's go ahead and, without any stops, let me make sure we finish. So we still have to build a bridge under road.
Oh gosh, look at you go. You just brought a whole region back from the brink. I'll pass on the good news. You seem like you're a keeper. Well done.
Okay, but we're not done yet because there are side objectives. So dismiss that. Keep playing. The storm has passed, leaving only what we built to last. Our shift is coming to an end. We have laid the groundwork for others to carry on. It's more than just structures, though. It's a bond we've created. So let's get you out of the way. Alright, so. Those ones we've all received awards for. We have replaced the pipes. This one I actually do need to fix. And then otherwise we have objectives, side objectives. So build a road and send the convoy from... Okay, so you have to build a road. So let's track that. You're going to take a hot minute. So you want me to build a road here. That's fine. Where is my sand? So we have the steamroller. We have the asphalt layer. We've got that. The thing for putting down the sand. Where did I leave you? Regardless, the mound base is probably where I need it. I'm trying to watch up here for when this goes through. We're gonna let that go for just a second. I need to grab myself a drink, so I'm gonna quickly stretch my legs, grab a drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay, so that seems to be going relatively fine so far. Did we already get past the, where I've got my bulldozer? Was just sending it wide work out? Alright, looks like it's good. So that's the first thing, get that fixed. Meanwhile... Yeah, because that was the stuck spot there, so it looks like going around wide did work. So we should be good there. So I've got to build this road, and then somewhere down here we got a broken pipe. So let's... Alright, let's focus on the road first, and the reason I want to do the road first is with the road first, it's going to take the trucks a minute to go through everything, so you're the one... You go in there. Alright. But if we build the road first, then what'll end up happening there is we can get that all sorted out where they'll start doing their laps, getting our convoy to give us credit. You can't build chair without AI. But yeah, we can get that route sorted. I do wish, before the routes that we've already got all the stuff picked up, we could just be like, hey, don't warn me about it. It's fine. Like, we've already got all the materials, there's nothing else I need from it. Okay, so I actually have a decent length here that it wants me to do this. Okay. It does make me wonder what the minimum you can do it. The sand just appears? Yeah, and part of the reason they do that is you can imagine, like, I'm putting down, what is this going to be, like 10 or so things of sand here? If you had to run back every single time to the quarry to get more sand, it would go from being fun to very obnoxious very quickly. So while it does kind of hurt the immersion a little bit that we have to go and grab the sand, I do think for the game being fun, it is the correct answer to just hand wave. Now, to be clear, you have to actually be close enough to the quarry for it to work. So they do have some places that they use the fact that you can't quite get the sand because it's too far away as a way to kind of limit how much sand you can just chuck down to solve your problems. And also to give you reasons to build a bridge to get a shortcut to get the sand where you need it easier and stuff like that. Alright, so let's get you out of the way for right now. I might need more sand back there, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Which path just failed and do I care? All rewards, we're working on it, all rewards. Yeah, it looks like we got, because the one we were worried about was the one to... Yeah, so we've got all the rewards from all of them. Cool. So with that, we can go ahead and pop over here. I'll need to go back to this base. We can redeploy you. And then get down there to smooth it all out. Toss the asphalt on there and go from there. You like a game to be fun, more and hyper-realistic? Yeah, no, it's one of those things I was trying to think, it's like, okay, is there a way they could have handled that that would be less kind of like immersion breaking? Sorry, less like immersion breaking kind of thing? And I don't really see a good way. Kind of like every solution I can come up with either doesn't get around the fact that like running back and forth the entire length with the sand again and again would just get obnoxious, or doesn't get kind of weird immersion breaking because of like hand waving sand drops from the sky. Let's see, they could have had set up a path with massive sand trucks that you could get to a staging point. Yeah, I mean, so it is apparently a thing with these roads that apparently you can like set it to autonomously build the road. I was half tempted with this road to just hit the button and see what happens. You know, actually, let's do that. Press the right click on a section of road to start the vehicle. I'd like to... I'm curious. So I'm not doing this. We poured the sand and we just like, hey, do it. I mean, right now it's just staying in flatten and driving straight across the line of sand we dumped. But yeah, so if you just don't enjoy doing the sand, I guess you can be like, hey, AI, do this instead. I'm just curious when it goes to the other side, will it just be like, job is done, or will it like turn around and do another pass? Okay, so it literally just does a pass. So to me, that's not a satisfactory job. Yeah, no, the AI can only do it for these jobs. Yeah, and that makes sense. It's just strictly for the building the road. But for me, this is not good enough. I don't need perfection, but I need it to be at least decent. Because stuff like that there at the end there, we would absolutely have the truck just get stuck on it and have to clean it up anyways. So yeah, so if you do the AI doing it, it's mostly just being like, hey, just do a pass for me. Which I think is fine. That's not up to Storge solution standards. Oh, what did we name our thing? We were gonna do like the mostly ethical operations or something like that, but the name limit is a bit short in this game at 16 characters. Ooh, what do we go with? Yeah, ethical-ish ops is what we went for. Okay, we've learned our lesson from the last time. The last time I did the 2-lane setup like I did there, and we ended up with this big horrific ridge in the middle. So this time, knowing I'm gonna probably make ridges on both sides of this, I will go down the middle to see if we can't mitigate that some. Alright. So I've got that. So next up we need the asphalt truck, which is right here. You'd say the AI making the roads is probably easier for a lot of people. It's probably one of those things that, like, depending on your input devices, it can be a little obnoxious. There's definitely rooms for having a whole bunch of stuff. I don't care about that one failing. We've already got all the rewards. So, maybe we're just memeing about throwing this on the trailer, being it's not the right size for it. Maybe that actually wasn't that big a deal, because this thing here, doesn't have a whole lot of spring in its step. Not a fast-moving vehicle. To be fair, for what it does, there's probably never, not very much a time it needs to go fast. Yeah, high torque, low acceleration. Well, not even low acceleration, low top speed too. But yeah, no, it's like, for its job, it's just designed to crawl along and lay down asphalt. I imagine that's one of those things that you want to make sure it lays it down at a slow rate to have it nice and consistent, all that, versus like racing around and just chucking it out the back, and then all your roads are just really hot garbage. No, I probably won't use the AI for this part. I just wanted to see like how good the AI does. And yeah, no, it seems like the AI will mostly just drive down the middle, like where those two stripes are, it'll just try to aim to go down the middle, which is fair. That's probably the minimum thing you need to complete the objective. Getting ever so slightly torqued back and forth. Like, I'm not sure if it's from the tread there, or I did a bad job smoothing it. It's probably a bad job smoothing it. Because we did go down the middle. But I assume there's a little bit of a ridge on either side. Well, it looked pretty good up until that last inch on the end there. Come on, play nice. Come on, play nice. Come on. It's basically right. Very clearly, this is not even. Because you can't tell, but I'm actually holding to the left. There we go. I'm getting caught up in like little bumps in the sand. I do like the nice little added oh, come on, stop biting me. I do like the added detail of like you can see like the steam coming off the hot asphalt in the rain. Would you? Yeah, so apparently doing like the roads double wide, I'm gonna have to do more passes to really level it out. And then last but not least, we have the steamroller here somewhere. You're over there. Alright. I kind of wish there was cruise control in this game. Just be able to hit like 3 and then it'll just try and drive at speed. Just for stuff like this where you got a slow vehicle and you're just like, man, I don't want to hold the button. Does the rain cool it down too fast? I don't think the game actually tracks any of that. Well. Alright, let's do a quick change of plan. Because that's not getting out of that. So let's grab you real quick. Retain, confirm, deploy. And honestly, to speed this up, grab a transport vehicle. Since when is a roller made for sand? Never. No, results checked out about as well as you could expect. Yeah, so just gonna load the steamroller up on here. Drive it over to the asphalt. Plunk it down. Do our thing. Okay. So I can drive this up there, and then I can transport it over to the other location much faster than this thing can go at the speed it crawls along the map. Needless to say, steamroller not exactly intended to go cross country. I was expecting to be allowed to secure this. So we just attached a winch to it, and I'm just gonna go for it. It's secure enough for ethical-ish operations. I will say, we get these bumps, we're getting some pretty okay air on those front tires. See, it even unloads itself. It's like it's made for it. Okay. So get this all flattened out. And then with this flattened out, we can send the path, whatever the thing, where they go there. And then somewhere there's a broken pipe I gotta fix. How do you turn on rollers? The exhaust effects are cool. Yeah, like the exhaust effects are cool, like when it's raining and like you have the hot asphalt and you see like the little bits of steam coming off of it. That's kind of fun. They got some pretty good atmospheric effects. You've waited for this job your whole life, Ronnie the Roller. That's how long it took you to get down the hill and over here. I love it's a brand new road, and we are already have like all these patches, like patches of missing road. It is also amusing to me where it tries to like clean it up for you. Okay, so we've got the route. So we go here and do this. We need to start plotting your route. And you're trying to go from here to the mountain base, it looks like? Before it gets too far, you're kind of in the way. Alright, so now we need to grab our next objective. Or next thing, let's grab our scout here. And I need to go to objectives, switch the pumping station, start tracking that. So where am I supposed to be looking? We are looking for the next failed pipe. What do you actually say? The local pumping station's been having a bit of a fit. Since we don't want to have any unexpected surprises during the operation, let's take control of the situation. According to the report, the pipe system to South Station has been damaged. We're asking you to fix it. To South Station. To the south of the station. Which station? Because we've got the gas distribution station. So that pipe is all fine there. There's also a bunch of pipe over here somewhere we saw. Can't I set you? Okay, so that pipe, there you are. Alright, so we need to go here. Alright, well, in this particular case, I don't think we need that vehicle. Where is our other two vehicles? Okay, so here's the plan. I don't particularly feel like driving my other vehicle across the entire map. So we're going to take the incredibly smart and well thought out plan that will in no way meaningfully backfire on us. Of simply going here, grabbing that pipe out of the back of the truck, and driving across the entire map with it just dangling behind our vehicle. Cool, so we got more XP, some more of the recovery stuff. Okay, so with this, I will just go park it. That to do. It's probably fine. Using the anchors to unbeach us from the rock, since we're not using the things. Yeah, no, we're still dragging our materials. It'll probably go better if I just drag this straight behind us, in all honesty. Oh, wait, I'm in your way. My apologies. Okay, so which is the way it should be going across here? Yeah, so a turn... Yeah, turn to right, then to left. It's fine. Oh, that's actually not a good way for us to go. Alright. Because we're getting back to, like, the first part of the map. Fancy crane work dragging that pipe. That loud metallic flapping sound, that's just progress. That's what that is. Pretty sure that's how the pros do it? Exactly. Everyone else is like, you gotta go load it up in this other vehicle, and then you gotta take it to the other side, and then you gotta unload it again. Hear me out. I can reduce the number of people involved in the work by a whole person. We can cut down the amount of heavy machinery we did by a whole vehicle. And it doesn't even cost us extra time, considering this vehicle still does have to get to the other area. Exactly. Profit go up. Realistically destroying every inch of asphalt we traverse. Hear me out. That's future business opportunity. Yeah, that's the thing. I thought I remembered when we played the demo that they actually had like a cargo life that it marked by a number, but I smacked that pretty hard against the ground at the beginning of this and it didn't do anything. So I'm like, all right, let's figure this out. That I just smash this in the ground the whole way, because if I don't, getting a replacement pipe, I believe I can get one right over there. So like literally, we are just making future business opportunities for us. One thing I am going to need to do real fast, we're still dragging this thing, by the way. That is not stopping. I guess it technically is stopping. I just need to choke it up a little bit here for when we get to the other end. This doesn't feel right. There we go. All better. It doesn't feel right if the pipe is not banging into the ground. I gotta remind myself that it's back there. We're just seasoning the pipe in the way. I know, right? You've got to properly season your pipes. Come on. I like that you can use a little hydraulic stand to just be like push your vehicle just a little bit up so it kind of just like pops forward just a little bit at a time. Oh good, it's still back there. I was worried. The 30 kilometers of highway used to travel from work, you'd spend 9 months every year under roadworks, replacing or repairing that they were done the year before. These were contractors deliberately creating issues that would fail. So we had a weird thing when I used to work city government, that people would get very upset because they're like, oh my god, this main highway has been under construction forever. Why don't you just get it done? And it actually had to do entirely with how the money worked, that the state would distribute money to your cities or counties or whoever was doing the road work, and they would distribute, you know, X number of dollars per year to do that, but you weren't allowed to like bank it or reserve it to do it all at one time, which means what we would do is we'd have to like repave like 1 mile of this highway, because if we didn't spend the money, it just got forsaken, like lost or whatever. And you couldn't like reserve it for 2, 3, 4 years to build up to like knock out one area of the road at a time. So it was use it or lose it, and you needed to repair your roads. So why don't they fix the potholes? So that actually gets into stuff like county roads, state roads, the budget you get into there, you know, like amount of money there. And a lot of times you'll have state roads and like, you know, federal roads will get prioritization, and then you'll have county road after that, and then when you get to like smaller roads, good luck. Generally the more money being tossed into your local road taxes and all that, the more likely you are to have much nicer roads. There is some fuzziness there depending, you know, some places your road taxes go, you know, specifically for roads. Some of them, part of it goes like a general fund for like whatever, and that's all local stuff. But yeah, that's actually one of those things that you run into, like if your city roads are crappy, but like then the highway's in really nice shape, that means your city is not putting hardly any money towards your road system, or they're just not bringing in enough money to maintain it. Where again, like if the main highways and all that are well maintained, it means you're getting the money from the state or the federal government. And it can also be vice versa, that like your highways suck, but your local roads are in relatively good shape. Usually because you have, you know, better local tax kind of stuff going on. Good shocker. Redoing roads is hell of expensive. For example, we get a lot of rain here. So the road base they used was gravel, which was highly absorbent. Water gets under the very thin layer of bitumen, and then the road absorbs it, expands, then creates cavities that dries out, and the bitumen then collapses, creating a pothole. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I know there was a whole program they were doing here, and I don't know if it's still ongoing, but it was for US 1, which is like one of the main north-south roads in Florida. It goes down to East Coast, all the way from like, it goes from north of Florida all the way down to Key West is where it finally comes to an end. So it's basically the entire length of the state. And they had a segment in the middle of it that they were doing a lot of testing of like different construction methods, like what do we put under the road, what is the actual road made out of. So they would work with like one concrete that was made out of broken up seashells. They had, you know, your typical black like tarmac style concrete, and a couple different ones. And it was weird when you got into that area where it was being tested, because you would go and every mile or so you'd have that thing where, like, where you go to freshly paved thing where your car kind of bounces where you go from one concrete to the other. And you could tell the stuff that was like holding up well versus the stuff that was not. Like the seashell stuff, they wanted to use it because it was dirt cheap compared to the other stuff, but it was bad. It does not hold up well. It just kind of disintegrates over time. Let's see, apparently, and with the mind that there were, sorry, my city lives, has too much money, so 1 kilometer road long, 4 road work sides, and one it's a bridge. Yeah, nature could be, well, that's, if you, there's and be very careful about this, there's stuff called, like, urban explorers, urban exploration, that kind of stuff, that very genuinely, it's really kind of cool to see people have gone to areas that were abandoned. Like, there's, so out west in, like, the Arizona area, I'm not going to have the exact place right, there used to be an Air Force base out there. And, you know, after a while, it just wasn't needed anymore. I think it was an Air Force base. Basically, there's a military base, doesn't matter what kind it was. But it wasn't needed anymore. So, the military base shut down. And they had, like, the small city, like, neighborhood area, like a suburbia kind of neighborhood city area that was attached but separate from the base. And it was one of those things, oh, this is my turn, as well as things that once the base shut down, there's no reason for anyone to live there anymore. So it's effectively like suburbia that's been abandoned. And it's fascinating to see some of those places that, like, depending on what's in the area, like how the city or whatever decays. And that one I remember holding up relatively well because it was in the middle of the desert. There wasn't a whole lot of, like, humidity. You don't have a lot of different natural disasters hitting the area for the most part. It's still like things got dilapidated and broken. I was expecting that to, like, slam and just, you know, do the whole thing where a dog has a stick that's really wide and tries to go through a door and just slams into it and falls backwards. I was expecting that to occur there. Alright, which way do I go from here? We probably want to... Oh, there's not really a good Oh, actually. Yeah, so we take a left, we go up the hill, and go from there. But, let's see, you've always been driving across the city with well-defined line with the quality of road. Yeah, but it's in the city. Yeah, no, that's, there's a lot of places I've seen that where you go from, like, you're in the city to then you cross to the county road, and just... You'll have fairly nice paved roads, and then you get to the county roads, and you're like, oh wow, this is terrible. And it can go the other way too, like I said, it really depends. That's also the thing when you get into, like, neighborhoods and subdivisions with, like, HOAs, so gated neighborhoods. Gated neighborhoods, once you put a gate, and this is rules so far as Florida, it probably varies from place to place. Once you put stuff behind a gate, is now the responsibility of that neighborhood to maintain their roads. It's no longer falls on city or county. And so if you go into a neighborhood and the roads all suck, that's often the cause, because I can tell you from having to deal with it. The cost of having your roads resurfaced is astronomical. It is a very expensive thing. And so it always sucked because you had to have these HOA dues to do all that, and it's not even like the typical thing where they're, like, just padding their pockets kind of garbage. It's you actually get the bill from the, like, resurfacing kind of places, and you're like, oh, it's just a hell of a lot of money. I tried to genuinely fight for a while to see if we could dissolve the HOA in my neighborhood. There's a lot of red tape you gotta go through, so even if people are on board, it's very hard to do. Come on. We're inching forward here. But yeah, it was one of those things I want to be like, let's get rid of the gates. Let's get rid of the gates. We can, like, get rid of the HOA. No one has to pay these dues. The moment the gates are gone, the one and only major expense the neighborhood has, which is resurfacing the roads, goes away, because that means it would fall on, like, county or city or whatever. And we would just, you know, we'd have, like, there's a playground or whatever nearby. It's like, yeah, we can, there's other ways you can have it where the playground is covered by the local neighborhood without requiring an HOA. But yeah, no, it's something you had to have, like, a super majority of the vote, and then you had to get, like, the larger region kind of thing agree to assume the expense of operating in. There's just so many barriers to making that happen, unfortunately. But that's because Florida law, we have very, very, very strict rules about requiring HOAs in most neighborhoods as just kind of a thing. That they just really wanted to force HOAs into basically everything. And we don't need to get into the reason why that is the way it is. Because it's not money. But, yeah, and we're gonna stay off that topic, because, you know, sponsored stream and all that. Like, the HOA, that's a fine topic. But the reason why they're forced in Florida gets to be a, begins with an R. Correct. And we'll leave it at that. We will not take that any farther on that topic. Oh, we are still in low gear. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and move on. But yeah, so we actually have a boatload of money. We're at 85,000. I believe our route is still going smoothly. We should check on that. In hindsight, obviously, if I was doing this in the less maybe I'm dragging the pipe kind of way, I would have grabbed this, put it on the truck, redeployed this thing. I did not realize this was completely swamped with water. Let's see if we can ride up the shore. Because I sure as heck don't want to go around. Real life, you know what's not holding up to a big machine shoving into it? Palmetto bush. Those things don't have that strong of a root system. They have, like, these very fibrous roots. They're, like, have you ever seen roots, like, on a, palm tree, coconut tree? It's like, it's got, like, this one big, like, cluster, and it's got these very, very thin, wiry roots that go everywhere. They're great for keeping the thing in place in, you know, storms and all that. But, like, slapping something into it, it'll break up their root systems pretty easily. Pain in the butt to remove. Like, those roots suck to remove. Also wearing a blue t-shirt. It's actually very, very purple. It's just the lighting is making it seem blue, but it is Twitch purple. It's literally a Twitch shirt. It is the purple that Twitch does everything with. There's also apparently a whole lot of big rocks that are going to be a pain to get past. Lighting does weird things to colors. What's part of the reason I started messing with this is I wanted to see if there was a condition, because I could have sworn during the demo we banged one of the pipes and it said like -2 on the pipe or something like that. That could just be in my head though. But clearly, if there was a condition on this pipe, we would have destroyed it. And we're free. Yeah, no, damage on your vehicles is definitely gone, and gas is definitely gone. And I do apologize. I know before the game came out, I was like, I definitely saw a gas icon in the game, so clearly gas is going to be a mechanic, is what I had stated. You'll notice there is a gas icon up there that's got 19 next to it. It's a recovery mechanic, not a gas gauge kind of thing. But with the style of game this is, I do think not having gas is the right decision. Like, it's a nice pressure in SnowRunner, but for this game, where if you think about the way the game structurally is, you'll start at one point, and then you slowly fix the roads and all that going out from that point. All that gas would mean is driving back and forth on the area you've already fixed. And so it's not the same as SnowRunner, where you got to deliver something like way out in the hills that the roads are all destroyed and awful and all that, where gas becomes a very important constraint to build logistics around. In this particular case, I think it would just be going back and forth to the area you've already got things settled, for the most part. So I think for what this game wants to do, I do believe getting rid of that was the right call. Just the same as the magic sand. Like, it's weird. It kind of breaks immersion a little bit, but I do think if they did make you drive back and forth every single time you needed a bit of sand, it would just be incredibly obnoxious for any road of any reasonable size. And they do kind of make you do a little bit of driving back and forth with the sand, because there's a range on the sand from a quarry. But, it's not super far. Like, if we actually look at the map real fast, so, like, I fixed road over here that where is it? Oh, I'm at the wrong spot. I fixed road along here that we needed sand. The quarry was right here, so I only had to drive, like, that little bit there. But we had way up here that I had to put a patch of sand, and that required me driving the whole way around here to get the sand. So they do have some of that, but even doing 1 or 2 loads of sand where I had to drive that far, that's kind of about the point where you're like, all right, I don't want to drive that far for the next one. Like, it's not a particularly feels good drive. Like, it's fine when you're 1 or 2, but if you had to do like 5-10 laps, it'd be, if people remember from SnowRunner the logging contracts, that while you might enjoy them generally, there's a lot of people who are not a big fan of the logging contracts on the Michigan map, because it does feel like you're just repeating the same mission again and again and again.
That pumping station isn't looking too great. It's not on our list of required fixes, but it could still use some of your magic.
Alright. We are in position. Yes, I'm gonna need to do is we're gonna need to reposition this thing so I can get a much closer to the pipe grab. I'm gonna go ahead and lean it on over here where it won't roll away from me. I'm gonna drop it. And I'm going to struggle with all the controls for a second. Come on. So the issue I have right now is just the fact that because of how much cable I've got here is making it so that I think I make this work. No. What I need to do is get it up here. So I can just sit this down. There we go. So now I've got a much, much closer grab on this, so I don't have nearly as much slack. And so we definitely want to drive backwards with our crane fully extended in the air with heavy cargo on it. That definitely doesn't make us top heavy or any of that, any kind of reasonable concern. Oh, come on. I had it too. And then I went to pop it, and right as I did, we inched back just enough that it didn't qualify anymore. That's as close as we're going to get without having to go back up and doing the hill thing again. I probably need to get to a different angle on it, and I don't want to. So what I might be able to do is take this and back it up this hill a little bit just to lift that higher. It's not working out how I planned. Okay. We can try that again in just a moment. Let's spin this around to the other side. Get it to full extension. Trying to recover it. We're not done yet. Well. And I can't do the anchors while the engine's not running. Okay. You can recover it doing that. So I did drop the pipe while I was there. Yes, that's not far. Yeah, so the interesting thing is I'm having problems getting the crane to let me go high enough to deal with it. Oh, right, this whole map is flooded on this side. That's right. So which way's the way we go? Right, we follow the pipeline. You assume Sana's making a clip? Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, no, I saw it tipping. It's like, well, but what I was trying to do, and I was confusing myself with the controls, is I'm trying to push the arm down, because if I had the arm facing the right way and I pushed it down, it would rock us to the side, but I kept twisting the arm back and forth. If you bring the transporter, can the crane drive up to get higher? A little bit. Like, I could lift it off the bed, but if I can drop the pipe on the ground in some place that's a higher elevation than the crane, it's the same thing. Because it does seem like there's a minimum length that the tension kind of gets to it. Hey, Fluff Tapes, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing? I'm going to guess it's probably going to be RoadCraft. Maybe try it from the ridge. Yeah, I might have to drive it above. The downside is the arm can't lean down. It can only go level as its lowest. So I'm not sure. The ridge might be too high. We'll see. Yeah, so Fluff Tapes was playing some RoadCraft. Hope you had a good time. Hope you're enjoying it. Game is great. Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. We're trying to get this last objective. Oh, one thing I was going to check before we go too much farther. Did we get all of these? Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, so we got just that one left. And otherwise, everything else is going good. Level but extend then the cables. Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. Is I'll need to get that sorted. And I've been having a good time. How are we doing on time, by the way? We're doing good. So in about 1 hour, we'll give away our last Timberborn key. And then an hour after that, we will be joining FG Squared for our collaborative segment, which will still be RoadCraft. We'll be joining FG for her birthday stream. And all that good stuff. Come on, you can do it. Getting really caught up on that bush. There's like a little bit of a ridge up here. I can probably use the crane arm to just shove us forward too. There we go. I should have gone around the other way, but, you know, why learn? Yep, it's FG's actual birthday today. You're blown away by the detail of the tracks and ruts? Insane detail of the game? Oh yeah, no, it's really solid. I've been very much enjoying the game. We've been goofing around on this particular objective that I did the rest of the objectives mostly how you're supposed to. And this one is like, yeah, you're supposed to take a transport car with the pipe over here and then bring the crane, all that. I was like, nah. We just drug the pipe behind us the entire way here. It's fine. I'm gonna go around these rocks this time. We just gotta put this one section of pipe in and then we're done with the map. All secondary and primary objectives done. We're just running into the problem trying to get the crane high enough to be able to put it in place. Like, I had it in place for a second, went to let go, and it just barely, the arm shifted through. And when it shifted through, you know, it wouldn't let me put it down, but I'd already hit the button, so we just dropped the pipe. Okay, this wibbly wobbling can stop, please. There you go. How far along are we? Map 2 or 3? End of map 2? I believe. Honestly, not as far as I expected to be in the game. Just because, you know, horsing around with this kind of thing and then fighting with some of the pathing on the delivery stuff. Right. So let's start. What am I stuck on? Let's start by grabbing this, so we get as level as we can. Yeah, drag it up the hill a little bit. Oh, right. Right, I see why this could work, because even though the arm goes level, if I deliberately put a lot of slack on the pipe, then we can lower it in there. So I'm going to deliberately keep all this slack on this pipe. And like any responsible person working to repair infrastructure, we're just going to drag this behind us in the dirt. Is gravity enough to want to stream more days to come? Oh yeah, no, I'm fully expecting to be playing this for a while on stream. I'm like, it's not gonna be the only thing on the schedule for a while, but I am expecting to play this a good chunk for the immediate coming streams, like for the next week or two or whatever. You sure to do this way in real life? Yep. All right, let's maybe inch forward just a little bit. I don't think it's gonna reach nearly far enough from where I'm at. Let's learn our lessons. Can you buy a bigger crane? Maybe. I'm sitting right here and we definitely were able to get like right to the fence of it. We're gonna do, let's try and get this with no slack and go from the bottom again. Because that's pretty far out there for what we can reach. Just trying to like poke it from that angle. Got rid of a bunch of slack. I might be able to get even more slack off here. Let's use this building up here. I should be able to basically get the slack out of here entirely. Okay. Just trying to drag it against the edge of the building. It's physically making touch with it, so that's the minimum length it can be. Let's lower that so we're not as top heavy as we're driving around. It seems like the right side here is higher than the left. We put the back up. That's maximum extension. I apparently misjudged this whole thing. Because having tipping forward, it goes. That's the same exact kind of thing that happened last time where it turned green. Is like, okay, let's go for it. And then by the time it actually registered, it wasn't green anymore. I wish... Toggle attach mode. Yes, it's just gonna have it rolling down the hill until it's too close to me. Okay, so I've got you over there. Gotcha, that might actually work. Okay, so let's put you all the way down on the far side. Let's try this again. You love and not love that? Yeah. So what I'm learning here is I need to go the other way around. Go ahead and work our way back up this hill real fast. And then back ourselves down. That is not really working thing. Okay. Because this has no all-wheel drive, but it does have diff lock. You said it doesn't seem like it has all-wheel drive. Okay. Yeah, just which is a way to be like, hey, could we make the length of cable on this a bit shorter? You are so close to where I need you to be. Alright. You assume driving past would not work? No, I don't think so. I'm hoping... Build a ramp? I'm hoping I don't have to do that because literally there's nowhere nearby I can get the sand. Like, that'd be driving half across the map with the dump truck. Okay. Come on, you're right there. Straighten that out before it gets worse. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to get higher. We tried to do it over these rocks on this side. Let's lower this back down. Yeah, what I'm gonna try doing is backing up the truck, like not where I was doing it before, but backing up the truck on the side that's got that grass on it. So right here. See, it was green. That's the upsetting part, is it was green too. Yeah, we can try that again, where we held it from both sides. Nope, 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 stop moving. Finally! Okay, and with that we have finished everything on the map. All objectives complete. That fought me way more than was necessary. The question, does it have to be aligned or just in there? Just magically goes to the spot. Yeah, no, it'd be too hard to like get it to play nice. Could you see that was like at the very limit of how high we could lift it? Alright. So we have incommunicado, and we have sunken. So we have, following an earthquake, a river has flooded a massive mine spanning most of the region, leading to its partial collapse. That has affected the surrounding area, and you're tasked with recovering the expensive drilling equipment from the mines, as well as pumping the water out of the cave system to help with future recovery efforts. Or, communication towers and pipelines were critically damaged in the wake of the hurricane, leaving most of the entire region devoid of electricity and cut off from the flow of information. Your mission is to adventure into this rugged terrain, deliver essential equipment, and restore auto... collapsing mine sounds way cooler. So we're definitely doing that one. You can only start with our scout vehicle. Yeah, no, it just goes in the spot once you get, like, the sweet spot. It just takes a little bit to get there. I still liked grabbing the generator, just hunking it down the side of the building and just, like, flipping it over and over again. Yeah, no, of those, it's like, hey, how would you like to do basically what you just did, or something very different? Okay, so we're in Eastern Europe. It is summer. The company answers an emergency call to help in surveying the damage after a recent earthquake. Yeah, this place looks like it's doing great. Well, at least the castle's okay.
This is supposed to be a simple survey operation. They had an earthquake recently. Did quite a bit of damage to the area in general, and the steel mill in particular. We don't quite know the full extent yet. So, you just need to get in, find out, and get out. Nice and easy, right?
Oh, the stone arch held up through an earthquake? That's impressive. Yep. Stone arches. Bonk. Oh, you're heavier than I thought. But still, bonk. This is, this one's not looking as,
Buckle up. Looks like fun times ahead. As exciting as surveying is, it's a little more than that. Who could have guessed, right? The company wants you to retrieve some valuable mining equipment.
This place is looking... Ooh. Alright. This place is looking a little absolutely completely effed. On a level of everything is fine to there's nothing left. This is leaning way more on the nothing left category. Come on. Come on. You can climb that little piece of metal. Why are you made of absolute zero traction material? Oh good, the giant flammable container fell through what I can only assume was the floor of the building. And these rocks are... Oh, I've got like 5 rocks under there. I was like, man, these rocks are rough. Like, it's stuck under, if you see, like, the back bumper there, it's getting stuck under that back bumper, and I'm not able to free it. And there is nothing to winch onto. Okay, so we got past those. Let's try to avoid beaching ourselves on more rocks. Can we boop that container? Probably. I don't think it'll do anything. This doesn't seem like the kind of game where they'd have you, poke the container, just like, pan out as the mushroom cloud comes up from that spot. Okay, start cutting across here. Yeah, so I would say this map is significantly different than our last one. Here, I'll test it for you. There you go. There's, not much left here. Do you want to sell a bunch of scrap metal? Because that's what you got here.
Menu of things for you to do. 1. Connect the tunnel exit base to the steel pipes facility. 2. Make some room at the port so we can get your gear shipped over. 3. Replace the gas tank at the concrete plant. You can find a replacement at the gas station. They have plenty, so they won't miss it.
Okay, so we got a bunch of mission objectives that just gave us. So clear out the damaged containers at the port. We don't have the port not discovered yet. We have the tunnel. Replace the damaged gas tank. So when it comes to vehicles, I got this truck. So I'm assuming the port is our first priority. Clear out the damaged containers at the port. Yep, so we'll track that. Okay. This would be an interesting map. Considering it's kind of hard to navigate because everything is destroyed in like different elevations. It's gonna take me a minute to like figure out the best way to navigate around some of this stuff. Makes me wonder what the best way to collect the debris for recycling is. But yeah, so with what we've currently got, all this truck has going for it is it can drive and it's got a winch. I can't really load payload in a meaningful capacity. Okay, there is a bit of a ridge we can go down here. I'm interested to, like, when we get stuff for, like, rebuilding roads and all that, rebuilding the roads over these giant cracks in the ground actually sounds pretty exciting. Because that's what I could see, that you definitely try and get into position and just tip your vehicle into the crack and go, well, time to reset you. Okay, that might be a route for us. Okay, we got a road over there. Maybe. There is a road. Okay. Can I push you? Alright, yep. So that's not gonna cut it. Yeah, so clearly I'll be able to move that to make room once we're dealing with something more powerful than a pickup truck. It does look like I might be able to squeeze through here. Maybe not. Not in a way that isn't going to be just looking to roll. I don't think we can go that way. I'm trying to see if I try and pull it from this side, will I be able to move it and cut across? Yeah, we got this. See if that was enough. That'll work. I was expecting that to let me go through there. Okay, looks like there's a bit of a hill over here. Yeah, this whole place is, doing good. It's doing good. It's definitely holding up real well. Alright. So gotta get there. This map is sure is something. It's yeah. So this looks like it might be a ramp that I can climb up. Look at those tires to form. Yeah, alright, well, I'm gonna guess it's not a ramp we can climb up. It looked like it's a ramp I was gonna be able to climb up and cut across the top of those boxes, maybe? Let's try going around the other way. It'll be interesting when it comes to cleaning up the port, quote unquote, how much we can do here. I do see we have a green box here. I don't remember seeing a green box. I don't know what this does. This is a construction depot. You can purchase and sell resources here. You can sell rubble in the highlighted yellow. This rubble cannot be recycled and can only be sold in construction depots. Deposit resources or rubble in the yellow area to sell. Purchase resources in the green area. And so we could purchase any of our basic materials. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, we got those. Oh, hey, wait a second. There's a path that can go right through there. Anyway, assumptions will unlock something that we can use to move stuff. Area revealed.
Let's clear up all the damaged containers at the port. How about trying that crane? I know you're not technically authorized to use it, but I won't tell anyone if you don't.
Kelly, you're besties now. All right. Hey, Penny, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Also, probably gonna be playing some RoadCraft here in not too long. So definitely someone to check out. So we need to clear out the area from this. Now, I have the reasonable thing I could do, which is just take these cargo containers, putting them over here on these blue ones, but I'm kind of curious if this arm is long enough for me to huck this out into the water. No, sadly we can't take the industrial solution of this, of just hucking it over there into the ocean. And I don't think it twists fast enough that I can get it, like, really thing. But it's such a fun game whenever I don't flip the truck around like a turtle. Yep. If you really want the rolling things over and being stuck with that as your life, that's the Snow Runner experience. Where everything goes buttery smooth, and then you roll a vehicle, and then that's what you're doing for the next 2 or 3 hours. Alright. Can't we roll the crane around the track? Let me... Actually... Doesn't... Ah, there we go. Da 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 da. Hang on a second. We almost had it. Da 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 da. Game? Don't take... No, I didn't miss. There's an invisible wall there. Ah, there we go. We're just doing those business things. I was waiting for them to have like some hidden thing that we would do that, and it would dock us like $1,000 or whatever and be like, that's your littering fine. That's so many keys I'm pressing. I'm having to press A, S, Z, and dealing with the mouse controls all at the same time. Hands a spider on this keyboard right now. Alright, as much as I'm enjoying memeing with that, it takes way too long for us to do that. So I am glad we hucked some containers into the river, as we should. But I'm just gonna chuck these over here and be done with it. What does the mouse do? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I don't need the mouse to the crane. My apologies. The other crane stuff, I needed the mouse to enable it, so I just got in the habit of holding the left mouse button the entire time and trying to operate the crane, because that's the way it works with all the other stuff. When it comes to cranes, I mean. All right. So your only really complaint so far is the controls are very problematic if you're using a pedal and wheel set. Oh, I have not tried to use a pedal and wheel set. I don't have a pedal and wheel set, and like I'd use it for American Truck Simulator if I had them, but I have heard from a number of people when it came to playing SnowRunner that it's as much frustrating as helpful in the sense that like you go to use the winch with the pedal and all that in SnowRunner, and it's just obnoxious. That said, I do know there's a lot of people who very much do enjoy most of SnowRunner with the pedal and all that, but I've understood that was always like a weakness in the game is I'm still working. Let me finish my work.
Now that's a cleanup. You must make your mother proud. The barge should have all the parts we need to put the water pump components together. Why don't you get those parts off the barge and we'll see what's what.
Just as the barge shows up, it just tips over because it beaches itself on the thing. Oh wait, isn't there something I'm supposed to do with the... Let's check our dare drops. I think there was something about stacking crates. Stack 4 containers symmetrically. Alright, 1 second, chat. I wish I had noticed that before we started with this. Yeah, so I've got a dare drop here. So I gotta stack 4 containers symmetrically. I don't really know what that means. Like symmetrically, like I get what that word means, but what it actually wants me to do for this dare drop, like if I'm stacking 4 containers. Because if we stack them on top of each other, they can't really be symmetrical unless they're all centered in the same way. So this is the one you run into is sometimes with them, it's like, what do you actually mean? I'm gonna assume they mean symmetrical as in like stacking 4 like on top of each other. That's gonna be my assumption. So we're gonna huck this one on the ground down here. Have a good time. And we're gonna go ahead and grab this one, and then we're just going to try and make them stacked up, like straight up and down kind of thing. Just because that's my best guess of what they mean by it. Those containers have seen better days? Yep. Yes, they have. There we go. But by doing these dare drops, we potentially get more keys for the game and all that stuff to give out and all that, among other things. So just one of those things, and dare drop is being kind enough to sponsor the stream and all that. So I figure might as well do it. I've got a crane, I've got containers, and I'm gonna consider symmetrical just to be putting them directly over top of each other kind of thing. I don't really know what it means otherwise. Wifey. I love you too. Alright, you sleep well. You can't make me. There we go. I love you too. Yeah, that's just my wife too. She's got work in the morning. Yeah, I'm not sure if you all heard her pick up on the mic. It's just my wife being like, "Hey, going to bed." Usually she picks up on the mic, so I don't have to worry about it. But you'll see the Tomb Taps emote. She usually gets broken out anytime she pops on stream. Alright, so this is going to be a little bit tricky because I am going to need to make sure... I wish I could put the camera farther down. So I'm going to need to do... yeah, get as little slack as possible. And then this, I believe, will be the dare drop. Because it said to stack 4 symmetrically. And all symmetrically means that you can like go down the middle and it like matches side to side. And so I'm assuming in this particular case, symmetrical is just... I would need to make it so it's like even on both sides. Now granted, technically, as long as everything is centered, it would always be symmetrical as long as the containers were at 90-degree angles of each other. Okay, so I'm not quite right. Okay, 1 second. I would call that symmetrical. At least within what you're gonna get here. So I guess we clip that, we call that symmetrical, and that is another dare drop off the list. And if that's not what they wanted, they just really needed to make it more clear. So go ahead and take that off the dare drop list. For those who don't know what we got going on, if we check right here, I've got a thing right there. It's got, oh, that's not updated yet. Weird. But yeah, so I've got a list of all these different objectives that we unlock keys to give out to the community in the future day and all that. I've actually done a lot of these already, but it's a really long list. But yeah, so there was kind of halfway up there, stack 4 container symmetrical is what we just did. So I know that seemed like a really bizarre detour, but that's why I was doing it. And now back to what we actually should be doing. And on top of that, I am going to do this again. We do, okay, which is, I'm going to start that. That is for a copy of Timberborn. If you would like Timberborn, I have one last key to give out from doing a dare drop this past week. You'll want to do !join. You don't need to be following, you don't need to be subbed. The only thing you have to do is if your name is drawn, you just have to be like, yes, I would like the key. Or any type of thing in chat, just to let me know that you do in fact actually want the key and you're here to get it. Are you allowed to join it? Your brother got one? If you are going to give it to your brother, that's fine. Well, actually, no. Let's say no, because you already won a key today. Let's say no on that one, just because it is like the same account, and you won today. So we'll say a no on that one. Let's see, Timberborn. That the game with the beavers managing the water, right? Yes, it is a city builder. That's a post-apocalypse city builder with sentient beavers. It is a survival city builder. The difference is, instead of like typical city builders where it's, you know, you get your resources during spring, summer, fall, just to try and survive. Instead with that one, you have like the normal season where water's going and everything's fine. You have the drought where the water stops showing up. And then you've got bad water, which is when the water's awful and terrible. And so it's a lot of work around the water management side of things. It's really good. We've played it on the channel a lot. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. I would encourage you if I win, but it does seem like a fun game. Yeah, just to have another game on the list. I am struggling with this because the camera's all over the place. Close enough. But yeah, we'll do that drawing here in a couple of minutes. Like I said, that is my last Timberborn key I can give out. And like I said, we did get those. We were playing Timberborn about a week and a half ago or something like that. Week and a half. And we got 3 keys from the stuff we did in that. But literally the objectives we're doing today, it's the same exact idea. I don't remember how many keys our objectives get. It's something like 5. I think it's something like 5 keys for RoadCraft, and then there's a bunch of keys for random stuff like SnowRunner, Expeditions, the Surge 2 stuff. You just use Brother Stream to play anyways. Yeah, that's the thing. The only reason I was hesitant on that one is like, okay, it's literally the same account grabbing it. That feels a little bit like, yeah, probably not. Because normally a lot of those giveaways, I don't let the same person win twice.
Gosh, you got those parts off without a hitch. Now we need not only a route, but also a road that takes us between the fort and the workshop inside the concrete plant. Maybe you can use the nearest sand quarry for the first part of the road.
Okay. So, we've got a thing for building ourselves a road. And vehicles. Do I have a garage yet? So we got the construction depot. We got the port. We got the sand quarry. I don't see a vehicle at the sand quarry we can grab and use. That's the only confusion here. Ah, there we go. Tunnel exit base. Okay. So with that, not you. I need... Oh, you're not the vehicle I was looking for. I need you. You know what we should do? Before we get too far, let's go in here. We've got the shop. We've got money. let's see. So we have road paving stuff. So we already got... I don't know which ones are which. So we own, I think, the ones with the check marks mean I own it? No. It'd be if there's a 1. So we got a dump truck. I believe we already have that dump truck, though. Where is our dump truck? That's what I want to check. Cargo truck, cargo truck, cargo truck. This UI is honestly a little rough to navigate. So I'm trying to see, because we've got a dump truck here. I think the version of the dump truck we have is considered rusted, which is the reason. Let's check. Okay, so dump truck, what are you? Open the garage. We have our rusted stuff, and then we have this stuff here. So we have... for our dump truck, we have a Tega 6455B. Checkmark, the stuff's partnered with Twitch, yeah. As a reminder, exclamation mark, join if you want Timberborn. We'll do that drawing here in just a couple minutes. So, okay, so we have the Tega 6455B. Let's check on the roadwork stuff and see if there's a better option available for us. Yeah, so that's literally the one we've got. So if I want a better dump truck, I would need to unlock the chassis and all that. What do we even have? Because we got all this money coming in. But... okay, there's a heavy equipment transport, which we just got on this map. Like, I feel like we're unlocking all this stuff. Oh, wait. Okay. So I could buy the heavy dump truck. And it says DLC. So we have the cable layer, light equipment, scout. And I got a bunch of stuff here. I do wish this communicated a little bit clearer for me. Yeah, so we've got this one. If I click on it, it does not say we own it. And I think what's going on here is I think the fact that we have the rusted version, this would be the not rusted version. Now the one here says it's DLC, it's the heavy tracked dump truck. I don't want to do the DLC ones because usually in a lot of these games those are just like, here's the overpowered one. Let's go back, and even though it's the same dump truck we already own, this is the not rusted version. I am going to buy it. That might be a waste of money. I don't honestly know. So we have this one here. This is the rusted one. Let's go ahead. We got the rusted one here. We'll retain that. And we'll grab the not rusted one. I believe that's not rusted one. Yeah, the not rusted one. Which has our custom paint job and everything on it. I am curious though, with the not rusted one has better stats. Oh, that'd actually be a good question. We can check that. Let's pop back here and just compare the stats. So we have the rusted one. Ah, got you. Okay, so we do want to take the time to upgrade our rusted vehicles to our not rusted version. They have better stats. So in theory, this should all be better and amazing and all that stuff. So what I'll probably do is we'll probably do the drawing for Timberborn at the time I reach where we're going to be doing these roads. I think that seems reasonable. So there's the sand quarry. Where am I doing this? Objectives, roads, build road. So we got a road segment over here and a road segment over there. I kind of wish instead of the waypoint system, like I'm fine to keep the waypoint system. I kind of wish I could also be like, hey, just let me set like the right click thing. So we can cross over this area, go down here. That I don't think we can get through with the dump truck. Versus if we try and go up this way, I might need to shove that out of the way more. But I'm not feeling too confident we can cut across there. Oh, I can go right around this way, and then we can go over. Yeah, so that means going out of here, I guess I'm already facing the right way, I believe. Yeah, we go down this way and we go with that. At the time we reach the destination, is that along the blue line? Yeah, no, it's these road symbols out in the distance. Yeah, so the join is for Timberborn. I'm going to be giving out a key here once we reach those road markers, and then we can go from there. And in not too long, just about an hour, because I'm sure she'll have her like her startup time and all that. We'll be joining FG Squared for more RoadCraft. We'll be collabing at that point. I have not talked to FG about whether we are joining her game, she's joining my game, or how we're doing that. I think it'll be a matter of like who got farther. The one we'll join is the one who went less far, I think, is what I'll probably advocate for. Because I feel like that way, you know, we're not spoiling it for whoever's the less far person. Because say like FG only got to the second map. I have no idea how far FG got. And then suddenly we're hopping in here and be like, hey, you know, ignore all the other stuff going, no, stop. So I'm trying to get to the other side over there. Because going over this way doesn't really work. I don't think we can fit the dump truck through here and pass that way. And there's this path over here. So I probably need to clear this path with a bulldozer and then make our life easier. For the moment, I'm going to try my luck because the consequences of rolling over our vehicle are pretty slim. See, we just made it a little easier to get through next time. I just unintentionally made myself a little bit of a sand ramp. If you didn't catch, if you tip the sand truck too far, it does just dump sand behind you, which does, as you saw, kind of weirdly help you. In that those kind of places, you'll end up dumping sand in the area you kind of probably need a bit better terrain. Alright, so we're here. So you cut across that way. That's not going to do me any good. So go down this way. I can try driving through the middle of town and up. That's just going to be sinking. Right, so I think we go down this way and we go over here. We work our way across to that. Wait, am I not really close to the quarry? Where's the quarry cover? There's... That's objective types. That's interesting. They don't... Oh, maybe I have to drive close enough to the quarry to, like, discover it. Spoiling. Look at all his trucks. Well, I mean, this map is really cool. I'm also curious. So I do... Normally with games like this, you... Are you not gonna let me get sand? Activate the nearby quarry and enter the quarry radius. How do activate quarry? Am I not in quarry? What does your red symbol here mean? What does symbol mean? Oh, I have to pay that to activate the quarry. I see. So I need the purple stuff to activate the quarry. Otherwise, I have to go from this quarry all the way over. Ah. So I can pay the purple stuff to make it more convenient. So quick change in plan. All right, you got like 30 seconds to get your name in because we've changed missions entirely because that's not going to work. So what the heck am I doing here? Before we go down, yada, let's clear the tunnel entrance with the steel beams to get things going and organized. All right, I'm assuming with that, clear the tunnel entrance. I'm assuming in this case we'll want the bulldozer. Oh yeah, we got a lot more stream to go. We are doing a very long stream today. It is going to be ultimately about a 13-hour stream because we are going to be wrapping up the solo part here in the next hour, after which point we'll be collabing. So where are we? Okay, so there's the steel beam area. And you want me to clear this out. Bring rubble of the appropriate color. Give the tunnel exit base access to the pipe production. Give the tunnel exit base... Okay. So with that, we want to go through here and shove these things out of the way, I'm guessing? I see. Okay, so we need to plot a route from here over. So we can start plotting. So we could have you go around there. There's no road there, so you're not going that way. Yeah, I think literally we could just have them drive through. So boom, 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 boom. Ah, I see. So you're blocked off here. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, before we get too far, so we're doing the drawing for Timberborn. So here we go, this is for Timberborn. We've got Chaotix. So Chaotix, all you gotta do to get Timberborn, just gotta say something in chat just to let me know that you actually do want Timberborn. And then I will send you a DM with the key, and you just go into, Steam and activate the key. It's pretty straightforward. But I just need Chaotix, you just gotta say something in chat in like the next couple minutes. As long as you do, you're good to go. And if you don't respond, then what ends up happening is after a couple minutes, we just give it to someone else. Okay, I will get you a key in just a moment. Just gonna go ahead and roll down this hill real fast. And park it up here. And that will be the last key I have of Timberborn. So let me grab that key and shoot you a message over here. Make sure I got the right person. Yes, I do. Timberborn. Make sure I've got the right key. And you should be good. Yep, so all you gotta do is take that key and you just put it into Steam. Like, you'll just have, like, activate a Steam product in Steam or whatever. And you'll be good to go. And I hope you enjoy it. It's a really good game. But with that, I will be closing the queue. And that is the last key I've got to give away today, because I wanted to give those all out before the part where I was being collabing, because to me that felt like it was going to be kind of weird to, like, collab, but then also be giving out keys at the same time and that kind of thing. Did you just maneuver through all of this just fine? Was that clean? Oh yeah, collabing with FG. No, we're collabing with FG in RoadCraft tonight. Timberborn is not multiplayer. It'd be one of those games that if it did have multiplayer, it'd be like weird in how it played. Oh. Gotcha. So it failed to get through. That's fine. So we just gotta push crap out of the way. But yeah, like I said, I know FG played a bit yesterday, and we're playing a bit today. So what we'll probably do is, like I said, I'll run it past FG what she wants to do, but I imagine whichever one of us is less far will either join that game. If not that, then we can just... Oh, that doesn't move is what that does. Okay, let's back up here and see if we can't just adjust the path. Alright, so let's go here. So you tried to make that turn, and you got stuck on the debris there. Let's try cutting the turn a little tighter and see if it makes it this time. Yeah, hey everyone in FG stream, come to my stream. Alright, now is where we watch it just slowly circle around where it needs to go. Yeah, so when it fails, I just need to take that point, probably just get rid of it. Get rid of that spot, and it should sort itself out. Don't... I was gonna say, don't accept it. Alright, so just get rid of that one, I think. Scoot you over. Oh, that's interesting you dropped it that far back. And you're good to go. And that'll be that one sorted. Please don't run into each other where you can't move through because you're slamming into each other. Oh. Okay, so it ripped all that down.
Looks like we have a bit of a situation in the steel mill there. Well, more like a burst water pipe. But still, find the damaged spot and patch it up. And while you're at it, see if you can lay out a route from our base to the steel beams facility.
Okay, objectives, side objective. Alright. Replace the damaged gas tank to start the plant. Okay, so there's the gas... So we got the gas tank here. And where am I taking you? Over there. So it's going to be cutting through here. Probably... That area looks like it's going to be hard to get to. Yeah, so we're going to grab the thing over here. We're going to cut over this way. I probably can't cross that. So you can go through the mud here. Probably can't cross that either. So up through here, up and over. Cross through here. Go around that. So we're taking a pretty scenic route is what we're doing. And it's the gas tank. So I'm assuming what we'll need to do is go vehicles. Let's get let's see, it's the Zeke or Zix 605E. So let's go to our garage down here. I forgot you're sitting here. And go to the shop. We can grab you. Oh. Unlock this chassis. Okay, Okay. So we actually don't own this one or have an equivalent, so I'm gonna grab that. Because this is definitely another one of those games that kind of didn't really sell you on what you needed to begin with. I really wish this entire UI was easier to do stuff with. Okay, so we got the mule, so we'll deploy that. Which is interesting, because we had a mule in a previous map, but it did not have the little crane on it. Apparently I have a new vehicle over here. Oh, a thing for shipping heavy machinery around. That's fine. Don't need it, don't want it. Alright, we'll deal with that later. So in the meantime, we're grabbing you, and for the mule, I need you to go over here. I need you to also not have that filter on. Yeah, so it looks like we're taking a left, and I'm gonna try to just bully my way straight through. Because I might just be able to use the arm here to start grabbing the debris and just pushing it aside. But yeah, we'll definitely... It'll be interesting to see how much of this map we end up repairing. Because, like, so much of this is trashed.
Good grief. This bridge has seen better days. If you feel up to it, you could fix it up. You're pretty handy when it comes to bridges. At least that's what I've been telling folks around the office. And saying that makes me realize we really need better gossip around here.
I can probably make this work by going around the barricade here on the left. I don't know how much that dips down, and I haven't gone and explored with my scout. So it'd be easy enough to just go over this way. Alright. So I can get up here and grab the fuel canister, tank, whatever it is. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun to pop in with the
We need a replacement gas tank to restart production over at the concrete plant. The gas station seems like a good place to look for one. Just watch your driving around those gas pumps. They might be a little touchy after the earthquake, and I'm not good with obituaries. If you're still alive after all that, I have an idea to push things along. You could grab the service truck from the gas station and use it to set up another base near the concrete plant.
Okay. Oh, right. My brain is going into SnowRunner mode where I'm like, why don't I just pack this in and it'll be fine? No, I actually do need to make that a little less awful here. That actually will cause me problems if I don't straighten that out a little bit. It doesn't need to be perfect, but maybe not quite that bad. Need to stop being lazy about this. Come on. It's fine. Okay. So I'm assuming that's the gas tank we needed. What's going on here? What are you? Why are you here? I have the damaged gas tank. Don't tell me you literally just gave me what I bought 2 seconds ago. I will be salty about that. Replace the damaged gas tank. What I don't understand is this one's got like the full enclosed back, and no arm or anything. I don't get what your purpose is. I don't get what you do. Like, it looks like it's a delivery vehicle, but then it's enclosed, so it's like, okay, but how do I actually deliver things with it? Alright, so let's see here. So, this spot looks, well, I mean, it's hard to tell how deep that is. It looks pretty dodgy. But if I can go through there, we can just follow along, no problem. Replace the damaged gas tank to start the plant. I have it, it says deliver. Okay, so that's the claw we gotta throw a vehicle with to make it land on its wheels. The thing that's confusing me here is where I take it. Alright, objectives. They have side objectives, establish river base. I've got an idea with a boost. How about we set up another operational base near the concrete plant? To make this happen, you will need to grab the service truck from the gas station and bring it over here. A little help never hurt. I see. So I would grab that vehicle over here. I can go ahead and do that real fast since we do have the vehicle here. So yeah, so you don't really do anything on yourself. You are going that way. So you can follow the road over here. Up and over there. Up over here. Yeah, that's not gonna be too bad. Is that the right road? No, around back. Oh, no problem. You're welcome. Thank you for hanging out and all that. Yeah, no, every once in a while I'll do a dare drop to get a hold of keys to give out to the community. It's not super often, but like if it's a game I very much enjoy and would play anyways, such as like Timberborn or Farming Simulator or RoadCraft or SnowRunner, something like that, American Truck Simulator, I'll often grab the ones that give keys out to the community. This time, because I already know I'm going to be playing this game pretty much all week, I was like, yeah, I'm just going to grab all of the dare drops. And some, like, most of them give out good stuff, but some of them are like, here's a key for an OST. And it's like, that's fine. It's not super exciting. Like, I do enjoy a good OST, but as far as like, hey, here's what you win, an OST, like to give out to people, not really what people are hoping for. Like those I might even just like put on the Discord and be like, if you want it, grab it or something like that. Like not even make it a giveaway, just here it is, have a good time. I haven't decided, we'll figure it out. Because I get a bunch of those things, and when it's something that I think is decent, worthwhile, I'm down to a giveaway. But just something that's like, sometimes I have like, this one's for a background image. And you're kind of going, okay, cool. Like I really appreciate dare drops, but yeah, there's some drops you're like, okay, it's just a background. Now granted, usually stuff like that's like, drive a car, you know, something you're gonna do in your first 5 minutes. So you get the reason why the prize isn't exactly exciting. You're like, okay, fair enough. It's gonna take me 30 seconds to get that done. But yeah, versus this one, like I said, I think we'll have something like 5 RoadCraft CD keys, a SnowRunner key, a MudRunner Expeditions key, the Surge 2 key, which is a, I'm gonna call it a Souls-like, but sci-fi. Alright, let's check the roads. Yeah, so take the left path. Yeah, it's left twice and then basically straight at where we're going. So there's a whole lot of keys in there, and then some OSTs in that, but it's mostly keys. But we're just churning through our objectives. One of the things we're going to want to do is I do have one of my dare drop things is to use that crane that's on the end there, grab a vehicle, and throw it. I think it's called a sci-fi cyberpunk Souls-like. Yeah, I haven't played the second one, the Surge 2. I did play the Surge 1 and I did very much enjoy it. But it's got that whole same thing about checking the patterns, smashing the enemy, dodging in and out. You've got like upgrades.
Another day, another base. That should help us along nicely. And help the locals out too. That always makes it worthwhile.
Okay. So I need to replace that. Where is my truck at? Because let's go get that dare drop knocked out. That's the sand quarry truck. I want the little truck. Okay, so little truck needs to find its way to the crane. Let's actually mark the crane on the map. Because it wasn't up there, it was over here, right? Actually, the way we can get to the crane is I've got the new base, and the crane is like literally behind it. So I'll go here, and grab the rusted. Where is our... Well, actually, our truck wasn't rusted. Then go here, so retain. Yep, redeploy. Okay, so we need to throw the truck using the claw and have it land on its wheels. Now I am gonna try to like throw it, not just give it a little nudge. I am gonna get that arm going as fast around in a circle as I can. You know, just to make it fair. You know, wanna make it satisfying. So I'll grab here. So we need to open the hand, lower it, smash it into the car as aggressively as possible. All right, maximum extension. It's gotta be a satisfying throw. That wasn't actually the throw. We hit the ground. Okay, so we don't get a whole lot of speed. I'm gonna try and whip it. Nope. First throw was a failure. It's not... Oh, I see what's happening there. I'm hitting maximum extension. That goes down because it's trying to still go farther. So we're going to go ahead and get as much of a throw as we can. We go ahead and do this. Nope. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that the dare drop, I need to get it on its wheels. Like, don't get me wrong, I could just drop it and it would satisfy it probably. But you want to make it meaningful. I folded the crane. So we wanna make it meaningful. That we slap this whole thing down. Did I accidentally throw it too far? Okay. Well, I'm going to reset the car. I have it ever so slightly out of reach. It's a weird thing. But yeah, we'll just try throwing it a couple of times, see if we can't get on its wheels. Because like I said, that's a dare drop. That'll... Really? Man, there's like nothing you can winch in this game that isn't like flagged as stuff. Alright, so get you back in position. And get back on the claw. Alright, and... Wibbly, wobbly, wibbly, wobbly. Ah, it's almost... Oh, wait. Oh, nope. The game is good. Right now we're working on a dare drop where I'm supposed to throw this car. Well, throw a car. It didn't have to be this one. Throw a car using this claw. And land it on its feet. And there'll be a thing that'll be able to give out a key once they give the key. And for the record, those keys we're earning right now, I'll actually only get them in like 2-3 days or whenever that actually happens. Alright, so wibbly, wobbly. Nope. I'm sure someone will be like, this is the, like, you know, you should use, you know, car X. It's, you know, very bottom heavy, so it'll have a tendency to roll. That doesn't count. That's not a throw. It needs to be a throw. It's also not really in range right now, so let me go ahead and... There we go. That's not what I wanted. But yeah, I've been very much enjoying the game. If you're looking for SnowRunner, it is not SnowRunner. Like, to be as abundantly clear, if you are looking for a game that is basically SnowRunner 2, it is not that. It is entirely more focused on, like, building infrastructure and that kind of thing. Not so much on the, like, fighting your way through the mud. That said, this map has definitely been more demolished. Nope.
Thank you FG Squared for subscribing for 29 months. I'm here, just getting ready and set up. Looking forward to the kook shenanigans. D.
Yep, sounds good. I assume we're gonna have your like normal start time and all that kind of good stuff. And so the one question I have for you, FG, that we didn't discuss beforehand, and I didn't think to, do you want to jump into your save or my save? I would figure jump into whose save who is not as far. That is what I was figuring. That way, you know, we're not spoiling it for the other person kind of thing. That's my thoughts. Also, chat, I need everyone to say happy birthday to FG. Like actual birthday, not silly normal Twitch stuff. Actual thing. My save you'd say because you only played about 3 hours. Gotcha. Yeah. So we'll get a little bit of repeat chat, but I think that's fine because it'll be good to be able to compare how the game plays. And right now we're trying to do a dare drop where I have to throw a car on its wheels. I don't know why I jumped in you expecting this to do anything. Yeah, I'll get all that sorted. But yeah, so definitely, can we get a shout out for FG Squared while we got FG here? For those who don't know FG Squared, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on. That's who we're going to be doing our collaborative play with for like the next number of hours and all that. Really going to be a fun time. We will be popping into their save when we get there. I literally did this exact same thing a second ago. And so we're going to pop in there, and it'll let us have a like comparison of how this game plays when you are playing by yourself versus when you're playing with someone else. So we'll pop in, we'll figure out where she's at and move forward with it and all that. And then as far as like solo play, we'll be back to solo play tomorrow for the first main part of the stream before we get on to, again, more collab with FG. And so that'd be doing that for like the next 2 days. Expect us to have a decent amount of collabs coming up. I do actually feel like this game does a much better job of making itself friendly to multiplayer than SnowRunner. The SnowRunner's fine for multiplayer, it's like not a bad time. But like if you're actually just trying to do the missions, in a lot of ways it always felt like with SnowRunner, you were like, go from X to Y with thing, were a lot of the missions. Well, we got it to be on the top. Whereas this one, it feels like a lot of your mission objectives, you do have multiple things going on, multiple components to it. It's such a weird thing to be doing. Okay. It also amuses me just smashing the truck straight down in the mud with this giant like hydraulic arm being like, yeah, it's fine. Because like I said, we gotta flip it on its wheels. That's the thing that the dare drop wants us to do. We gotta throw it and have it land on its wheels. I made a very satisfying throw, but did not achieve our objective. I'm also finding that flipping it back towards the crane means I know it's going to be in range to pick up again. And it does get a very satisfying flip. Alright, here we go again. So get it at height. Okay, we didn't quite roll over. It's a weird thing. I know we're wasting a lot of time on this. It's for a dare drop. And plus, this is the kind of weird crap that people do when you're playing with friends. You'll be like, hey, I bet you can't flip this car, and then someone will lose an hour of their life trying to take that bet. That was not that satisfying to throw on that one. Plus, I'm getting lots of practice with handling this crane in here. So there's something important to do. Alright, gotta get way up here. Not really was aiming for a throw. Now, unfortunately, I know that's way outside my range now. Alright, so I do apologize about me taking all this time to do this. It's to get people CD keys for the game and all that. Let's make smart decisions on this side. And I keep going on the left and beaching this thing on that barricade, so let's go to the right. Get you back into position. Why did you arrive to try? But it's Dare Drop said, "Hey man, if you do this, we'll give you some keys." I was like, "All right." It's gonna get free from our claw on its own. All right. you know, not what smart decisions are. Still, this is harder than I thought it was gonna be. I actually figured I was gonna get in 1 or 2 throws. Alright, we got a good grab on this one. We're gonna be able to really swing-swong this one, so let's really get it up here. That is not what I was aiming for. You see things? And how's it going, Leafy Pew? Thank you so much for the Gigantify. No, no! Ah, that would have been such a good one, too. Because it was like a very satisfying, we got like a full flip and everything. That would have been excellent. It just landed on that little ledge, so it kept rolling. That would have been perfect, because it like had a nice flip end over end. I'll call it. That's good. I'm satisfied. We flipped it. It didn't do like a full rotation, but it did like a half rotation. So we'll call that a good throw. So if we can get a clip for that, for the dare drop and all that, we can get back to actually doing what the game is meant to end up doing. And how am I doing on time? Oh, we're actually right around the time. So we're gonna be switching over to collabing with FG here in just a couple minutes. So let me go ahead and stretch because I need to stretch so badly. Soon? Yeah. If I can have someone keep an eye on FG Square's stream and basically let me know, why am I doing this? Basically let me know when we're getting to that point, that'll be good. Because literally all I have to do is exit out of the save. You're still setting up? Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, when FG gets in there, starts doing the intro and all that, I'll make sure, what I am going to do, I'm going to do real fast, is I had a driver update the other day, which means it probably changed all of my audio settings for... It did. I'm glad I checked that. So you need to be set to that microphone, and you need to be set... Well, I would have heard everyone, but... Okay, cool. So that way, I've got everything switched over audio-wise for when we get to Discord. I'm pinging you in here in chat. Yeah, that works. Basically, that someone's being like, hey, just about ready. That does not look like a road we're driving. I do really like this map. Like, the other maps are so much more tame. But still, you put on PTT, push to talk on, you expect there might be some thanking today. Yeah, I'll turn my push to talk on, because I normally keep it on, and I kept having people like, you should turn that off so we can catch you on your stuff. Yeah, so you should definitely do that as well. And control, that's fine. Control doesn't do anything I care about, right? Yeah, control does very little. So my suspicion is if I try and drive into this, I am going to go straight down into the abyss. But I also kind of want to try anyways. And if you would really just not try to slide off that side. All right. Let's try going through the part that's supposedly road. Because there's a little island out there, and so either A, it gradually transitions to that little island and we're good, or B, we just fall straight into the abyss. So far it's fine. Looks okay. Don't stop tipping. Okay, so that was fine. So I'm glad we did that, because at a glance, I was assuming we were just going to go plonk, ground the engine, and that was going to be the end of it. That one's looking a little Alright, is this the way we want to be going? Yeah, because this one works and go through. This one looking a bit more dicey. You okay? Oh, you're fine. I'm just being paranoid. One of the maps in the demo, you would go over and it was like where a flood had washed out, and you'd see like these cracks of water and be like, it can't be that deep. And then you reach in your vehicle, just go, like it'd drive off the end and just fall straight down into it. It was so deep. So it's made me very scared of water I don't see the bottom of in this game. Like if I've got...
Great. Now you can restart production at the concrete plant, which means we can recycle concrete slabs. Those will be a real help for repairs and bridges.
But it was one of those things that like very, very genuinely, if you don't have like the whole little vehicle that, like you don't have like the scanner going on, it's just a thing to approach water you can't see the bottom of with fear. Which is what you should do in real life. If you cannot see the bottom of water, don't drive in it. Sinkholes are terrifying. And there are plenty of videos where a person looks like they're just getting ready to drive over like a puddle, and then just a Jeep or whatever just falls into a hole and disappears into the abyss. Not realizing underneath it is just... Oh. Well, I'm just gonna shove you out of the way. I missed that part that they did have the exploded tank there. Alright, that'll be fine. So I don't know what range this arm gets, so let's really back up close. I guess I could just go like this. Hey, you. I'm gonna need you to go this way real fast. These controls for the arm really... Oh, are you just not strong enough to move it? Is that what I'm understanding happening right now? Or are you stuck on something? Okay, so what I need to do is get this over here. So get really down in there, center it up, do that, lift, bring it around. And chuck you over in the gravel pile. Unsecure the cargo. Okay. FG's gonna be working on her stream stuff. We're gonna be collabing here in just a little bit. Oh, I guess that can't be recycled there. That's fine. Alright, so we'll go ahead and put that away. Do this. Alright, so we did get the tank done, so we can go ahead and get the concrete slabs going. I still have to build the road up here where we got our dump truck. But the dump truck needed 6, so my choices are I can use the resource points, right, and I was like, yeah, so we can use our resource points to activate the sand quarry, making it available. So we used up some of that gas icon. So with this, I can go ahead and get this out of the way. Oh, I don't actually tracking the objective. So objectives, do this one, track. It does make me wonder, so some of these games, and if I remember correctly the way SnowRunner works, I believe the way SnowRunner works when you collab is if I join your game, all the progress is associated with your game. I have to go on my own to progress past that. I don't know, I think I might get to keep the money for finishing objectives, or I get some of the money or something. I don't remember how that part works. But there was a whole thing around that. This... Okay, how am I getting over here? So I can go this way. So basically, I'm trying to get up here to take care of these two roads. Now, on one hand, I could sit here and just dump dirt to get myself a path through here, which might be the right answer, because I've got this quarry here. So maybe dump sand to get into the flooded village and then just cut through the village to get over to that side. Yeah, 'cause I think I can go that way. Yeah, so I might just need to put down just enough sand to get this one section done. And then this one doesn't probably need to be a proper road or anything like that, that we would need the other stuff for. That's fine. Spilling a little just means we're making a road whether we're ready for it or not. Honestly, we're still in range of that quarry. So I'm gonna do that. Because you're not a fan of no longer being able to see your file without clicking links more than once. Yeah, no, the UI on Twitch has had a bunch of changes over time. I definitely know, like, having to, like, on Twitch itself, like on the web app, I don't have much issues with the layout and what I've got going on. On the mobile app, where it's like, go in, find the follow link, click the follow link to see what's there. That's the whole thing. Alright. We're just cutting through the flooded village. Because these are the kinds of things I could see you if you wanted, just taking a ridiculous amount of time to just work through all of it. And just double checking, by the way, did someone actually get that clip for the for when we flipped the truck? Someone may have mentioned it, that they got it. Because if not, I need to note it so I can go back to roughly when it was to make sure I get that clip so we can do the dare drop stuff. I get spoiled because some of my mods are like way on top of it. But at the same time, you know, sometimes people gotta use the restroom and all that, and it's easy for stuff to get missed. Think one of the mods they clip? Yeah, and I was just checking to make sure that specific one got.
Building roads in the middle of nowhere wasn't exactly what I pictured us doing today. But here we are.
Okay. You just tried to do the clips? Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, so I'll just note that they haven't heard anything back, so we'll say it's somewhere around 8 hours we did it. Because I know I was working on it at 8 hours. Oh, okay, so this time we actually have to make 2 lanes. So it's not just the same thing as where, like, we just go for it. We need to actually have a 2-lane road and everything. All right. Yeah, so if I didn't do that quarry upgrade, I wouldn't have the sand in range here. I would have had to drive that whole distance back and forth. So that's kind of what you got there, is I used a resource to give myself more convenient sand. So if you're someone who is like, you know what, I'd rather keep it realistic and like have to go get the sand and all that, you can do that. The game does have it where you can go around that way and have it not be a whole thing where it just throws it at you. That's why, are people going to give this game a bad review because no fuel management or damage to vehicles? Like, are you finding the driving fourth fuel that much fun? Oh, that doesn't surprise me. I think you're going to find a lot of people are like, this isn't SnowRunner. And they're going to give it a bad review because it's not SnowRunner. Even though the devs have been very clear, it's like, it's not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. It's not planning to be SnowRunner. It's not thematically SnowRunner. It is a different game. But yeah. Honestly, I'm actually expecting it to probably get pretty good reviews overall, because it has been very solid. I do think there will be some people who, you know, they were wanting SnowRunner 2, and who will be disappointed that it's not SnowRunner 2. Which, you know, fair enough, but that's a picture you wanted of the game that was never stated supported or whatever by devs, and they even gave a demo to show what the game actually is. But yeah, I'm expected to have positive reviews overall. Like, there will be some people who will complain about it, but I mean, that's unavoidable, unfortunately. You'll also have, like, the classic kind of, rage bait things. Where, you know, people will just hate on any game that comes out because it's easier to get the algorithms happy on stuff like YouTube and all that if you're complaining about stuff than if you're reviewing them positively, unfortunately. Alright. I'm curious of the game when it comes to, like, where I'm doing the stuff with the road and all that. If I were to come back on the save later, how close will it be to exactly right? Like, will it be exactly the way I left it, or will it be roughly in the ballpark, which is what I'm assuming it will be, is it'll be mostly correct. It would be pretty impressive stuff if it was, like, really on the money. It's part of the reason that I've been mentioning, like, whenever the comparison comes up, that very much it feels like both this and Expeditions, they took ideas that came from SnowRunner and kind of went, what if we made that a game? And while, you know, Expeditions had a little bit more of a mixed response, because I think, again, people were wanting and expecting, you know, a new SnowRunner, a new MudRunner. You know, it was something different. Which, again, I do feel like the devs in that one also were like, hey, this is something new and different, you're doing these expeditions. And it was more targeted to just do, like, the whole, you're gonna go four-wheel driving through areas and doing science and research as opposed to infrastructure building. You know, it didn't land quite as well to a lot of people, unfortunately. but it also had some decent amount of bugs going on when it first came out. This one, so far, I've not had any bugs that I can think of. When we did the demo, we did manage to break a couple things physics-wise, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of that, because that's pretty much the entire genre has that kind of stuff, where you go, what happens if I bury this in sand, and then bad things happen as it tries to figure out what to do with it. Oh yeah, that's right, we did find a bug. There was one of the cranes that goes along the track. It seems like they forgot to set an upper limit on how high you could lift the arm. So weirdly, you start raising the arm more and more, and it kind of just goes through the top of it and keeps going. It didn't really hurt anything, it was just one of those things you looked at and go, huh, that's weird. Let's see, well, the demo is supposed to bring out some demos. The demo is supposed to bring out some demos. I don't know what you mean. Let's see, the demo is supposed to bring out some yeah, I mean, definitely, like, I was able to break quite a few things in the demo. Like, when we played the demo, I managed some pretty cursed things. Like, I actually got... It was the sand truck, I believe? It was one of the vehicles. I actually got one of the vehicles to effectively implode on itself and then catapult me off into the distance because I dumped sand on the vehicle. I couldn't figure out what to do with it physics-wise when it started to get buried. And it was hilarious in the moment, but yeah, no, it definitely sent us flying like several hundred feet, because the vehicle started like crushing in on itself as it's trying to figure out how to deal with all the forces involved. Is this an indie game? Depends on how you define indie. I would say no on any definition. It's published by Focus and then developed by a group. I would say this falls into like the AA game category, is how I would personally put it. People might disagree with that, and we could, honestly, that's a discussion that could be had. Alright, so let's go here. So it's not a AAA game, but it's probably like a AA game. You know, they got a decent amount of budget going on. They've got some competent team going on for it. But it is not self-published and all that. It is published by Focus. Did you not... There we go. Which, honestly, these days, while I'm generally not impressed by AAA in general, AA I feel is kind of bridging that gap. So you got like indie games that they do a lot of fun stuff, and they do a lot of experimentation. Some of them land, some of them don't. And some of them can be like really, really big successes, but you know, it is a lot of, you know, a lot of trying different things and seeing what sticks. And then AA I feel like tends to be in the more polished, that you're getting a polished game, probably $35-40, something in that price range. You know, what used to be kind of AAA games, with a bit of experimentation, a bit of trying things new, but maybe not quite as out in the weeds as you see in indie games. Do you know if it is necessary to have a publisher to publish a game? No, you can, literally that's what indie game means, is you publish it without a publisher. That's like one of the definitions of it. Generally speaking, when you make an indie game, it does heavily limit your budget most of the time. It can also limit your ability to market yourself and all that kind of stuff. Usually you have access to less resources so far as expertise and all that. So it's much harder to succeed as an indie game so far as competing for like better graphics and all that. Whereas indie games, because you can have a much cheaper game, you can afford to take a lot more risks. Because if you fail, like, you've got less money on the line. But even nowadays, a lot of games that people would call indie games are technically not indie in the traditional sense, because indie used to mean you did not have a publisher, that you were self-published. But nowadays you've got some pretty big pretty big companies who do self-publish, that it's like, all right, but they've got hundreds of millions of dollars involved. Is that really indie? But they are self-published. And at the same token, you've got games that have kind of that aesthetic and vibe and all that you see from indie games, but they're not self-published, but they are small team, low budget. And so, like, there's a certain level of ambiguity about what is and isn't indie anymore, that it kind of depends on which definition you personally subscribe to. So you have like the indie theme, the indie aesthetic, the indie vibe, versus the indie how it was published, how it was funded. And so there's a whole lot there. Yeah, exactly. So Star Citizen being an example. All right, you're good to go? All right, cool. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is right where we're at right now, I'm going to return to the hub, because we are going to be collabing with FG Squared from this point, so we're going from solo to collab. I am going to throw a call over to FG, and I'm going to actually need to open Firefox just because for the stream together stuff to work, I have to break that up because it complains about when I try and do it on the other browser. So let me get that going. I should have had that ready. Where's my call button? So we can call FG. I want to make sure it's a voice call, not a video call. Where did you hide my buttons? Discord, could you not do that? I'm hitting all the wrong buttons here, don't mind me. So call. I'm ready. Cool. So that's calling over there. Meanwhile, I can go over here and get things set up to stream together.
Say hello. Hi, how's it going?
Hello, I think I need to turn you up.
You seem to be okay in terms of volume on my end, I think.
All right, and if you can talk again so I can get the volume.
Absolutely. I can talk about all the shenanigans that we will be getting up to, I guess. If hopefully I'm loud enough. I don't know. What else do I talk about? And
you seem good to me. Chat, do you agree to like both people's chats? Can you like acknowledge that both sides sound good? Okay, I'm getting you sound good over here, and I am there we go. There's a start button. I'm trying to figure out stream together. I'm just going, where the crap is the button?
Yes, stream together. We are doing that. Correct. I forgot about that. You remembered though, which is good. Because I definitely didn't.
It's all good. So I just need to invite you.
Yes, send me that invite. I'm going to try to figure out how to do the multiplayer in-game.
Gotcha.
Because...
Okay, you should be invited, but you have to actually, like, accept and all that.
Yes, I will do that now. And then we get to try out shared hype trains later. That's exciting.
Yep. Oh, no. The game is telling me that while playing multiplayer, guests will earn money and reputation. However, like, progression will be locked to the host.
Ah, okay. Got it. Good to know, I guess. Good to know. All right, I have joined you. Hopefully, if you start shared chat, that should start working as well. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yes, I can take care of it. But yeah,
there we go. So I see it. Perfect.
Gotcha. So apparently, if you just start your game, I will get the option to join on you? Question mark.
Oh, okay, cool. Hopefully that works. Fingers crossed. Then we'll try that.
Because I definitely see I can join Ultra, who I'm pretty sure is not hosting multiplayer. I could be wrong.
So Spleen from Focus says you'll be able to choose if you want to keep the progression or not when leaving the hosted game.
Oh, cool.
That's really cool.
Well, that's totally up to you either way.
That's good though. Okay, cool. I need to start my YouTube stream and then I will try this. Hopefully this all works. There's so much going on.
Well, while you do that, I'm gonna secretly run and grab a drink, which I'll still hear you.
Sounds good.
Okay, and I am back with drink.
Very good, very good. Okay, I'm also loaded into the map, so hopefully you can join me. Fingers crossed. And
Yep, we'll see if it shows up on the list. In the meantime, I'm gonna try the strategy of literally... Oh, I don't see you online. One second.
oh wait, multiplayer. There we go. I need to start the session on my end. There we go. I have started the session. So you might be able to join me off the friends list. Otherwise, I have an invite code for you.
We might not actually be friended on... We were friended on Steam, right? Could have sworn we were.
I can send you an invite card as well. So maybe that'll work.
Yeah, we can do the invite code for now. I'm going to hide my screen just in case it, plain texts.
It is plain text, so I need to quickly do that too. There is the invite card.
All right, and chat, you get to see nothing for a moment. Give me a second. It doesn't accept paste. Why?
Oh no, I'll be right back. My doorbell just rang. Just give me 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, and for the record, absolutely plain text. You would have absolutely seen it. So heads up to anyone who streams the game or whatever. Does plain text the code when you enter it. No asterisks or whatever. You can just straight up see it.
And I am also back with you. Hello.
Yep. And in just like in case you missed it, I did mention it does show up in plain text on my end as well. So when I'm typing it in.
Yeah, that. I mean, we had that during the demo as well, didn't we?
Need a
Actually.
base of operations on the other
I
side
don't
of the river.
remember.
And that means
Yeah, we did.
bridge.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you've built a bridge before, right? Well, there's a first for everything. Oh, and if you want a steady supply of concrete slabs, I have just the thing. You can send a concrete slab convoy from the warehouse to the harbor base. Not essential, but it should keep our reserves up.
All right, and I figure we keep probably the similar approach to what we had last time, where since I'm joining your game, you can kind of direct where we're going, what we're doing. I'll support.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Absolutely. Okay, so I have the. So we have 2 things actually to do. I have to build the bridge on this map, So we need to send, like we need to deploy and bring the concrete slabs here, and then work on actually setting up the road so the convoy can do the supplying of the concrete to the warehouse.
Okay. So for the two different tasks, what would you like? Because I could take either. I can drag the things to build the bridge, or you mentioned there was a road.
Yeah. So there is a side quest.
Oh yeah, I know the one. Yeah, on the.
You have to, the concrete convoy to the harbor base, but that road is in absolute dire straits.
To the harbor base. Oh, so for the harbor base to where? Sorry, I'll just look at the objectives. What am I doing?
It's from the warehouse to the harbor base.
Oh,
So
and then,
bottom left of the map to where we are, where you are right now, and there is a road that needs some sand dumping and flattening, because there is like either on the left hand side there are two big broken things, and on the right hand side there's a puddle. There's a big puddle in the
yeah. I actually managed to get around without the sand, but it was super dodgy.
I see.
Well, I figure for the building the bridge, that's just one person can actually knock that out really quick. It's like literally the concrete's right there. Versus the bridge seems like something we'd work on. But I can start grabbing Stan and just chucking it in the hole over by the other side while you do the concrete.
Yeah, that sounds good. I am actually currently in the concrete truck, so I need to go and switch into the crane. So I'm gonna do that.
No problem. And it does look like I think I have my vehicles.
Oh, cool. That's neat. So
I might be lying. Let me make sure I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, no, I got my really big hauler, so yeah, I got my vehicles.
Nice. Well, that's cool. Is your bot timing my bot out?
Well, it's Nightbot. I don't really use Nightbot anymore, which is the reason I'm confused.
Interesting. Magic.
We have a workaround for this problem. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries.
There. Now your bot is a mod on my channel, so it stops it.
Woohoo! Awesome. You did get a new microphone recently, didn't you? I think.
Yes.
The last
I'm
time we
actually not using that microphone at the moment, though.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
It's just doing sound saying things.
Yeah, no worries. I think I still have your bot actually modded, so your bot is fine on my end. So you don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah, usually with stuff like that, I just, mod it or whatever for the session. I usually unmod it. Probably don't need to.
Yeah, I just never unmod it. Commentate.
Gotcha. So, for those asking what the game is, if you've... I'm not going to use this SnowRunner analogy. Basically, you are in an area, it's been affected by a disaster. In this case, we had a really nasty storm, kicked the crap out of the area, and we are now trying to make it not kick the crap out of the area. So, with all that, you have, roads have gotten washed away, and you're trying to kind of repave them, all that kind of good stuff. It is not like don't think of it as like the next SnowRunner, because it is a very different game from SnowRunner while using kind of the same engine or whatever. Well, an upgraded one's using the Expeditions engine, I believe. But when it comes down to it, you aren't really sitting here trying to struggle with gas or struggle with like any of that kind of stuff. You are more struggling with going, okay, I need to repair this road, and then the convoy figures its way from A to B and just slowly bring the area back online with power and, you know, roads that work and all that kind of good stuff. But they do have where you can buy vehicles and all that, get upgraded versions and all that, but not so much like I haven't seen any like you go in and get your different sets of tires or anything like SnowRunner. So like I said, very different game. If you're looking for like the ruthless cruelty that SnowRunner can be in hard mode sometimes, this is not that game. But I very much like what this is.
Also, just a quick question: did you on purpose do that all on push to talk, or was that push to talk failing?
I did that on push to talk.
Okay, cool. No worries then. Okay, cool. Thanks for explaining it for everybody. That is very helpful indeed. Just making sure that push to talk is working as intended. Very good. So apparently the bridge only needed one more concrete slab, not 9 like I thought. So the bridge is already finished.
Cool. And I'm just getting into position to chuck the first thing of sand in here.
No worries. All good.
Apparently, Nightbot is still blocking it. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really use Nightbot, so I'm confused about that. And one thing I did notice, which I only noticed towards the end of my segment, is you can buy the vehicles you already own, so far as like you have like the rusted version, and they are better than the rusted version they give you for free.
Yeah, they did mention that you can upgrade them. I need to do that actually.
Yeah, no, it's a thing I didn't notice this person. Like, why would I buy the same vehicle I already have? Oh, the rusted version is worse. I understand.
It's so much worse, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to work on trying to fill in that hole.
Oh, you need to... sorry, I forced you into a cutscene. I didn't realize.
Well, that's no problem.
But that thing looks cool. All right, cool. Let's see. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, so it's gonna take us a minute because we gotta run back and forth quite a ways to get this sand. All right. Now, you assume everyone over on FG side has already done the unreasonable amount of happy birthdays already? Because if not...
There's been quite a bit of happy birthdays. Yeah, it started yesterday, basically.
just making sure.
Yeah. No, it definitely started, for sure.
And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Did you grab a bunch of the dare drops, or not really? Just out of curiosity.
No, I'm not doing them today. I'm going to do them tomorrow because I'm not allowed today because on front page.
Gotcha.
Because I like planned the whole dare drop thing before, and then I applied for front page, and then I got front page. So we're doing I'm gonna do them tomorrow during the segment if that's okay.
Oh, no, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess for me with this at the front page, I'm curious how it works if I should be dropping the dare drop tag off of
No,
mine.
you're fine. You're fine. You're totally fine. It's just my stream, sorry. All good.
Yeah. I mean,
All
it's fine.
good.
We've had a good stream anyway, so I'm not sweating it.
Yeah, you got this.
You can tell the places I tipped the truck a little bit more than I intended. Just a little sampling of sand in the middle of the road for no reason. No rain, the whole road is awful. You aren't wrong. The whole road is pretty bad.
Ooh, I really like the recovery vehicle, actually. That's a neat thing. That's a cool idea of how to do that. Very nice.
Yeah, and if I'm not wrong, so we got those like purple gas
Cool
tank
things,
things.
yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like you're able to use that for actually quite a few things. So there's a recovery vehicle thing. The only other one I've done so far is one map I was on. I had an additional sand pit that I had to spend some of that to make available.
Gotcha. Good to know. Good to know. But I like that. That's a neat way of doing it.
Yeah, it's a good time with that. And with the sand pit thing over here, it does seem like this, or the water hole, not the sand pit, the water hole I'm filling in. This does seem like the kind of thing that genuinely you could either use 2 dump trucks or a bulldozer, because it is a little bit of a drive back and forth with the sand. Not a bad
Yeah,
one.
no, okay, I'll do that then as well. I'll grab a truck as well and come over there. No problem.
Yeah.
That works.
I'd also like to see how, as we're working nearby, or how well it works, because it does look like we got a pretty good amount of latency between us. And I want to see how dodgy the vehicles get.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, no, we can definitely try that out.
Like, the demo went smooth. I think we had pretty bad lag between the two of us, as far as, not lag, latency.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I mean, you don't need to worry about me bringing, like, really powerful vehicles or anything in here. The only vehicles I bought are, like, the not rusted versions of what we already got.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I need to do that. I'll hit up the garage a bit eventually. Very good. Your bot is still timing me out for some, like my bot out for some reason.
Yeah,
Or is that
no,
still
that's,
Nightbot?
yeah, that's the thing. Like, Nightbot, I don't hardly use it. I need to... I'm trying to avoid, like, jumping in and trying to, like, figure out Nightbot crap in the middle of this.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. All good. All good.
Yeah, it's so weird, because, like, I stopped using Nightbot a while back.
Yeah,
Well,
it's actually really interesting. I just kind of tilted my sand truck a little bit, and I ended up actually spilling sand a little bit. I didn't know that actually happened.
Yeah, and I ran into that a lot in the demo with some of the nonsense I was getting up to. But sometimes, like, when you're getting to, like, little pits in the ground, it ends up working out for you, because you kind of tilt into the direction of whatever pit you're in. And so you end up dumping the sand in the pit.
Where you want it, yeah, basically.
Yeah, we'll try doing here in just a second, is once I get over to, dropping the sand off, I'll try slapping Nightbot real fast. And I got FG's bot modded on my channel now. Like, I see the sword. It was the / command, but I corrected it.
You could technically maybe try banning it or just unmodding it. Then it shouldn't be able to do anything anymore. But yeah, it's weird that it's ruthless all of a sudden.
I'm just gonna try and pull up Nightbot real fast, see if we can log in 2 seconds.
Sounds good.
Just be like, stab. Okay, in theory, Nightbot isn't even on my channel anymore. I told it to go away.
Oh, magic. That's even better then. Right.
But yeah, and then where you get the sand is basically next to the buildings up here. Right where that other route started.
We might need to fix the other route as well, because we've driven through there a couple of times now, and now it's like super turned up, so I'm going to go dump some sand there as well.
Yeah, one thing I didn't realize at first, this is a thing to check, is where like the route stops working. I gotta find the right thing. If you click on it, it'll say like remaining reward. So yeah, so it's worth fixing, but it will complain about the route not working even when you have no more remaining reward.
That's true. Also, all rewards have been actually received on that one, so I can actually cancel that route. Good point.
Oh, interesting. So it tells me I can still get a reward from it.
Ah, interesting indeed. Okay, I'm gonna just try moving the point around and see if that fixes it. Probably not, but we'll see.
I got pretty lucky with that, with a lot of them of just finagling it slightly to the left or right. The drivers are so aggressive in how much they honk when you go by.
Oh my god, they are, aren't they? They're so aggressive. They just go honk, 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 toot. Yep, as evidenced by the guy just honking at me.
Yeah, I've gone more once where it's like, okay, let me figure out what I'm doing next and just be in the middle of the road and come back to the horn just blasting.
Mm-hmm.
And I figure after I drop this load of sand, I'll try getting the bulldozer and see how close we are.
Sounds good.
All right. Is we doing one way to the end or trying to like work to the middle? So right now, so if you remember a little bit earlier, I was, well, actually, you might not have been here for it. A little bit earlier, I was doing this on mine. Now, with the way I did mine is actually went up on that ridge where those rocks were, and it was hit and miss. I had to like reroute it a bunch of times because it's a little bit mucky up there, but I did manage to get it working. But in this case, we're trying it a bit different, which is to actually bring the sand, dump it into this big water hole, and try and make, not like a proper road, but just a sand bridge to go across. So I'm trying to just pop this in here at least enough to smooth this out so we can get the vehicles through. So I get out of the way over here. And I will need to grab my truck here. It is cool that we, like, I'm literally getting money and the reputation, all that, for doing this. Which isn't a big deal, that just makes it so I can use other vehicles. So I guess technically that could give me a little bit of an edge on my other playthrough, but I'm not super worried about it. I don't think it's gonna be one of those things that's gonna really night and day change anything. Alright. This might be the next vehicle that I get the not rusted version of. I do also like that if you watch the vehicles and you get the not rusted version, they all have your custom paint job too.
That is cool, yeah. That's awesome.
Good to hear, Rada, about the Tales of CQ. I've been watching that game, and it's had me interested, so it's good to hear the demo is solid.
The demo was really good. Yeah, it's coming out today.
Yeah, I actually got a hold of a key, and I haven't gotten to check it out, like play it.
Yeah, same. I got the key, and embargo dropped technically yesterday, but I didn't have time yesterday. I also got my truck stuck.
Oh, I'm right there, so I might be able to unstick your truck if you're still over there. Yeah,
I might be able to dump some sand to get me unstuck. Hopefully.
If not, as I level this out, it might sort you out. It's interesting. I thought the embargo dropped today. Either way, it doesn't matter. Haven't had a chance to play, so.
Yeah. No. It dropped yesterday. Yesterday at like 2 p.m. UK time. But yeah, no, it's. I had so much fun with the demo. It was one of those demos where I was like, okay, I need to stop this now, or I'll play this for the rest of the demo day. We know I need more sand, aren't we?
I think 2 more loads.
Because the vehicles are not gonna get through there.
Yeah, I think that little pocket in your direction, I think that'll be trouble, and just a little bit more on the end of the sand bridge.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I agree.
I'm gonna try to get away without having to do that by just spreading it out more. I mean, we'll still have to get the one from the pocket on the far end there.
Oh yeah. I'll go get some. I'll just bounce through here real quick. Hopefully not get stuck. We'll see. Beep, beep.
At least the horn sounds good on your vehicle. I was doing Snow Runner yesterday, and some of the vehicles you honk the horn, I'm like, wow, I had an 80s Honda Civic that's horn was more impressive than this.
Oh really? Or wow. That's crazy.
It was one of the big rigs, and it's just like, Hank.
Oh, that's always so disappointing. When it's like you're driving like a giant truck, and the horn is like a tiny little toot.
We might only need one more thing of sand.
Got it.
It's kind of on the fence, but we might only need the one more.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, I'm finding as I'm doing this wider, it seems to be like leveling it out a little bit better. The big question is, will they be able to climb on the other side? I think it'll be fine because they'll be dropping down onto this and not going the other way. The other big problem is those rocks. I'm probably also going to go and smooth this spot out here. It probably doesn't matter, but we can do a whole lot of stuff. Just trying to get that sorted out. Yes, this is nice because if I were to have done this way by myself, this would have taken forever because, you know, FG has already got like another full load on the way and has delivered 2 additional full loads that I would have had to do myself. So it's been like 4 more loads. FG's probably on her way now. Yeah, so just coming up on the corner now. So hopefully they'll add gravel and a stripping machine. So they do have the machine that puts on, or I believe this, I can actually scrape up any asphalt I've put down. I don't think they'll make it so we can rip up the existing roads, though.
The sand has arrived.
Yep, so I think it's just that one pocket on the far end.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that actually might be enough sand to finish off the other pocket and make it nicer too.
Yes, thank.
Hey, Kiri, it's good to see you. Can I get a shout out for 2D Kiri on my side, by the way? If not, like, we can get that going. Let me go ahead and do this. Because for those who don't know 2D Kiri, absolutely a fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Plays a lot of indie games, a lot of fun stuff. Really good time. Definitely check out 2D Kiri. Very, very excellent stream over there. It's
I'm just gonna get a little bit more sand just to make it like perfect.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the pocket you just filled were solid. It's just the very end of that one is, it would probably work, but
Yeah,
you know,
just
it's
in
messy.
case. Yeah, and then we need to actually like clear the road over here as well, because there's like boulders and trees and stuff like that.
Oh, and there's a bunch of boulders behind me that we'll have to get out of the way too.
Yeah. And there's also a puddle here that might need some sand as well.
I think some of that debris we might not be able to move.
Gotcha. I see.
Like
I see.
I think the knockdown trees.
Oh, they're just there forever.
Yeah, they're just there.
Gotcha.
All right. You're getting this all pushed off to the side and all that.
Oh yeah, by the way, whenever you want to pop off to bed, like please just feel free to go. Like don't feel like pressure to stick around for like X amount of hours or anything like that. Please just let me know.
No, absolutely
Okay,
no problem. I did
Okay.
plan to play for a good couple of hours though.
No worries, that works quite well for me. Perfect.
I do not believe we have done any shared hype trains. I think most likely FG was on cooldown.
Yeah, we chat hype train like basically as soon as stream started.
Oh yeah, I figured as much. Birthday stream.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a little bit That'd be a little bit. Not too much though. It might be like, I don't know, another 10, 15 minutes possibly. Yeah, something like that, I think.
I know they had a whole bunch of information. It makes me wonder, like, because I saw, you know, if the shared hype train starts and then one of us disconnects and, like, how it handled all that. Maybe I overlooked it, like, what happens if, you know, one person's on cooldown and then the other one triggers hype train. Does it respect the cooldown or how that even works?
I think it's based on who's hosting the shared chat. So that would be on your settings, I think.
Right.
Not.
Okay, so this will be the last of the rocks. Alright, so I got all the rocks up here cleared.
Oh, nice, awesome, cool.
I imagine this is gonna be way less of a hassle than mine was. I actually
Possibly.
had the vehicles going up on that green berm off to the side there.
Oh, I see, I see.
Going up and
Gotcha.
around. It's a bit muddy though, so every once in a while one of them would get stuck up there and I'd have to just kind of wiggle the path again and again.
Gotcha. Yeah, I figured why not do it properly, possibly. Oh no, did I get stuck? No.
I gotcha. We'll just keep flattening the sand, it'll sort you out. Yeah, so it's safe to assume this part's done, because by the time I flatten this, it'll be good.
Yeah, I think so.
And then it's a question where there's the, those trees and all that, if there's a path that we can find through.
Yeah, maybe.
I can already imagine someone spending like hundreds of hours to make a YouTube video where they just take the time to like completely flatten out a, you know, the entire
Everything,
city
yeah.
or something. And I'll see what I can shove here.
Sounds good.
The big rock is a no.
Ah, dang it. All right.
The downed tree is a no, just because I can't shove it without driving over top of it.
Gotcha. I wonder if maybe the winch on the truck can pull those. I want to try that. Once I get the next sand load delivered.
Now the alive trees, those I can get rid of.
Nice.
This big old push and send it flying. Yeah, no, actually, we can get rid of the, well, I mean, honestly, that dead tree might not really be in the way with the alive ones gone.
Well, that's good.
The getting up here, I'm not super confident in the trucks, but they might be able to pull it off. If not, we can probably chuck 1 or 2 things of sand and be good.
Sounds good, sounds good.
Which I actually went the whole way around onto that little, like, beach spot. I didn't even end up needing sand either. Yeah, you might actually be able to just path the truck like right along just what's there.
Oh, possibly, yeah.
Still be good to see if we can't yank those trees around with the winch, though.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, that might work, possibly. Potentially. But it might also not be strong enough, but I just like to try and see.
Oh yeah, I mean, so I actually tipped over my dump truck on the rock right here, and is like, oh, dare dropped, like, lift a vehicle. I'm not super confident that the winch is gonna do anything with this big heavy truck, and it pulled it up.
Oh, okay, not bad then. That's good to know. That is good to know.
Oh, I'm not doing it with the blade right now. We're just waiting. So the blade can't move the regular dirt. It's only the sand you put down. I did try putting the blade down there. Yes, I think you can go straight. Oh, you're talking about that hole. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was thinking about the giant puddle here.
But yeah, with those 2 trees knocked down, if you look there, pretty clear. It's just whether or not we
looks
can
pretty
move this
clear already,
ball.
actually, yeah. Well, actually looks pretty heckin' good already.
No, Troy, I had it down earlier. I didn't have it down there because there's no sand for me to push around. It's like when you back up in flatten, it does lift it, and then when you move forward, it puts it back down. But there's sand flattening, and then there's the asphalt, like, ripping up thing. What kind of game is this? What's the goal? So basically, you're in an area that's been struck by a disaster. In this case, there was this really bad storm that went through and kind of tore the place up. Infrastructure's trashed. So you are fixing the damaged infrastructure and all that kind of stuff. So in this case, you can see that we got these big holes in the road that got washed out from the storm. So FG's playing with, FG's collabing with me today. So she went and she got her dump truck and she dumped a bunch of sand in here. And then I'm taking the bulldozer to level it out a bit. Like, it doesn't need to be perfect. But the idea is to flatten enough because we're going to have a convoy of vehicles come through here. And that they need to be able to handle getting through here. And where our vehicles are relatively good at all-terraining, they're pretty bad at all. Like, the convoy is pretty not great at all-terraining. Is it multiplayer? Yep, we're playing multiplayer right now. I am co-streaming with FG Squared. And so FG Squared is zipping around was in a dump truck. I think she's getting her like regular. I don't know if she got the truck or the Jeep. but she'll be getting on a they call it a scout vehicle, but it's just like a little vehicle for kind of all-wheel driving around the map. Yeah, there's a certain degree that it is like watching people play Tonka trucks, just, you know, in like the sandbox, except, you know, instead of where you're being like, and there was a disaster, and then I got a bulldozer and I pushed the sand there, and like said that, you know, you're actually doing the thing in the game. But yeah, it's like grown up trucks to a certain degree. I wonder, so I got all stuck up on one of these palm bushes. In real life, these don't actually hold up that strong. I'm wondering if I can actually break that. Okay, you can rip them out, but they put up a fight. Oh, cool! You can actually rip up the palm bushes. Like, they seem like a rigid object when I hit them earlier today. Cause
Oh, I see. Cool.
I was a little shocked because they're not that strong in real life.
Yeah, no, they're not. Yeah.
But yeah, they put up a fight though, but you can rip them up.
Gotcha.
But yeah, no, it's a simulation game, so it does simulate people who go in. Because again, this is before, you know, fire and police and EMTs and everyone are running around in here. Like, the roads are gone. So, like, not strong enough? Oh, yeah, you are anchored to it. Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's strong enough. Dang it.
I can see if we can both winch it. I think my Jeep is right here, too. Or truck.
True, that might work. That might work, actually. Or just use the cranes as well. Like, the crane might work.
Yeah, we can try that, too. Doing some science.
Exactly. Yeah, one rusty Jeep is definitely not enough. It's like not budging at all.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell like what in these games is like this is just environment. It's not really changeable versus what you can.
I'm just thinking, yeah, maybe it is that we have to go via the beach over there.
Well, actually, I actually think there's enough room to go over that berm you're sitting on with the...
Yeah, possibly, actually, yeah. Also, can I just say that I love the fact that we both chose the same logo. Like, you chose a different background, but it's the same color as my background, and we chose the same logo.
Oh, nice. I didn't even notice it. So, it does seem like because you're anchored, I can't. So
oh, really?
Yeah, only one of us can. Now, one thing we could try is you try attaching to it. Let me see if I can attach to you.
That's what I was just going to suggest as well. Yeah. Can you winch to my car and then help for me?
I don't think I can winch to your car in general. Try unwinching. Okay, if you're not winched, I can winch to you, but yeah, no daisy chaining winches.
No, you winch to me. Do it.
Oh, okay, give me a second.
Because I still have the aim winch thing.
Okay.
No, it's the same winch. Dang it. Okay, so I guess...
Yeah. One winch per thing.
I mean, we can just use the alternative route, but I'm gonna still try and see if you can actually move these with the crane just cause.
Yeah, that
I
makes
want to
sense.
see if you can move it or not.
Yeah, no, where I'm driving over here, I actually think you might be able to get the vehicles to go over this.
Yeah, actually, we might be able to do that.
It's worth a try. I mean, worst case, it gets stuck on it and we just run it through the beach anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and start moving this. In the meantime, I'm going to start moving my bulldozer and the dump truck. Since it doesn't look like we
Sounds
need
good.
them here.
Yep, perfect.
That's a mighty fine road over there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's a mighty fine road. Looks like road. We'll drive car on it. That's for those who didn't see, like, genuinely where that tree is behind me and those two rocks. Basically where the tailgate on my truck is. Right there. I actually took my vehicles, I drove them up and over the side there to get around. It was dodgy. Very admittedly, it was dodgy. It did end up being a thing that as they drove over, it turned it up into mud, and then later vehicles, I had to like reset the route a couple of times to get them to cooperate. Okay. We can kind of spectate what FG's doing here to see if she is able to pull it. Because what she's testing right now, she's trying to see if that tree there, if it is something that we can meaningfully impact in any way. We tried pushing it with the bulldozer, and we tried just grabbing it with the winch and yanking on it. Neither seemed to work.
Yeah, so it doesn't let me attach the crane. Sorry, this is just unmovable terrain, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense.
Unfortunately. Yeah. So I'll get this out of the way as well, and then we can set this up, hopefully.
Yep, they can map that route out.
Mm-hmm. Yep, doing it right now.
Meanwhile, I'll start grabbing my vehicles and moving them on to the next spot. Or at least across the bridge or whatever.
Oh my god, I didn't realize that when you zoom in on the map, you can actually see the tire tracks that we left. That's so cool.
Oh yeah, like I can like zoom in and like see, you know, you move your like arm on your thing and everything.
That's neat. Do you know by any chance, Rual, if this game is coming to Game Pass?
I have not heard anything.
Yeah, me neither, I think.
normally when a game comes to Game Pass, it's usually like right away. So. To answer the how similar it is to SnowRunner, so it's mostly the same game engine. It's more expeditions than SnowRunner's engine, but you don't have like fuel consumption. You don't have damage on your vehicles or anything like that. It's not drag my junk through the mud struggle kind of thing. You know, like juggling the winch and all that. It's a lot more about the infrastructure repairs. So it's a lot more of like you think of SnowRunner rebuilding the bridges and that kind of thing. But like,
yeah, and you can like
fleshed out.
build things on the terrain, and it's a bit more arcadey. It's easier to drop in and out of, which I think is good because it makes it more approachable for people as well. But like testing out SnowRunner is definitely a good idea to be able to judge whether or not you would like this one as well or not.
Right. It's like I think genuinely what the devs are doing is like between this expedition SnowRunner is this is no inside knowledge or anything. It seems like the devs are continuing to just add more and more content to SnowRunner and keeping SnowRunner as SnowRunner, and then turning around and being like, well, what if we made a game that is just driving around with the four-wheelers and that kind of stuff? Well, that's expeditions.
Yeah, I like that too. I like that too. It's like if you want more SnowRunner, just keep buying the SnowRunner expansions.
Yeah.
And if you want something more about rebuilding and delivering, because it's like a construction delivery sim rather than like what SnowRunner is in a way, I think. So I think it's good that they cover different things with the different games. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And Maru, yeah, no, this one focuses on actually repairing infrastructure. SnowRunner does have some repairing infrastructure, but not to the depth this does. It's mostly slap down a bridge made out of 2x4s and like clean up a knockdown tower, stuff like that.
Yeah, and here you can actually decide where you, for example, want the road to go. Like you can pour sand down and then concrete it over and make a road where you want the road to be, rather than it being in predefined locations, which I think is really cool. Ah, dang it, they failed. The route, where did they fail it?
Oh, they might have gone just slightly too far to the right and dipped into the water. Or to the...
I'm just moving it over a little bit.
Oh, that's cool. Like, I instantly see when you change that course.
Oh, nice. So the latency is actually not that bad then.
Yeah, no, I mean, we were driving into each other and bumping into each other and had no problems.
In that case, chat, do we want a shared chat hype train?
Hey, thank you, Stabby Platty, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. But yeah, no, all you have to do is we can see. For those who didn't see, they do have a shared hype train was introduced literally today, where if we trigger hype train, it should trigger a hype train on both mine and FG's channel at the same time. It's a way that you don't have like the weird one person being left out and it's all awkward and all that. Okay, so I think either side, if someone does another action, it'll probably trigger the hype train. Because we've had one on FG's side and one on my side. I think it has to fit the Okay.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Also, let's go shared hype train. He looks so fancy.
Yeah, no, it's just
Happening.
it took me a while because I was trying to figure out like where that landed with everything else I've got going on in my end. I was like, wait, where is it? I saw the alert and everything. But yeah, brand new fancy, shared hype train stuff.
Thank you, Docker94, for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, 94. Thank you, Daka, for the tier 1 sub. That's 3 months of been sub to the channel. I really do appreciate it. And thank you, Jay Walker, for the 200 biddies. I really appreciate that as well. Yeah, for those who don't know how the shared hype train thing works, if you do actions on either side, it does contribute to the shared hype train. So we'll level it up, and I guess for the next 30 days, they've got time exclusive stuff going on.
There's time exclusive emotes, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty funny. It's got like the messages a little wrong. So when you're getting like groups of community subs, it's saying like gifting subs to Rual Storge's community when they're for you.
Really? Oh wow. So I guess they broke it.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. It's just one of those things like looking at it's like, what? Why did my alert not play? Ah, I see. Like it's not blowing up my alerts or anything. It's just the message is wrong that I see.
Ah, okay.
Like,
well, at least they're not triggering the alerts. That's good.
oh,
That's
that'd
good.
be terrible.
Yeah, it used to do that before. When they first introduced shared chat, it would do that.
And it looks like the route is potentially
Thank you,
working.
Shandusen, for gifting
Yes,
10
I think so. It is.
subscriptions to
It
the
is. We've
channel.
completed it. And now we don't have an objective, I think. We need to unlock more stuff.
Oh, we probably just have to go to the objective. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
betting. I'm
probably.
betting we probably just have to drive through. Oh yeah, we literally have an
Yeah.
objective. We just have to set it.
Ah, perfect. That works then. Oh, because I was tabbed into side and not main objective. That's
And
why.
thank you, Janism, for the 10 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. That's incredibly generous of you. Gifting 10 tier 1 subs a channel. Seeing a lot of names in there that I recognize a lot of stuff.
My dashboard just broke, and somebody gifted 10 subs, but Twitch hasn't seen it yet. Sorry.
Oh, I think that's
Yeah.
because they gifted them to me.
Oh, that's why.
So
Yes.
I think it's just silly stuff like that.
Yeah, it did. That's why. Okay, cool. Yeah, see, you were literally talking about it, and the broken message confused me. Great, thank you. Totally not embarrassing at all.
Well, that's
But oh well, it happens.
yeah. So
no
you can apparently
worries.
jump into your vehicles as well, which makes sense. It just took me from I was like, why do I see so many vehicles? Like, oh, right. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And just blowing up all of those hype train levels. I have no idea what level we're on now. 7? I just keep looking up, and the level just keeps being higher than the last time I looked up. Yep, level 8. And climbing. It's already like halfway through level 8. But yeah, no, it's like I have, and for the record, I have no idea what the time limited emotes are. Like how good they're. Like, we got, like, no warning of this. It was just like, hey, by the way, this thing's out. It's like, oh, that's cool. That is an absolutely amazing emote that I did not realize that FG had. So thank you for the Gigantify Rainforester. I do appreciate it. Oh, it's a bicycle. It looked like a tree root, and then it shot sparks off when I ran over, and I was confused. And I'm giving FG a chance to, like, get through the stuff going on and have all the people going on over there. All those shenanigans. Before we do the thing. And in the meantime, I'm destroying porta potties. It's just what needs to happen. Ooh, Planet Crafter. That's a good game. Where's FG right now?
Yay.
Okay.
Chugga chugga choo choo.
Hey, Rainforest, thank you for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate it. Just continuing to, like, go one level after the other after the other. We're at level 8, right about to hit level 9. We're at 96%. All the... I need, like, a hype train music or something like that, which granted, the whole thing. But yeah, so thanks so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot.
I wonder with my hype train overlay thing, if it puts your support on there as well. Ah, interesting.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know either, because that hasn't unfortunately been updated in quite a while, but intriguing, intriguing, intriguing. Oi! What are we? Oh gosh, this seems dangerous.
I was gonna say, I'm curious how this is gonna work. This is definitely gonna be a latency
we'll see,
test.
I guess.
I mean, it
Nice.
didn't desync real bad, so that's a good test.
Yeah, that worked all right.
That town you just passed through is on Bala. It's the industrial heart of the region, so it's vital we get it pumping again. And that means delivering lots of supplies. You'll need to build a road and then plan a route between Anbala and the transit point.
Hey, we've got a garage,
There's a
so I will
nearby
buy all the
village
new,
on the harbor
better
that could use your
things
help.
now.
If you have the time. Strictly, we're not required, but I think you like to...
Oh, apparently opening the shop makes Kelly very quiet very quickly.
Yes, which is convenient. That was my goal.
I love how much she badmouths the company for like the first
She
whole
really
mission.
does, yeah. Holy heck.
You're like, you know you can quit, right, Kelly? If you're this miserable, just quit.
Yeah, I don't think she wants to.
Right, we were going to grab the... Ooh, I have a vehicle I haven't seen yet as an option. I also have no idea how to
Ooh.
work.
That's exciting. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of vehicles that I can technically buy that I've not seen.
help folks out. Panamar is in sore need of supplies. So you could plot a route to it from the transit point. I'm sure the folks there would appreciate it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be a wagon I could put sand in and bulldoze. It looks like it's cargo and bulldoze, which is a bit of an odd choice.
Oh, that's interesting. That is very interesting indeed. Yeah. Wow.
Oh,
I
I
did
guess.
not-
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, all good, all good, all good. I was just rambling. No worries.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like it's designed for leveling sand. I don't have like the leveling option. It seems like it's for when you go into an area and you're trying to ship something, you just want to shove a rock out of the way.
Ah,
Still
I
cool.
gotcha. That is convenient. Oh, this looks so much better. The upgraded version, the non-rusty version, looks so much better.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so do we want to work on the road going through the middle of town, or the road that goes, like, the whole way around that island we were just on a minute ago?
Start in the town and then work on the other road, I guess. Sorry. Yeah. So we will do, I guess, actually, maybe the side mission is best first, because that's the long route, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, let's do that one first. So, to Panama. Let's do that one.
Sounds good.
So we can fix both the northern and the southern route, I suppose, technically, if we wanted to. Ideally, because they're both broken.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the map, and I'm gonna mark stuff with the things.
Sounds good. Yeah, absolutely.
Basically just trying to mark all the potential places to repair.
What a heckin' hype train. Thank you all so much for experimenting with our shared hype train. It doesn't look like we've gotten the emotes yet, though, have we? But maybe they'll get delivered later. We'll see, I guess.
Yeah, no, it says hype chests on the way kind of thing.
Yeah. There should be new emotes, technically.
Oh,
wait,
it's-
you think it's...
It's got like the what channel contributed what.
Yes, yes. Oh, I see, Carrie. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. That actually makes a lot of sense.
The whole, it's not a competition, but no, really it is.
Yeah, that I'm not surprised.
No, not surprised either. That is going to drive a lot of people to get a lot of subs.
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like there's four dodgy looking spots. 2 on each direction.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
I have noticed the only place in the game I've seen where it says you cannot pour sand here is on the bridge.
Oh, really? You can't pour sand on bridges? Oh, I'm sad now.
Yeah, there's like a giant red prompt like you can't pour sand here.
But I want to. But maybe you just can't do it if it's like a real big, deep body of water. That might be.
Yeah. That's the one dare drop I think will be fun that's going to take forever, is building. It's like you have to make a road underneath a bridge you built.
Ooh, that sounds cool though.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be something cursed, like you have a completely makes sense kind of bridge you build, and then like snaking this like weird, unusable road underneath it.
Probably, yeah, probably.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm starting to fill in the northern pass.
Okay, I'll go south then. Perfect.
Yep, it is really FG's birthday. Like, for realsies. I know it's a whole meme over there. But, you know. It is legitimately FG's birthday. Oh, that's a fun bug. I was
happened?
filling the sand up over the bridge, and as long as I stayed over the bridge, it just kept playing the animation.
Oh, that's funny. Like,
Yeah, it's like a nothing burger of a bug. But still. That the only other bug I found, which is another one that was like a nothing, it was one of the cranes. I went to lift the crane, and just the hook for the crane just kept going through the roof of the vehicle and kept going into the sky, because I guess they just didn't put a upper limit on how far up it could go.
okay, that's hilarious. I haven't actually had anything, but then I haven't played quite as much. That
Yeah, I
makes
mean,
out.
right, but both these bugs don't hurt anything. They're just like, huh, that's weird. Hey, that route we fixed apparently finished its thing. Quantum magnetism. Yeah, and I know the sand from the sky thing. Off-putting's not the right word. I know for a lot of people that was kind of like, that's a really weird thing. You know, immersion breaking, that's the word I'm looking for. But genuinely speaking, it's like, yeah, I don't think it really matters. Oop. Let me just get this vehicle out of the way. So this thing's cool. I don't know what I'd use it for. Like, I think it's genuinely when you're taking cargo across the map, you can just shove stuff. I don't think I would use this for doing the roads. It just doesn't seem well suited for that. All right. Now, granted, it does seem like it moves much faster than my my bulldozer. Expect it's due to it being a rusty boat. This is fair. This is fair. That is a very valid reason why the bulldozer might be way slower. I did try to buy the new one. I failed to realize we'd already spent too much for me to afford it. But the fact that I'm getting money and all that from this, I actually think that's great. Because money doesn't really seem to matter that much in this game. Not like SnowRunner. So it means you at least get something for playing with your friends so far as like progression. Like the actual story stuff won't be progressing. But you know, I'm getting some like reputation, all that. Because that's kind of one of the bummers that happens in games like SnowRunner to my understanding, and I could be wrong about this. My understanding is when you're playing with your friends, it's whatever progress they make on their save. I don't know if you share money, but I know you don't.
I'm actually thinking maybe where I am right now, I think it's probably better to put a bridge here than pour sand. I'm just realizing. Probably.
Oh, right, because you can just put a bridge anywhere, can't you?
Yeah, we can just put a bridge. Maybe we just do that. I'll build a bridge here, and then I'll just bring the sand over to the other side, because I think that's actually much more efficient than trying to pour 50 billion tons of sand in this hole to make a road.
Yeah, because so far this first one wasn't too bad. Like, I might have been able to get away with one load of sand, but I was like, yeah, we'll make it nicer. Hey, Janicus. Thank you so much, Janakus. Thank you so much for the 220 stream streak. Catch the last 220 streams without missing a single one. That is absurd.
Put a bridge down. It's going to be much better.
Thank you again so much for the support. I can already see so many videos coming up being like, is there a limit? And someone just sitting there just dumping sand in one spot until the game crashes or whatever. Like just push it to whatever the limits of the engine are, for the game either just has a hard look, you're cut off, no more sand, or you know, it starts getting real pokey. But see, what's crazier about stream streaks is how easy it is to break them and not, even if you don't miss a stream. Oh yeah, that's normally one of the comments. Like we have a couple people who are like 360 stream streak and all that. And it's like, you know, one part that's impressive, one, is that they've actually tuned in and caught all those streams. That's certainly a very impressive feat in its own right. And then the other one is how often they break. The fact that they've managed to go 300 streams, like 360 streams without having a break. Yeah, it's one of the reasons, like, I used to really sweat, like, hey, I'm gonna do an off-schedule stream or whatever. No, I can't do that. It's gonna break people's stream streak. With how dodgy it is just kind of one of those things that I was like, alright.
No, I see you sheep in a cart. I don't know. That's interesting. I see your messages normally. You seem fine on my end.
Yeah, I always see your stuff as well, sheep in a cart. For the general thing, Twitch doesn't shadow ban. They just ban. You're either here or you're not, kind of thing. Like, genuinely, when you have people post stuff they're not supposed to, it's not like they just disappear from chat for a while. It's like they're just gone.
Yeah. Also, somebody, I think, just accidentally knocked on my stream.
Uh-huh,
Yep.
Mine too.
Or on yours, or on both of ours. I don't know. I was like, wait a minute, this is weird. What's happening?
Yeah, and I just declined it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was a misclick, I reckon.
I mean, either a misclick or they're just like, oh, they're just playing open. Let me just jump on in. I will not accept
Maybe, but
those.
he was playing a different game, so I reckon it was a misclick, yeah.
Oh, I didn't even check the game. I was like, nope. Like, you gotta talk to me before you just try and hop in my
To be
game.
fair, I know that person. So I would have been, you know, but yeah, no, that's weird.
Yeah.
And the whole knocking thing on stream is so weird to me.
I genuinely wish I could turn off it showing up for me to be not
Oh
to
my
be
God,
knocked
yeah.
on, but to knock on other people.
Yeah, because every time I go to raid somebody, I go into that chat beforehand, and like the first thing that always pops up is the blah 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 is live. Click here to let them know that you want to collaborate. And I'm like, no, I don't. No, I actually don't though.
Yeah, like even with people I know, like if someone is just like, you know, if I'm streaming and just randomly you knocked, it'd be like, it kind of be almost like shoot a DM, be like, you know, what's up? Like, not that it'd be against it or everything.
Exactly.
It's like just verify what's up before you can.
Yeah. Basically verify that it was not a misclick.
Right, and it's also like, okay, I mean, I'm playing a solo game. Not sure what we're doing right now.
Yep.
I just realized for you building the bridges down there, you could grab the truck that I pulled in, because it's a hauler.
Yeah, true.
Because it's not useful for sand, and you can't really do the grading for, you know, making road. I think it's literally just a big hauler that if there's junk in the road, you can just shove it. So rocks or whatever.
Yep.
I kind of want to be able to change the size of like the icons to show whose channel is being posted on.
Oh no, I folded over.
I am
The
right
porta potty
here.
one. The porta potty one that I was trying to destroy, it knocked me over.
I was doing that with the smaller truck, so I could have easily had the same thing. I could pick you up by dumping sand. Or actually, I might just be able to shove you.
You might be able to shove me, actually, yeah.
If there was a little bit of bump there.
Here, my engine didn't actually stall, so... Nice. Well, that worked really well, thank you.
No problem. Went better than I expected it. Yeah, that was rude of mentioning that I'd be unlucky if I tipped over. When I started to drive on top, I'm like, that's it. I'm going right over is what's about to happen here.
That would have been amazing, though. That would have been very funny.
I think
I would have been
between
here for it.
both of the dump truck parts, I think we would have managed to get one of them back up.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Yep, that's part of the fun of the multiplayer, though. It's like the whole multiplayer thing of jumping back and being able to help each other out and or have things go horrifically wrong. Yes, I think we might actually have enough sand for the top route to be done once they flatten it out.
Yeah, I think so. I think so, actually. That bit where I just dumped the sand, that's actually not that rough.
I genuinely just maneuvered the vehicles around it because I was like, I cannot be bothered. This looks like it's really bad. So I was surprised when
Yeah.
your one dump truck filled it up that much.
That's totally fair.
Let's get these rocks out of the road for when we send the convoy, since they'll be easy to overlook. All right. Just all the bots being like, fractal, this, that, all the different things we end up dealing with on our own streams. Alright, we were just spinning around all that stuff. Are you over there getting achievables?
No. Oh god, sorry. Sorry for the screaming. I almost fell over. But no. Platy gifted me a DLC for Nordic Ashes, so I will get achievements there then.
Oh, nice. I was just gonna say, because I just got an achievement for dumping sand called Its Flows, so I thought you maybe got it about the same time.
No, I haven't. I haven't done much sand yet. Working on it.
Gotcha. I was just curious if it was like shared or not. Good morning, MK48. I hope you're having a good one. Alright, so we got the North Pass done. Where did FG go? Because FG... Oh, there. Gotcha. So FG's loading up things. Right. I'll grab this. It's weird that the thing's permanently in low and diff lock, but not all-wheel drive. Oh no, it's only in load because I had it in marching. Alright. Do you know how many concrete slabs, whatever they are, we need for the bridges?
6 of them. I also just realized that I'm putting this in the wrong truck.
Oh, I'm rolling up with my truck because you've got the crane. It'll probably go over anyways.
because I put in the dump truck because I was, for some reason my brain was like, oh yeah, the dump truck is definitely the cargo hauler. It's not, but
It'll
it's
probably
fine,
work.
right?
Who needs secured payloads?
No, yeah, it's definitely not. I'm just gonna take this one over there, and then yours is gonna be better because we can actually load it because it's a pain in the butt to get it into the dump truck. Yeah, I'll just transport that over there. I think you can see it on the map if you click on bridges. Yeah, if you're on the map and then at the top you click on bridges, you can actually check how much you need. How many concrete slabs you need.
Oh, I gotcha. Yep. Not exactly how I was expecting that to work. Okay.
Gosh, these NPC drivers, they just go, don't they? They don't care if you're there. They just go and then just honk at you. Goodness.
Got place to be.
Apparently so.
You may be the boss, but you're paying by the hour.
Right.
Okay, it's good enough for me. Okay. The truck doesn't stay very still when you're trying to load if you forget your parking brake. Ask me how I know.
Parking brake, schmarking brake. Who needs that? Not me.
Alright, Chad, let's try this again, only with a little less absolute failure on all this. Because I did not do a good job of loading that up on the last one. Okay. All right.
Hello. Ooh, this is shiny. I'm also gonna go get the other one, the other truck, because I don't think. Actually, no, we probably won't be able to fit 6 in this one. What will we?
Honestly, I don't know.
I mean, I suppose we could try.
Honestly, the biggest problem I have is my brain struggles with the crane a little bit.
I can do the train. Sure, the train. Yeah. See, apparently my brain does too. I can do the crane if you want me to.
Yep, I can go over that. It's just going back and forth with my brain. It's like trying to get my hand to stop in the middle so it's not trying to swing this way or anything like that. My brain
that's
struggles.
totally fine. So if you want to, you can already take those concrete slabs over to the bridge, and I'll drive over the other truck and then just load that truck, and then you can take that truck and drive it over there.
Yep, I can do that. Yeah, because it looks like I've got 3 in here, so it looks like 3 load up without even... If this was flat, it'd be just about flush.
Yeah, cool, awesome. Yeah, so you have 3. I already delivered 1, so we just need 2 more.
Right, but then there's a second bridge we'll have to build after that.
Oh, gotcha. Noted. I didn't realize.
Yeah, no, I just marked that there was 2 spots on either side.
Got it.
When I get over there, I can try and eyeball how many concrete slabs. I'm gonna guess it's like 5 or 6 again.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
All right. I was watching for 8 hours. Yeah. Yep, that's the whole thing. All right, so we're just working through all this, getting all these sorted. Yeah, so as you can tell, we're doing a very long stream tonight. I figured it'll probably be around 13 hours, so probably not quite 2 more hours. Because by then I probably really absolutely should get to sleep at that point. Because the plan is to do this all again tomorrow. Man, this has been pretty good. Now, one downside is this thing doesn't move that fast. It is a weird one here that I can put this down. And like use it to push stuff out of the way. I think that makes sense for when we got like rocks and debris on the road. I hope that. I can add that add cell room. We do not share resources between maps. So whatever we keep on this map, it stays here. When you get to the next map, you start fresh. I mean, your money, cash money stays, but I believe even the purple stuff I don't think carries map to map. Yeah, so not as convinced about this one, Scoop. Let's see, your upgrade, does your upgrades does go to the next map, right? If you mean by upgraded vehicles and vehicles I've unlocked, I keep those. What we don't keep is where we see the concrete on the top and all that. That doesn't carry over. And then the purple stuff, the gas can, I believe that doesn't carry over either. But your cash, your vehicles, and your upgrades to your vehicles, all that, or, well, I mean, they're upgraded vehicles, all that carries over. So my equipment sticks with me, and my money sticks with me, but everything else we leave behind. So because me and FG are using push to talk to them so much, I don't know when FG is talking on her end. So when I see a lot of those questions, part of me is like, I can answer that. But then it's also like, oh, but genuinely, I'll just probably talk over her. All right. So again, place the next bridge. Getting this to play the place the way I want is not going great. Second bridge looks like it'll be 7. Oh, of course the raid dropped in right as that happened. But like all the stuff going on there. Good times. Makes sense. For those over on my side, like like things are going to be a little bit more hectic over on FG sides than normal because she is on the front page and, you know, birthday. So it's part of the reason we're probably just not leaving it. Like normally I'd have, we have like the open thing and then, you know, push to talk. We have like raids or whatever. But we're just not doing that today because on her end it would just be chaos quite a bit. So it just makes sense to let the chaos happen and not have all that stuff going on. I am very genuinely hoping we get to that third map that we were on. I just want to see what FG's reaction to seeing that is. We are spending quite a bit of time on this, which is fine. But I don't think there was too much more we had to worry about. We had to do the road through the middle of the map. That'll be very, very quick. And then there was the pipes, which really didn't need a road. You just kind of shove the pipes up there. So there's a bit of stuff to do, but not that much. I do also like, because for me I was doing a lot of just knocking out the objectives and moving on. I do kind of like that with FG. She's like, no, we should actually fix it. So like we've already fixed the one path that we could have this objective done and all that. Do you need to unlock the maps? Yes. So what happens is you start with like one map that's effectively your tutorial map. And then what ends up happening next is you get to this map, which is like a continuation of the tutorial map, but it's like after the storm hits. And then they let you choose between two maps after that. And then like you get the idea that there is a flow that you have to go from like one to the next set to the next set. So it's not like SnowRunner where you can just immediately jump to like the 8th map or whatever. And part of that is because they do the thing where the first map teaches you certain mechanics and then lets you kind of go about your stuff, and then the next map goes, okay, well here's some other mechanics. And then once they've opened up that, they kind of just let you loose on a couple of maps. But then you have like the crane and a couple of things. And I'm probably going to do on this next ad break, because I'm assuming FG is going to need time to load up the vehicle. I am going to try to very rapidly eat my dinner. Oh wait, never mind. She's already got...
Don't mind my very securely fastened load here. Like, very securely. It's fine. There's nothing to worry about.
No problem. How many do you manage to get loaded in that?
That's 2, so that one should be then done. And then we can see how much we need for the next one.
Not sure if you picked up, the next one is 7. It took a lot of finagling to get it not cursed looking.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, 7. Got it. Good to know. Thank you.
It just like really wanted to put it, it was trying to put it along the side of the path.
Okay, gotcha.
So it took a little bit to get it to actually put it where I wanted it.
Got it.
Well, I figure we aim to put 4 in this one, because I feel very confident in handling probably 3 in that one. Get knocked out in 2 more loads.
Yep, sounds good. That sounds good. That sounds doable, I reckon.
Except I actually only see 1 more concrete slab over here.
I guess we'll have to grab them from the warehouse then. Because we do have 10 in the store in storage in the warehouse, so we'll just have to do that.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's rotate this around. Okay. I parked way too close. Yeah, I parked too close. I can't get the boom where it needs to be. I might be able to drop it in there. It's weird that trying to rotate is making the arm move in ways I'm not expecting. Yeah, so I take that and I slide it straight out. Alright, so that's at least in there nice and flat. Alright, so we can go ahead and get all that sorted out, get our repositioned and whatnot. Okay, because we need a bunch more of these. Alright. Yes, we've got... Where was the concrete going? The concrete's not going here, right? Where... Let's see. Is trying to see, so you're the one hauling... Ah, they're taking you to the transit point. I'm in the wrong spot. Okay. I was trying to figure out, like, where on earth all that concrete was going. Okay. Took me a minute to realize where all our concrete was at surprise warehouses.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we can go up here, get that sorted.
Oh, great. I decided to go the wrong direction from the warehouse. Oh, we'll need to get the... We'll need to get the crane to the warehouse as well, don't we?
Yeah. I'm still working my way over because I started driving into town being like, where am I going?
Yeah, I went the wrong way as well with the truck, so I will go take the cargo truck now and actually go to the warehouse. Mm-hmm.
I still feel like I've gone the wrong way. Oh, right, there's like a whole loading, unloading space over here by the harbor base. Right, that is how that works, isn't it?
Wait, oh, the harbor base also has it? Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, yeah, it does. It has a garage. Wait, never mind. I will turn around again. It does have that. I forgot about that. Good point.
Yeah, because they pulled a transit point. There's like, there is nothing here.
No. It's the harbor, yep.
Okay. Can we bulldoze? Yes, you can, or... I see you over there, P. Joe. I thought, like, because it just popped up as highlight as, like... Oh, yeah, no, of course we can bulldoze. Why else would we not have it? It's like, wait. I understand what's being communicated now. We're going for violence.
Yes, Chad is advocating for PvP. Mm-hmm.
I have no idea which vehicles do better at shoving things around.
I mean, I would reckon we probably have all of the rubbish vehicles anyways at this point. Even if you get the non-rusty versions, the early vehicles are always so much weaker than the later ones, or the DLC ones as well.
Oh yeah, some of the DLC ones usually end up being being really strong.
I could have
love.
gotten one, but I opted not to use it.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, it was the same thing with mine. I was like, yeah, I'm not grabbing the DLC one. I have my bot because like the whole like cannibalism joke thing's like following me everywhere, and it was finally time to the point like, you know what? I want to break from that. So I set it up so when someone makes like a cannibalism joke, Rual bot will actually replace the message and be like tacoism.
Yeah, that's great. I love it. Because having played as much remote as I have and as you have, I also suffer from the same problem. Yes.
Yeah, like it's probably what's in that. For me, like the one that was like, you know what, I'm doing something is I was playing City Skylines 2, and I don't even remember what happened. I was like, oh, time for cannibalism. Like, that's not, what?
Yeah, oh no, chat always suggests it. Always, all the time. Yep, 100%.
We have the delivery trucks of the concrete slabs going in this place. You're like, hey man, can you just like turn that truck around?
Oh, that'd be so convenient if I could just be like, can you just go over there? Well, can we use this big crane here? Probably not, right?
I don't believe so, but
No, you can't. Okay, I'll have to go get the crane over here then. I'll just do that real quick. There we go.
oh right, I got it's a little teeny tiny crane, but I got the truck that had the little teeny tiny crane on it, the one that was in the demo.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
I think I like right before we started the collab, so I totally forgot I even had it.
Gotcha.
Okay. It's just getting that zone figured out. The dead zone. Like I found the only way I've been able to do the dead zone fine is to like really quickly just let off the mouse the moment it starts moving. Like where I'm kind of happy with the direction it's going. Start going a direction, then let off the mouse. Okay. So close. Alright.
Don't mind that vehicle felt the road. I may have literally crashed into it head on. It's fine.
It happens.
Hello.
Hello. Just figuring out the crane controls. Like, I feel like you need to make the dead zones bigger. Alright, I'm taking 4 out of here.
Awesome. We only need 2 after that, right? Or how many do we need? Or was it 3? Oh, 3. It's 7, right?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that thing can carry 3. I'll just smoosh the tires a little bit. I absolutely didn't eat my food during the break because I got caught up. I could really go for the game having cruise control. Nope, I missed my turn. That's fine. I'll just see if I can't push this thing out of the way. Oh, that's gonna be track. I won't be able to push that out of the way. Well, I was thinking I was gonna be able to push that. I didn't realize that the red thing on the end was like literally the track for the big giant crane. That's fine. We snaked through here anyways. Okay. Just means I'll end up needing to eat and think. Since I changed seeing your advice settings crane, a little easier. Yeah, so when you change your crane settings, your choices are you have like the default, you have legacy, and then you have like adaptive, or not adaptive, sorry, alternative. And so the default, the big thing it gives you is that you can drive while using your crane. Legacy, to my understanding, makes it like SnowRunner, but you cannot drive while you're using it. And an alternative is trying to do something that's sort of a little A, sort of a little B, but not quite either.
So I had a really interesting bug just now. So I spawned in a concrete plate, and it spawned in underneath my truck, and my truck just did a flip, and now it's having a nap. This is great.
Do you want me to come back and try and finagle it?
I think I can possibly unnudge it myself, but yeah, the concrete slab is stuck in my crane at the moment, but I'm sure I'll be fine.
We'll just get the vehicle with the concrete slab merged inside into place. It'll be all fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine, exactly, yep.
Oh, I see you've got a roll command. I have a command for how many signs I've hit.
Oh yeah, nice, very good.
Carry over from Farm Sim because all signs are forfeit. You keeping expecting zombies to swarm the truck? It does have kind of a State of Decay 2 appearance. Like, the aesthetics does seem
Yeah,
like...
I think I actually merged the crane and the concrete plates. Like, it's just merged in the crane. But I have an idea.
As soon as I drop these over, I'm going to check out the science happening. Technically, you can carry vehicles with other vehicles, just like pick up. Actually, I think I have a heavy vehicle transport, which it's just like a ramp you drive on. I drive around the ramp. I wonder if we could put it on there and like deliver the slab inside the crate.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious.
So as soon as I drop these off, I'll grab it if you don't figure out something in the meantime. Ooh, this road gets bumpy over here.
I'll keep trying and seeing what happens. Oh my god, I am actually... Oh my god, this is amazing. Your tiny truck is literally lifting the entire other crane with the plate. It's like merged. It's like one thing. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's in there pretty good from the looks of it.
It is wedged in there, yeah.
Let me see if I can't figure out where that vehicle is.
But I might be able to, like, lift the other crane with the other crane. I did. Now the other crane is sleeping, but we'll see. Yeah, okay, no, this is actually like legitimately just stuck in the vehicle now. So yes, let's load the vehicle on your thing there and see if we can do this. This is amazing.
I am curious if we load up your crane with the plates stuck in it, and then we take the other crane and load up one on there, or however many it needs, and load it up on here. This thing seems like it can carry an unreasonable amount. I've literally not used this thing. They gave, like, it's not even one I got, it's just one they give you in a mission or whatever.
This is amazing. Yeah, just lower the things and I'll drive on. This is amazing. I love it. This is fantastic. And the plate is literally stuck inside the geometry of the vehicle.
Yeah, no, I saw when you had like the whole thing tipped over.
Oh, okay. Dang it. It unflipped itself. Gosh darn it. Okay, it fixed itself. No.
How dare it?
Yeah, how dare. That's rude. Ruined. All ruined.
1 out of 10 game.
Yeah. Don't want to play anymore. It's completely ruined everything.
Okay, so let's see. We need 3 more plates.
Yes. I have... One fell out when I tried to put the third one in and like the crane flipped. Sorry. Just need one more in this dump truck and then after this one that I'm loading, and then we should be good.
Yep, so I'll grab the one that's sitting on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. It's the one that's now on the ground. Ooh, nicely done, actually.
I thought I had absolutely beeped it.
No, that was good. That went in like perfectly. Also, yeah, in our chat before anybody says it, ha ha ha, that's what she said. Just thought I'd mentioned that before anybody else mentions it.
Well.
Well, that truck went night. There we go. Okay, I'll come and get you.
Imagine recovered earlier by like slapping the arm, but it did stall this time.
Ah, dang it.
Yeah, because I'm just like, I wonder if I could just chuck these on the back and just roll the whole transport with the slabs and the vehicles and everything.
Try it, yes.
Because it's definitely the efficient way of doing it is to load a slab onto a truck and then load the truck onto a truck.
Why? Game, please, come on. What are you doing? That's how you wanted it, right?
Yeah, no, that's fine. If you let go, you'll go back in your wheels and I can just back up.
There we go. Perfect. Perfect. That works.
I think if we switch it to low, it'll be easier to deal with. All right. The worst thing is this big truck is definitely not faster than the little one.
Yeah.
This is an 18-wheeler. I also love, if you didn't notice, we do not have that flat on the back at all. It's like riding entirely up on the bridge. For what's worth, this thing does just climb right over things. Can't wait to get stuck with the tiny wheels. I almost made it work. There's nothing happening back here you need to worry about.
Okay. I wasn't worried until you said something, mind you. Yeah. Yeah.
So the really,
Now I'm
really
worried.
big, long truck may or may not beach really easy going over hills. And I may or may not have tried to violently use the truck on the back of the other truck to break it free. And may or may not have two sleepy trucks right now.
I see. I will come and help in a moment. I'll just deliver these slabs and then we got it.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'm trying to get a bulldozer over there so I can just shove the one truck over there. It was just kind of funny in the moment that someone in your chat was like, I can't wait for him to get stuck on the tiny little wheels or whatever, and it was almost immediately beached it.
Perfect timing. Mm-hmm. Perfect timing.
All right. Man, that was just a classic when you have a trailer that long and has to go over something and just mid-highs. Just sitting on the dirt, wheels spinning on both sides. Okay. Almost a 12-hour stream? Yeah, the plan was to go for about 13 hours is kind of where it's aiming. Because like we did our normal stream for like the 9 hours, and then we hopped into collab with FG after that. And so we did that at about 9 hours. We switched over to collabing with FG. So we've been doing
I may have also created a sleepy truck right now because there was a rock.
All right, well, I've got a bulldozer on the way for the first one, and
Well,
I think
I'll just go get my scout and try and see if I can fix it with that. We'll see. Yeah, it's fine. We're just having some sleepies. It's okay. It's not a problem. Fine. We'll be all right. Okay, so God's sitting on there the whole way. You do not have much leverage. Oh, you're not actually lowering the whole way. I see. I am back. It was just my friendly Amazon driver delivering deliveries.
Alright, well, I'll just get to the other side and shove it. I was gonna try and like lift the weight onto it, but apparently this thing doesn't really have that much leverage. Okay. Yep. Just okay. So honestly, it's pretty impressive how strong some of these things are. Like these crane arms and all that. Like being able to shove the entire vehicle back on its wheels is like, all right, in real life that's not happening. You're just folding that arm on some of these things. Like the really heavy cranes, sure. All right. So we're almost there with, I believe, the last one of these. I'm curious what's happening over with FG with like all the messages going back about being like, you gotta try this, the roll command being done again and again. So the bridge is built, but the one end is just pulsing yellow and not actually building.
Oh, interesting.
So the trucks might have to take the other route, because I'm not entirely sure how to deal with that one.
Yeah, I'll come over there. Maybe I just need to be there so it like loads properly or something like that. We'll see.
Oh, maybe here. Let me move. It might be one of my vehicles might be too close, and it might be like going, "Hey, I'm not gonna build that while you're nearby."
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was just my other truck was too close. Like even though they weren't
perfect.
like making contact, it was just too close.
Nice. That's good then.
All right, I believe that has all of those built.
Nice. Very good.
All right, so I should retain some of these. So retain you. I still don't. Where is this? What is this? I can't switch to whatever that is. You're not deployed. Retain you. Retain you. Let's see. Retain you. Basically got vehicles scattered everywhere. So I figure... Okay, for a moment I thought I was like...
Why did we fix up this road?
Why did we fix that road up? There was a north and south pass to do the delivering stuff for the side quest. And we fixed up the north path, or whichever pass, and then you...
Oh, we already did that. Ah, we already did it. That's why. Gotcha.
Yeah, we fixed the one direction.
Yeah, because I was like, wait, we don't have, like... There's no reward to get, but we already got it. That explains it then. All good.
Oh, did we already get it?
Apparently, sorry, because like at least quest-wise, all of the quests that we have are now centered on bringing the stuff to all the quests are concentrating on fixing the road now in the village, in the town.
Right. So if you look at the side objectives, the side objective is the one we fixed the road for. So we haven't actually gotten that one done yet. You just have to like put the path to Panama.
Oh, it's the top one. Oh, duh. Okay. Yeah. It was grayed out. Sorry. My brain went like, what? But for me, it already says all rewards already received. For the harbor base to transit point one.
No. So that's dropping off to the transit port. We have one that goes from the transit port to Panama. If you click on objectives, go to side, and then click on that, it'll take you to the one you're looking at. Third down, I believe, is the one on my list, at least, for infrastructure. Transit point to Panama. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and grab my dump truck and start bringing sand for the next road we have to make.
Sounds good.
Oh, apparently you're in my dump truck, so I can't retain it.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. I'll get out of it in a second.
Yeah, you're gonna like what?
All right, you should be able to go into it now.
One thing I also like about this versus SnowRunner is SnowRunner feels like it's nighttime 2/3 out of the day.
Oh my gosh, right though? Yes. Yes, agreed.
Like even with us supposedly being in a bad storm and everything, we can at least still see what we're doing.
Why is everything going night today?
been a long, hard day working. Getting all a little bit sleepy. Alright, we're just getting all these put down as well. I do apologize if I'm falling behind in chat. There's just a lot going on. But also, I need to... I've recently, as in today, adjusted a bunch of my settings. And so, like, I'm used to looking up here for chat. And chat's over there now. And it's throwing me off a little bit. And the reason I went with that is because now I can make the screen, like, really tall to catch up with chat and all that. But between adjusting to, you know, a lot going on at once kind of thing, just because of the shared chat and birthdays and front page kind of thing going over with FG, and then also not looking in the right place and everything else, I'm kind of all over the place with it. I do like going back to having chat on the left. It's kind of a bummer that, you know, we don't have the whole thing where I'm looking like straight at chat when I'm reading. I just think the benefit, though, from having more screen real estate for chat is just way better. Because as well as things with the projector, as nice as it is to get the straight on view and all that, with the camera, it only takes like 2 paragraphs for me to lose chat. Okay, we'll grab you. Aren't you like right here? Okay, because we can level out the sand and all that. So FG is figuring out the Panama route. Alright. It's also way later than I normally stream, so it would not surprise me to find that most of the people who normally tune into my channel have dozed or had to go to work or whatever. Probably super lurker heavy right now. You ever seen me up this early? Yeah, this is not my normal stream time. We are doing a collab with FG Squared, so both today and tomorrow I'm doing extra long streams. So we got that kind of going on. But that's just going to be for the 2 days. It's not going to be a regular thing, and I think. But it's, generally speaking, there's a lot of people who have absolutely fantastic content I don't normally get to collab with. So kind of going outside my normal schedule to make it happen. But that's like, there's a number of content creators we've talked about, like I've been talking to about potentially collabing, and a lot of them will require me to do weird schedule stuff. There's some that are easier, like schedule-wise, to collab with than others. Trying to see what's going on with FG, because I see a lot of people are mentioning trucks going to sleep. That is the exact same spot I beached my stuff and then tipped it over.
Yeah, and I was just trying to use the heckin' crane to pick it up, but like I'm not even putting any weight on the rope yet, and the crane already starts tipping over. Like there was no, like the rope was completely slack, And the crane was already starting to tip over. It was a bit
Yeah.
weird.
No, that spot in the bottom, that's where I tipped over as well. It's got a bit of a slant to it.
Yeah,
I assume
maybe
you had your
maybe
anchors
it's just
down
wonky.
and everything, right?
Yeah, yeah. I had anchors down and everything.
Yeah, figured as much. No problem. All good is just like, I saw your chat basically being like, rolled. I'm like, okay, what's going on over here?
Just having fun. Just having fun. It's fine.
The exact
Maybe
SnowRunner.
that spot is just a bit cursed.
Yeah. I say it's like the SnowRunner thing. Everything goes buttery smooth and you're just going and it's just everything's going so fast, so much done, and then you roll one vehicle and there goes like 2 hours of your day with zero progress. As they just keep piling up the rolled over vehicles.
Yep. All right, but I got my scout at least unstuck, so that's good.
Okay. So we are slowly getting this flattened out. Why is there a notification saying route failed? So, as we're going along on the infrastructure, we have vehicles going along these routes here. So this is what FG was working on right here. That FG was working on fixing this route. And that's when I think all of this happened. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I might actually be able to deal with that real fast. So she's... Oh, there's like literally a big old car in the way. Guess we could probably do that. Get that moving again. But yeah, no, FG was working on that. But yeah, it's basically you have stuff moving around the map. The thing is, like, you'll have some stuff that you will have already gotten everything you can get out of it, but it's still technically a route, and even then, like, it'll fail and just keep that prompt there, like, well, I'm not going to fix it, I literally get nothing for it. It just becomes kind of noise. So it's looking like I might need to drop a little bit of sand right here at the end. I may not have put enough on this far end here. Okay, and I need a little bit more sand from the looks of it. Okay. But I figure I'll let FG just kind of work on the trouble she's got her vehicles in. Let her figure that out, because that's kind of fun. And in the meantime, I'm just going to get this all leveled out. I'll wait to do the actual asphalt until she's sorted out. If we get to that point, I'll pop over there to help. And the only reason for that is very genuinely the laying down the sand. She's done a whole bunch before on this map. So you've done tons of it, but this will be the first asphalt we put down. Okay. Yep, so just gotta flatten these two spots out. And this will be right. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so just gonna flatten out these two spots and that should get us all sorted on all that, which will be pretty good news. Okay. I mean, all of this leveled out as best we can. I'm also really curious to see how it's going over here. Yeah, so FG appears to be trying to tip this up. Yeah, I can kind of see the problem here. So this is a lower area. It doesn't want to roll on that side. And she doesn't have really room on the other side to pull it back up onto its wheels. So there's just not really a good angle for her to do that. Which I just recall, like, retained my stuff when I was done over here. But still, I mean, this is always good content, always fun stuff to see the fight there. Honestly, very genuinely, she could probably lift her stands and drive straight forward. That might pull it off that ridge, so at least she's got a better... Like, she'd still have to put it down and move it, but it might give her a better angle. I don't think she can move to the left or right without risking...
you can reset it. I just refuse to.
Yeah, no, she's got it right there. Yeah, it's doing some eyes in the sky of watching you, watching you do that.
Very good, very good.
Yeah, no, she's got a really good angle now. That same thing where I said about dragging it down there, that accomplished the exact same thing. Because now if she gets that, she can just drive forward. Or just pull. Oh no, it twisted. Let's see, Rual's dropped large containers in the river with even bigger crane. Took a while though. There was some alpha soil over the water close to the shore. He did have to drop it farther. Yeah, no, we were chucking stuff into the water. Alright, I'm gonna get this leveled out. But yeah, you can see how this game you can get stuck there. So that was the thing that happens as SnowRunner, is you do get in those moments where you're just kind of stuck finagling stuff back and forth and just doing it more and more and more and more to try and get it the way you want it. And that could be like a whole big thing. But in this game, because there's very little consequence for resetting, it's like playing SnowRunner in normal, where you can just reset it and just be done with it, if you want. There's definitely something about fighting with stuff and getting it to sort itself out that's always good. Alright. Okay. Well, it's upright. It's on that ridge. I think she's got it. Yes, I think she's got it. Like, literally, it's just a matter of her getting them untangled. Oh, did I get...
So I've got everything unstuck. What do we need to work on now? Now that I've spent some time on doing this.
We are still sorting out some like issues with that panorama whatever route. It's getting stuck. I've been tweaking it a little bit, and then we have the road going through the middle of the city, which I have flattened a bunch of sand there to have it basically ready.
Gotcha.
For,
Yeah.
you know, putting down the asphalt and all that. I just didn't want to jump onto the asphalt like since this is the mission that you do asphalt the first time.
Yeah. No worries. No worries. Yeah. That was the original idea to take the scout over to those cars and pull them away, but then I got stuck. So there we go. Yeah. But you've got that sorted now, which is good. Awesome.
It's actually still not working.
Really?
It's I think it's getting caught in the mud. I haven't been able to actually watch the vehicle get stuck because I've been leveling sand.
Yeah, they just get stuck in there. I see.
It's probably one of those ones that we could just find like the right route through there and it won't have to deal with it. Or
Yeah,
take
basically.
like one vehicle of sand and dump it there would also work. This is going to be a much nicer road than it was in mine. This is the road that when I made it in my save, we had a big ridge right down the middle. So you had like that uneven pavement skip up from one side to the other. It worked fine, but it was definitely like, oh yeah, that's not made correctly. It had these big like pockets missing from it, that kind of thing.
Okay, I think they can make it now, hopefully. Heck yeah, there we go.
Hey, there we go. Yep, so then we just need to put down the asphalt. I have been making a very, very nice, very, very flat road over here.
I see that. Yeah, so we need the asphalt paver, right? First.
Yes.
I will grab it and make my way over to you.
And I will grab the roller to follow behind.
Perfect. All right. Now I will head to town very, very, very slowly.
One of the dare drops is to put 2 vehicles on like the light vehicle transport, the little blue truck that we just passed.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
So the idea would be to definitely avoid having anything big. I definitely put the 2 vehicles we're in on it, which was not the right choice. I am probably going for another hour Ultra. For those who don't know,
Gotcha. I understand.
For those who don't know, Ultra Source, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Really good times over there. Somewhere in the ballpark of another hour. But yeah, so let me go ahead and gonna go ahead and do a shout out real fast for Ultrasaurus real quick. He's another fantastic content creator on the platform. Something I definitely recommend checking out, and I do not mean to be putting a billion W's in there. But definitely something to check out. Also been playing a lot of RoadCraft. Definitely good times over there. Also celebrating a birthday stream. Granted, it was like yesterday was her birthday coming in today, whereas opposed like for this stream, you know, it was not birthday coming into FG's birthday. So the flip there. The race you never wanted to, you never knew you wanted to watch.
I know. Gosh, the road paver is so slow.
He's overtaking on the right.
Maybe. Will he hit the sign though? That's what I'm wondering about. Will it be yet another sign suffering at the hands of Rual Storge?
The downside is you have to go first, so I have to divert.
Yes, true. All right, I will go now.
You want to celebrate too? Yeah, no, my birthday's not till March or whatever. Definitely good times.
Okay, sorry, chat distracted me.
Oh no, you're good. That thing is a whole experience to try and drive in straight lines.
Yeah, I also may have been looking at chat.
I found like even if you try and make the sand super flat, it kind of just catches and zigzags a little bit here and there.
Yeah, I can tell. Yep. It's fine. I will go and actually fix that bit where I veered off to the side though. And apparently I need to fix this one as well. So we'll go do that.
I had full chunks missing out of mine when I did it the first time.
Yeah.
And okay, apparently it just said the rest is done and made
Yeah,
it
it's
done.
fine now. We did it. All right, cool. We did it. It just fixed it, and I got an achievement. Yay!
Yeah, from my angle, it's like the road completely changed shapes and everything.
Oh yeah, it did on my end as well. Definitely. But I guess it's because it's the first one you do, so it like makes it all nice and shiny. Transit point now plotting. Transit point to Anbala.
Alright. And bear with me, chat. My headset is beeping at me, being like, yo, you're getting low. Oh, come on. Where's that hole? There you are. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to grab a drink real fast and use the restroom and all that, so I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm gonna step away for just a minute to use the restroom and all that, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, absolutely.
Okay, and I am back.
Welcome back.
Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Ultrasaurus. I really do appreciate that. And everyone popping in there. I actually did a shout out for Ultrasaurus just a couple minutes ago. I will see if I
Hi,
can
Raiders. Hello.
do that
Welcome. Thanks for the birthday wishes.
as well, but we'll see what happens. But yeah. Oh no, the ad should be done. The ad should be done. So people who popped in with ads, it should be done by now. But for those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly, highly, highly recommend. Also been playing a lot of RoadCraft and all that kind of good stuff. Definitely recommend checking all that stuff. But yeah. What's here? And we got Curly and all that. I'll get Curly a shout out here in a minute. We gotta wait for the cooldown. But yeah, so how is RoadCraft going for you, Ultra? How far have you gotten? Because I got to the 3rd map, I got a good ways in, and was having a really good time with it. I definitely felt like the quality, not the quality, that's not the word I want to say. The variation you get from like the 1st and 2nd map to then that 3rd map, the 3rd map definitely hit way different. So definitely someone I definitely really enjoying it. Yeah, it's been good. I'm also liking, so the multiplayer progression.
Oh, jeez. Not bad at all. I might need to raise my standards so I don't get impressed so easily every time. Next on our agenda is the gas power plant and the steel pipes facility.
Okay. But, so...
Hear me.
Oh.
Hi, Raiders. I heard that you were stuck in ads. Thank you all for coming over to Rual's stream, and thank you for the birthday wishes as well. Also, happy birthday, Ultra!
But,
Hope you had a good birthday too.
But yeah, so it's like the third one. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like the first two was like, okay, they're, you know, fairly level, kind of what you expected from the demo and all that. And the third one, you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna have to figure out how to get over this terrain. Okay, this is certainly something to figure out. So definitely, like, the engagement of the map got way big. Where it's like, all right, this is a really wild map. All right, so I think we should be good for doing a shout out for Curly, because I don't actually get to shout out Curly super often. Those are the first 2 maps, but the 3rd one sold me. Yeah, like the first 2 maps is like, okay, like this is fine, like this is still fun, like I'm enjoying it. And then the 3rd map, like this is way different. So for those who don't know, Curly, another fantastic content creator, been playing a lot of Oblivion. Why would you spawn my vehicle in this direction, which is unrelated to the Curly stuff, but absolutely fantastic content creator, really fun over there. That's because you stream when I'm asleep. To be fair, Curly, you stream when I'm asleep, so I'm gonna need you to change your schedule. No, but very genuinely, really solid content creator. But yeah, as you can tell, we kind of have like reversed schedules. But yeah. So the game has had a very interesting choice of how it wanted to spawn my transport in.
All right.
It's very Austin Powers.
Oh, I see. How many turns do you need?
It's honestly, it's probably only 1 or 2, but it was very much like there was a logical way to position this thing, and that was definitely not the way we got it.
Ah, sorry, they didn't do that. They did it like that on purpose. Gotcha. Very nice.
But yeah, low-key is hoping we get far enough so that FG could see the 3rd map. I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, I mean, right now, I mean. But that's where we wrapped up, was about halfway. Oh, actually, I have no idea if it's halfway. With some decent progress in the 3rd map. But yeah, I've been very much enjoying the game. But yeah, like the 3rd map is like, here we go. This is something wild. I think they kept the first 2 maps fairly tame.
Yeah, I was watching the NPCs delivering like the aid to like Anbala, and they also did like a 5-point turn trying to get into the garage in the town. It was very entertaining to watch.
I had one where I set the point and they literally were just driving circles around where I put them. Like they could make the turn, they were just doing a circle and missing it because they were just doing a circle.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Love it.
Okay. Oh, we also got Spoopy as well. Another content creator definitely to check out. Okay. Oh, that's their road. It's like, man, our road looks terrible. It's like, oh, that's not mine. But yeah, but welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Sorry, I've been going for almost 13 hours. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomblade, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten, but I'm a variety I'm a variety creator. I do play a whole bunch of different games. Lots of like simulation games, such as what we got going on right now. City builders, settlement builders, all that good stuff. Been doing a lot of SnowRunner lately. We're probably going to do a whole lot of RoadCraft. You know, RimWorld, something that shows up a lot. That is not going to work out the way I'm hoping it will. So let's rearrange that. But yeah, playing a whole lot of different games on there. But, yeah, settlement builders, city builders, tycoons, all that good stuff. Definitely good times. Really fun times, lots of stuff. Yeah. Why are you not ramp good? This is not what I should be doing, by the way. I'm doing it for the memes. We've already had this go bad twice during the stream. Alright, keep going, keep going. Too far, too far. Hold. There's nothing to worry about. We will pretend nothing happened there. That was the very predictable outcome that I should have seen coming. But it's okay. We're just going to leave that there and pretend everything is fine and go about with our lives.
If we can get the gas power plant running again, we can get juice to the whole region. Plot a